To my family. 1. Ethnography of an Independence Struggle GLE 3 The generation of unity and intergenerational transmission 7 Intergenerational transmission as an everyday form of resistance 10. 119 Historical embeddedness 1926 35 Violence and everyday feelings of insecurity 46. 2 5556 58 7179. 385 Yemeni nationalism and the unity narrative of the Republic of Yemen 88 The glorious pre-unity South 98 The marginalized post-unity South 111,138. 4 spaces 187 The family home 189 The neighborhood 194 The school 196,204. 5 Media and symbols 219 The media 220 National symbols and relics of the past 224 Stones of memory 229 Music, poems and slogans 231. Conclusion 243. Intersections and research desiderata 248. Over the course of developing this project, conducting research in South Yemen, and writing the PhD thesis on which this book is based, I have received assistance and support from a number of people and institutions. I am grateful to my family, especially to my mom, Gabrielle, and Oma and OPA for their love, support, and endurance during the long period of time it took to write this book. My family helped carry the burden of this project, with all its difficulties and sorrows, particularly during times like my fieldwork in 2015, when Aden was on the verge of war, and afterward, when warfare spread in Aden and the surrounding governorates. In particular, special thanks are owed to Martin and Theodora Amira for their patience and encouragement in times of frustration. I thank my friends for their encouraging words at lunchtime and coffee breaks during the analysis and writing phases. My deepest appreciation goes to my supervisors, Professor Dr. Annika Etler, of the Institute of Sociology at the Philipps University of Marburg, and Dr. Suzanne Dahlgren, Tampere University, for their commitment and expertise in supervising this project, as well as for their assistance with theoretical, methodological, and empirical questions. My sincere thanks are also owed to all my other teachers and colleagues, both at Philipps University of Marburg and Leipzig University. I thank Professor Dr. Eckhard Schultz from the Institute of Oriental Studies at Leipzig University for supporting my semester at the University of Aden in 2007, at a time when most students of Middle Eastern studies were going to Egypt or Syria. Thanks to his contacts at the University of Aden, I was readily accepted at the university and able to study there for more than a semester. I also thank Professor Dr. Jörg Gödel, formerly Professor of Social Geography at the Institute of Oriental Studies in Leipzig, who believed in. In 2007, I spent several months in Aden, South Yemen, completing a semester at the University of Aden within the scope of my Middle Eastern studies at Leipzig University in Germany. In that same year, the Southern Movement was born in protest against the marginalization of South Yemenis since the unification of the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen with the Yemen Arab Republic in 1990, that marginalization increased after the war in 1994. At the time of Yemeni unification in 1990, power in the state was equally shared between South and North Yemeni politicians and bureaucrats in ministries. However, the results of the 1993 elections shattered the power-sharing agreement, marginalized the Yemeni Socialist Party of the PDRY, and strengthened the General People's Congress and the Yemeni Congregation for Reform and, with them, the tribal and Islamist elites of North Yemen. Due to fundamental disagreements in the new coalition government that the three parties formed, tensions soared and war broke out, beginning with clashes on April 27, 1994. On May 21, 1994, the PDRY faction proclaimed the establishment of the Democratic Republic of Yemen within the territory of the former PDRY. However, it lost the war on July 7, 1994, and the Republic of Yemen remained one entity. When it began, the Southern Movement was a loose merger of South Yemenis, many of them former army personnel and state employees of the PDRY who had been forced from their jobs after the war in 1994. For those affected, the elimination of their jobs was tantamount to punishment for the war. In 2007, these people began to express their discontent publicly, demanding social rights and pensions or to be reinstated in their jobs. However, the Yemeni government would not address their grievances. State security forces used brutal measures against protesters, which had the effect of strengthening the heretofore weakly or jihadist social movement. More and more people joined the demonstrations, and the grievances evolved into concrete political demands, foremost among which was the demand for state independence of the territory that once formed the PDRY. By 2007, when I was studying in Aden, everybody there seemed to be talking about the emergence of the Southern movement. Ever since, I have wanted to learn more about it. I often wondered about the very active involvement of young South Yemenis in the Southern movement and these young people's accounts of how great life was in the PDRY. I was born in the German Democratic Republic to an East German mother and a South Yemeni father, so my own background is situated in two states that both disappeared from the world map through unification processes with their neighbors in 1990. I was a young child when the two Germanys reunified, so I have few memories of life in the GDR before then. I was astonished when young South Yemenis born after 1990 told me we had these and those accomplishments in the PDRY, and our state provided us with this and that achievement. They strongly identified with a state that had disappeared before they were born. I began questioning why so many young people born after 1990 had joined the Southern movement, why they demanded the re-establishment of a state they had never experienced, and where their conception of the PDRY had originated. My own background, which was deeply affected by the topic itself, provided me with some preliminary answers. In many East German families, nostalgic notions of the defunct socialist state were shared with and disseminated to younger generations. My generation, those who experienced the difficulties of the early unification years during their childhoods, grew up with this nostalgia. For this nostalgia taught me that the GDR was a place where people led satisfying lives, cultivated permanent and steady friendships with neighbors and colleagues at work, had lovely parties with their collective work teams from factories, went on fun excursions, and lived a life in solidarity with each other. Some people still seem to miss these things today. Furthermore, jobs then were safe. Job security was scarce in Eastern Germany in the 1990s and was certainly a very important trigger for nostalgic notions of the GDR era. I often heard similar accounts in South Yemen. During my stays in the village in Abiyan, I would accompany my grandmother while she tended her goats and sheep every morning, and she would tell me about the past under British colonial rule and about life in the PDRY. Other relatives, friends, and neighbors likewise filled my imagination with pictures of a splendid time before 1990. However, nostalgia for the socialist past could not adequately explain why a mass protest movement with demands for state re-establishment emerged in South Yemen, when similar ambitions had not emerged in today's Eastern Germany. This raised another important question, closely related to the first one, on youth participation. Why had the Southern movement grown so tremendously during the past decade, developing from a primarily social movement demanding socio-economic rights into a mass protest movement claiming independence for a state that had long ago disappeared from the world map? I found an answer to my questions by exploring in depth, over a decade, the Southern movement itself and the principal characteristics of the independence struggle in South Yemen. 5. Ethnography of an Independence Struggle. This book has its source in an ethnography I conducted of the independence struggle in South Yemen, in which the theme of the independence struggle, rather than a specific locale, situated my research. My focus is the people and the processes that evoked, consolidated, and strengthened the independence struggle. Aden, the former capital of the PDRY and the major urban center of South Yemen, as well as a magnet for people from all the governorates of South Yemen and where most of the Southern movement's mass demonstrations are held, was the principal locale for my fieldwork and my point of departure from which to discover the independence struggle. Southern movement activists are constantly traveling a circuit, moving between demonstrations and gatherings or attending funerals of activists in different governorates. Whenever the security situation and the support of locals allowed me to visit locations outside Aden, I did so, among them Al-Habilain in the Lahij governorate, a stronghold of the Southern movement from its inception. I also regularly spent time in Abiyan, where my relatives live. Conducting research only in Aden and surrounding areas would not have yielded sufficient information to understand the independence struggle and its translocal dimensions. Very active and large diaspora communities live in the Gulf states, the United States, and Europe, and they have an enormous impact on the independence struggle by financially supporting activism in and outside South Yemen and by disseminating the claims for an independent state through the media and the Internet. In 2012, I attended a conference in Lebanon, during which time I visited the pro-independence Southern TV channel Aden Live, which broadcast from southern Beirut at that point. In Europe, I attended gatherings and festivities of Southern movement activists. All these places where I met people from South Yemen are pieces in a mosaic that provide an overall picture of the independence struggle. During my primary field research for my PhD dissertation in 2014 and 2015, I conducted a focused ethnography, a time data-intensive method consisting of multiple short-term field visits, which build on background knowledge of the field. Focused ethnographers make use of various recording devices to collect a massive amount of data. I took around 1,300 photos and videos, 6 of gatherings, lectures, meetings, and protests, including 3 mass demonstrations. 7. I conducted and recorded approximately 40 hours of narrative and open structured interviews with individuals and focus group discussions of 2, 3, or even more than 30 people. In total, I recorded more than 80 people, ranging in age from 19 to over 70 and originating from almost every governorate in South Yemen, Aden, Hadramaut, Lahij, Shabwa, Abiyan, and Al-Dali. 8. Most of the people I met considered themselves activists in the Southern movement or at least proponents of an independent state. They included civil society actors from local NGOs and other organizations, students, forced retirees, university teachers, writers and intellectuals, school teachers, housewives, unemployed young people, journalists and media makers, current and former members of the YSP, street activists of the Southern movement, unionists, and mothers and fathers of those called martyrs, those killed for their activism for an independent state. Even though activists were fearful of speaking too much about personal issues concerning themselves and their families due to security concerns, my personal and family ties to movement activists gave me access inside the movement and allowed me to study it in depth. I did not interview close relatives and friends, but of course, daily conversations with family, friends, and neighbors and my casual observations of daily life also shaped my research results. In addition, I bought many textbooks on history, civics, social studies, and geography, used for different grade levels. In these textbooks, I searched for content pertaining to contemporary Yemeni history, and I analyzed how recent events were narrated. During field trips, I regularly bought local daily newspapers, such as Aden Al-Gad, Al-Ayam, and Qadiyya. Most of the Aden Al-Gad articles appeared online the same day or the day after print publication. I also followed the social media presence and website of Aden Live until 2015, when it stopped broadcasting because of the war, as well as social media from the South Yemeni community. I received books on the grievances of South Yemenis written by academics from Aden that, because of their explosive political content, were not available in local bookstores. 9. The analysis of the collected material and data is presented in this book. When I entered the field in 2014, I was unknown to most of the activists, and I needed intermediaries to help me gain access to the Southern movement. I did not consider myself an insider, and I was not seen as such by movement activists. Yet my personal links to South Yemen and connections to some Southern movement activists had already made me an observer, researcher, and participant, with strong solidarity with the cause in South Yemen. In 2018, at the conclusion of my PhD work, the Southern Transitional Council, TEN, which was established in May 2017 and comprised different political entities but primarily Southern movement activists, offered me a job. My task was to establish its first European representative office, which is now based in Berlin. I accepted the offer and thus crossed the line and joined the THIRD-WORLDISM. One of the main reasons I decided to work with the STC relates to the limitations placed on academics in the German system, which proscribe research in Yemen because of the security situation and would have forced me to shift my research focus to a different country or region. With the new circumstances that had arisen after the 2015 war and the solidarity I felt with the South Yemeni people, I was not ready to turn my back on this topic to focus on another case. The shocking effects of the Yemen war in 2015 rendered me a researcher cum activist, trying to attract attention to the suffering caused by the war. Academia often does not leave much space for such kinds of solidarity and activism, tending to quickly call into question the researcher's neutrality and objectivity. Furthermore, during my research, I observed that the grievances in South Yemen were not being properly addressed either by the ruling elites of Yemen or by the international community. The decision to leave academia and join the STC was made easier for me by the fact that my work primarily involves lobbying for the integration of pro-independence South Yemeni representatives into the unled peace process, from which these stakeholders have been excluded for the past 6 years. Readers may get the impression of a leaderless movement that is united in its call for independence, because this study focuses on the grassroots members of the movement and their accounts and views rather than on movement leaders and their political visions. 11 However, in the following chapters, multiple internal debates fragment the ostensible unity, revealing the movement's diversity at the grassroots level. Readers may also ask why I write in this book that many South Yemenis say, state, believe, and so on, though I only discuss those in favor of independence. While the first protests started with a few hundred demonstrators in 2006-07, mass demonstrations have grown in size in recent years to include thousands of participants. This observation was one indication for me that the movement has increasing influence and support from the population. I also perceived the Southern cause, the collective grievances of South Yemenis from the aftermath of the war in 1994, to be more prominent in daily communication during my fieldwork in the mid-2010s than was the case at the end of the first decade of the 21st century. However, meaningful and reliable statistics about how many people in South Yemen demand independence do not exist. Estimates diverge widely, with supporters of the movement estimating that around 90% of South Yemenis support it and opponents of the movement claiming that support is well below 50%. In this study, I avoid such estimates and focus on qualitative research among supporters of independence. My personal interest and involvements not only helped me study the Southern movement from a close perspective but also prevented me from doing research outside the community of independence supporters, because the Southern cause is one of the most polarizing issues in Yemen. In this polarized and, very often, insecure research environment, I felt safer by focusing on only one faction, the Southern movement, and those in favor of it. With this study, I do not aim to compare South and North, or supporters and opponents, but to study the independence struggle, the movement's self-image, its internal negotiations and struggles, how young people learned from and about the past from their elders, and how those young people envision the future. Some readers might ask about the validity of this study given that it only addresses supporters of independence and does not address what opponents of the movement say about its claims and aims. This study does not assert that these other voices do not exist, rather, it should be considered an ethnography of the independence struggle, including its inner processes and debates. The generation of unity and intergenerational transmission. While conducting interviews in Aden and surrounding governorates in 2014 and 2015, I was struck by the ubiquity of one term, the generation of unity. The concept of generation has multiple dimensions and has been developed in various disciplines and contexts, spawning contrary understandings. The term mostly refers to the generative generation, a genealogical category defined by generational lines of succession within the family, the birth generation, a cohort that relates to persons born in the same year or close to the same year, the historical generation, all groups of persons who live in a particular time at the same time and participate in the same historical events, regardless of their year of birth, and the life-age generations, which are distinctive age groups according to the life course. In a pragmatic study of generation as an idea, Foster uses the concept of discourse to posit generation as a vehicle for thought and action, a concept and a mental structure that provides people with, and limits them to, specific way of understanding, speaking about, and acting in the world around them. This means acknowledging that generation is often framed for a purpose and, even in everyday talk, always has meaningful effects. In his speeches, former long-term President Ali Abdullah Saleh XII used the term to refer to young people born during and after the unification phase of the early 1990s. Embodied in the phrase was the hope that this generation would grow up as united Yemenis instead of South or North Yemenis. Thus, it is primarily a constructed designation carrying political objectives, used by the Saleh regime to build a united country by making Yemeni unification the space for shaping the memory and identity of future generations. Yemeni unification is thus the principal historical marker for this generation. In my interviews, activists born in the early 1990s used generation of unity as an ironic self-designation. Originally meant to evoke positive connotations of Yemeni unity, the term is now forthrightly rejected by young South Yemeni activists because it implies the effacement of the pre-unification past. Their use of the term has invoked a generational consciousness among a certain age group of South Yemenis, although the meaning differs from the original political objectives intended by former President Saleh. When South Yemenis refer to themselves as the generation of unity, they are stating not only that they were born in the era of unification but also that they never personally experienced life in the PDRY, emphasizing that their lived experiences were made only in unified Yemen. Nevertheless, members of the generation of unity strongly identify with their state, the PDRY. Karl Mannheim's theoretical consideration that an age-defined group of individuals is shaped and affected by similar historical experiences and events comes to the fore in the usage of the term generation of unity. Rosenthal proposes that generations are formed in an interactional process with other generations. Social worldviews and habitual social interaction with the world are constituted not only within generations but also in the intergenerational dialogue. Furthermore, the biological generations of parents and grandparents, the primary agents of socialization, play an essential role in forming the next generation. The decisive factor here is that parents and grandparents are understood not as members of a certain generation because of their biological function but rather as a generation based on their shared background of experiences. Rosenthal assumes that the stances of previous generations are not simply adopted by the younger generation in the interactive processes between and within generations, but are mutually negotiated, thereby being interactively experienced by each. Thus, these stances continue to have an effect or transform themselves. Rosenthal presumes that the younger generations are not passive recipients but rather are active agents in contact with older generations. The interaction between the older generation and their descendants can also shape the elders' perspectives on the past. In that way, interaction with the younger generation can be constitutive for the older generation. This interaction enables intergenerational transmission, which is the passage, transfer, movement, or exchange of patterns of behavior and attitudes, values, and taboos, as well as resources. It is affected by linguistic, perceptive, and cognitive capabilities, education, communication and affective abilities, and, finally, economic resources and family property shared between one generation and another. Yet, the family remains the main channel for the transmission of language, names, land, and housing, local social standing and religion, and beyond that also of social values and aspirations, fears, worldviews, domestic skills, taken for granted ways of behaving, attitudes to the body, models of parenting and marriage resulting in the condensation of experiences. However, processes of socialization take place through diverse and manifold instances of transmission. Outside the family, peer groups, or societal institutions, such as schools, play an important role in transmission as well. Family transmission between generations is thus an intrinsically complex process which also, because of the existence of other channels, lacks a monopoly of what may be handed down. Transmission is an individual and collective process at the same time and always occurs through a two-way relationship, because parents may offer their own unrealized dreams to their children, but the children on their side must either turn them down or make them their own. Rosenthal assumes that intergenerational transmission is a dialogical or interactional generational process. This understanding renders out of date the conventional, more static conceptualization of transmission of attitudes and memories from one generation to the following one. The mutual interactional process occurring in the transmission generates new elements for all those involved in the process. In addition, transmissions can be more or less conscious and intended. Some instances are completely unintentional and even run contrary to the desired objectives. Processes of transmission also take place at a nonverbal level through, for example, gestures and facial expressions. They also occur through medially represented images and a variety of material manifestations of stories, which can produce an occasion to remember, on the one hand, and function as models of the past, on the other hand. As I explained earlier, the dissemination of nostalgic notions of the socialist past plays an important role in political mobilization in South Yemen, particularly of the generation born after unification who become active agents rather than passive recipients. Thus, the transmission of certain beliefs, perceptions, representations of the past, memories, and conceptions for the future influences interactions between those people who experienced life in the PDRY and the generation of unity who did not because of their age. In addition to its political meaning, the phrase generation of unity also indicates that Yemeni unification brought about perceived political, economic, and social changes in different spheres of South Yemenis' lives. The perceptions of unification and the era of the PDRY are shaped today retrospectively by the experiences of the 1994 war and the subsequent large-scale marginalization of South Yemenis. The impact of the post-unification experiences raises the question of how an omnipresent phenomenon, such as intergenerational transmission, which emerges daily in every family, can be transformed into an everyday form of resistance adopted by supporters of an independent state. Intergenerational transmission as an everyday form of resistance. Intergenerational transmission has been studied across disciplines, including psychoanalysis, psychology, sociology, history, and education. It assumes a significant role in debates on the reproduction of societal norms and values, social status and power relations, historical and family narratives including collective memory, and cultural practices. Many studies deal with intergenerational transmission in families of perpetrators and victims of World War II or related to social mobility and migration. However, the role that intergenerational transmission plays in the continuation and strengthening of an independence struggle is still an underexplored topic. 13. The transmission of memories and representations of the past, as well as of certain beliefs and perceptions, has had an enormous impact on political mobilization and on the claims for re-establishing the state in South Yemen. On that basis, intergenerational transmission can become an act of resistance. The term resistance describes a wide variety of actions and behaviors at all levels of human social life and in a number of different settings, including political systems, entertainment and literature, and the workplace. Thus, there is little consensus on the definition of the term. Some scholars detect resistance in hairstyles, whereas others look more narrowly at revolutionary actions, protest, or social movements. Physical resistance can comprise violence or subtle acts, such as dawdling in the workplace or wearing particular clothes. In certain contexts, both silence and the breaking of silence can be considered acts of resistance. It can be an individual or a collective act, widespread or locally limited. Different forms of resistance move along distinct dimensions, for example, the family, community, or region, and create unforeseen networks and potential. Thus, some forms of resistance require coordination, some do not. The targets of resistance also vary. Sometimes individuals are the target, whereas at other times groups, organizations, institutions, social structures, or states are. The goals of resistance also differ. Some resistors intend to achieve change, others want to curtail change. Resistant acts may also be based on identity issues. Generally, resistance implies a sense of action, that is, some active behavior, whether verbal, cognitive, or physical, and a sense of opposition. The war in 1994 ended the short period of democratic opening and pluralism in Yemen that began with unification in 1990. For South Yemenis, this war then initiated a time of political and economic marginalization and discrimination, as well as the suppression of dissent. Many South Yemenis have seen the time after the war as a time of occupation in which the South has been under the control of political and military elites from North Yemen. The South Yemeni scholar Dr. Abu Bakr al-Sakhtaf was the first academic to adopt the term internal colonialism 14 for South Yemen in an article in Aden's Al-Ayam newspaper after the war in 1994. He was suspended for 3 months from his professorship in philosophy at Sana'a University after this article appeared. In December 1995, political security officers kidnapped and tortured him. The Saleh regime benefited enormously from the economic exploitation of South Yemen and from South Yemeni land and resources. For that reason, unity became an unquestionable imperative. Any attempt to redress grievances in South Yemen was met with suppression by the Saleh regime, with South Yemenis accused of sedition for spreading anti-unity secessionist ideas. Thus, the War of 1994 came to be known as the War to Preserve the Union. The regime celebrated July 7 as its triumph over secessionism. In this context, the unity narrative became omnipresent in the political discourse of the ruling Yemeni elites, by stressing the idea that only unification brought advancement to the entire country. This narrative was used to overshadow political and economic challenges after unification, consolidate President Saleh's autocratic power after the war, and silence opposition. At the same time, the unity narrative omitted the suffering and victimization of South Yemenis. After the war, dissent was largely expressed in passive terms, and mass opposition only rarely surfaced. In 1995 and 1996, military and security forces applied lethal force at labor protests and strikes in Aden. One of the first revolts after the 1994 war occurred in Al-Muqalla in 1996. Some South Yemenis see this conflict as the point of origin of the Southern movement. Security forces opened fire on protesters, and many were arrested. This 1996 revolt was provoked by the assault of 2 local women by a North Yemeni policeman in Al-Muqalla. One of the women claimed that she had been raped. Demonstrators also faced gunfire and arrest at a memorial protest on the 4th anniversary of the 1994 war organized by the YSP and other oppositional groups in Al-Muqalla in 1998. In 1998, government attempts to separate Hadramaut into 2 regions were met with massive street rallies and sit-ins across the governorate, and activists collected tens of thousands of signatures on a petition sent to President Saleh. The plans were finally prevented. From 1998 to 2000, there were continuous clashes between the army and residents of the governorate of Al-Dali, which is to the north of Aden, because, to the displeasure of locals, the government created the Al-Dali governorate in 1998 from North and South Yemeni areas along the former border, for the purpose of erasing the old north-south borderline and reducing the chance for renewed attempts of secession. Only with the emergence of the Southern movement in 2007 did mass opposition surface for the first time after the 1994 war on a persistent basis, and since then has constantly grown. Based on Hollander and Inwoner's conceptualization of resistance as being marked by the actor's intention as well as the target's and the observer's recognition of that intention, Intergenerational transmission as an act of resistance can be defined as overt resistance, intended as such by actors and recognized by the target and observers. Here, we can count street protests and gatherings of the Southern movement, because public gatherings often have an educational task in which memories and representations of the past, largely neglected in standardized national textbooks, are circulated among protesters of different ages. Intergenerational transmission. 13. As a resistant act can also occur privately when public or overt resistance is perceived as too dangerous, but oppressed people are conscious of their oppression and intend to resist it in some way. Thus, intergenerational transmission also occurs as covert resistance, intended as resistance by actors and recognized as such by observers but not by the target. James Scott introduced the term hidden transcript, which is an offstage, private discourse of speeches, gestures, and practices that confirm, contradict, or inflect what appears in the public transcript to describe a critique of power spoken behind the back of the dominant. 15. Thereby, Scott provided a new understanding of resistance to domination. A hidden transcript, developed not only by the oppressed but also by the powerful, is a backstage discourse comprising what cannot be expressed in the face of power. Simultaneously, the individual acts according to a hegemonic public mode of conduct generated by the process of domination. The hidden transcript can include oppressed people's rumors, gossip, folk tales, songs, jokes, and gestures as vehicles by which, among other things, they insinuate a critique of power while hiding behind anonymity or behind innocuous understandings of their conduct. Such forms of insubordination can be understood as infrapolitics of the powerless. The public transcript is the open interaction between subordinates and those who dominate. According to Scott, the first open statement of the hidden transcript emerges with the declaration that breaches the etiquette of power relations, that breaks an apparently calm surface of silence and consent, carries the force of a symbolic declaration of war. The desire for independence has been present since the early 1990s in South Yemen. Far from public attention, memories of the past were maintained during the period of unification from 1990, and particularly after the 1994 war, until 2007 inside families, neighborhoods, and circles of friends and colleagues. Claims to an independent state disappeared from the public after the lost war in 1994 but survived in private as a counter-narrative that was intergenerationally transmitted, and, therefore, could be reactivated easily and quickly when the regime's power crumbled at the beginning of the 2000s. When, in 2007, the Southern movement came into being and began to openly address the marginalization of South Yemenis and to contest the unity narrative, the hidden transcript suddenly became public and breached the power relationship in the country. However, many South Yemenis, although in favor of independence and the Southern movement, do not attend associated gatherings and demonstrations because of their 14. Perceptions of insecurity and potential violence during public events. These people prefer engaging in acts of covert resistance, including intergenerationally disseminating their beliefs and memories at home or another private space. Yet the dissemination of the hidden transcript is not necessarily a form of covert resistance. Many South Yemenis transmit nostalgic notions of the past, memories, attitudes, and beliefs in their daily conversations, but often unintentionally. For example, when they lament the difficulty of their present life and nostalgically remember their safe and secure life in the PDRY. As per Hollander and Inwoner, their unintentional transmission could be a form of unwitting resistance, which is recognized as resistance by the target and by observers, or just externally defined resistance, which is only recognized as resistance by an observer. In this case, it is the researcher who observes acts as resistant, while neither the target nor the actor intends it as so. Being a member of the generation of unity myself, I often triggered the older generation's memories with my questions, which also helped me learn from them about the past. In South Yemen, teaching young people about the past means disseminating to them the notion that the past was better than the current state and that the future can only become prosperous if people will regain their independence. The generational dimension of the independence struggle is core to the resistance and its continued existence. Thus, intergenerational transmission becomes a weapon of the weak, an everyday form of resistance of relatively powerless people, which requires little or no coordination or planning. Scott assumes that such kinds of resistance are often the most significant and the most effective over the long run, because they avoid outright confrontations with authorities. Most oppressed people have rarely been afforded the luxury of open, organized, political activity, because such activities are perceived as too dangerous. Therefore, multiple quiet and anonymous acts of insubordination may maximize the political presence of the subordinate, which may lead to political consequences for the state. Intergenerational transmission as an everyday form of resistance, what I term intergenerational resistance, can proceed for many years before its effects appear publicly and turn into political mobilization. The delayed outcomes of intergenerational resistance explain why the Southern movement did not emerge immediately after the war in 1994, but rather in 2007. That was the time when the generation of unity came of age and joined the resistance. 15. Chaib and Swartz argue that intergenerational transmission is a ubiquitous phenomenon and thus is not a form of resistance or opposition per se. What, then, are the decisive features that alter this ubiquitous phenomenon, occurring daily in all families, into an everyday form of resistance used by independence campaigners? Based on the empirical material I collected, I identified 5 distinctive features of South Yemenese intergenerational resistance. The first feature is related to the socio-political environment in which intergenerational resistance evolves. Large-scale marginalization and oppression under a very repressive and authoritarian regime formed the foundation of the Southern movement in 2007. After the 1994 war, any opposition was crushed and any act of resistance was fraught with extreme risk. This environment served as the basis for the hidden transcript and its covert transmission. The second feature concerns the actors. They perceive injustices, violations against their civil and social rights, or oppression in various arenas in their personal and community lives, such as violent acts of repression or distortions to and silencing of their own past by official state institutions. Therefore, they are intentionally or unintentionally involved in intergenerational resistance. These actors living in repressive environments created hidden transcripts consisting of certain subversive contents, not only contested memories and tales but also symbols, gestures, modes of behavior, and attitudes that they intergenerationally transmit. The third feature concerns this transmitted content, which is the counter-narrative. In precarious environments, intergenerational transmission of non-material content, such as narratives, memories, attitudes, and behaviors, is often the sole method by which actors are able to produce, reproduce, and negotiate contested and subversive content. The fourth distinctive feature of intergenerational resistance is the space in which it is performed. In recent years, the Southern movement has not only created its own spaces where activists gather, discuss, and demonstrate, but it is also where first and foremost intergenerational transmission occurs. Other spaces have been appropriated as well for the dissemination of memories and narratives, such as the school and the neighborhood. Finally, the fifth feature concerns the use of certain media and symbols, such as the PDRY flag, slogans, or music, to facilitate and speed up the process of transmission of contested contents beyond usual means of language and communication. On a methodological conceptual basis, the 5 features of intergenerational resistance correspond to the most examined fields in social movement. 16. Theory/research. Political opportunity, resource mobilization, and consciousness raising play a role in Chapter 1. In Chapters 2 and 4, collective action is implicated, whereas in Chapter 3, framing processes and collective identity in distinction to others matter. In Chapter 5, collective identity is also an issue. The Southern movement relies on similar strategies, tactics, and a repertoire of contention to other social movements, as seen in Chapters 2, 4, and 5. In addition to being a new social movement, struggling for its cause in a repressive context, the Southern movement is first and foremost an independence movement, promoting a national cause and featuring particularities that become visible in the dominant intergenerational dimension inside the movement and the dissemination of information about the past. Thus, approaches centering on resistance and intergenerational relations help us come closer to understanding why many young people identify with a state they have never experienced. Although the protests of the Southern movement took on a broader dimension with the outbreak of the Arab Spring in 2011, attracting larger numbers of protesters who saw opening opportunities that encouraged them to engage in politics, huge differences exist between the South Yemeni protests and the Arab Spring protests in Egypt, North Yemen, and elsewhere. Bayat argued that the Arab Spring protests were remarkably different from the radical revolutions in the 1960s and 1970s for three reasons. They lacked a set of ideas and visions that could have informed the rebels ideationally, were not marked by the political and economic radicalism that characterized the revolutions of the 20th century, and did not fundamentally break from the old order. Thus, these protests were neither revolutions of rapid and radical transformation of the state pushed by popular movements from below, nor simply expressions of reform that is often carried out as gradual and managed change from above within existing structures. For him, the Arab Spring protests were a mix of both, what he called refoliations, revolutionary movements that emerged to compel the incumbent states to change themselves, to carry out meaningful reforms on behalf of the revolution. Protesters were unable to imagine forms of organization and governance that departed from those against which they were rebelling, nor did they explore how state power functions and how it could be transformed. The situation is vastly different among proponents of independence in South Yemen, because the case of South Yemen is a post-socialist state experience. The generation of unity shares a certain national imaginary. 17. With their elders. In this imaginary, certain continuities of the independence struggle in the 1960s, as well as a critical reckoning with the PDRY past, exist in young people's visions and strategies. The PDRY functions as a template against which state successes and failures are measured by comparison with the Republic of Yemen. Thus, experiences of life in the PDRY and their transmission give very clear ideas about what is politically, economically, and socially desirable and what must be avoided in the future. Protesters gain very distinctive visions of what they struggle for and why efforts to challenge current state structures have to continue. 19. B. Einan and Verrill suggest the importance of precisely describing the contexts in which mobilization has evolved in Middle East and North Africa regions, because they provide cases where mobilizations emerge in the absence of opening opportunities or when they are highly restricted or uncertain. After the war in 1994, resistance rarely occurred in public under the authoritarian regime then in place. Despite this repression, the Southern movement emerged in 2007 and has grown continuously since then. It has attracted many followers from impoverished segments of the population because of the movement's demand for equality for all citizens, a goal that many people felt had been lost with the end of the PDRY. In analyzing my field research, I repeatedly came across themes of descent-based discrimination, gender inequalities, and violence and perceived insecurity. These issues were raised daily in interviews or other communications, and they were observable and influential in everyday life. They provide a deeper understanding of important aspects of social, cultural, and political life in South Yemen, as well as of independence claims made by certain segments of society. Thus, these themes are very relevant to the constitution and composition of the Southern movement and the socio-political context in which mobilization has evolved among certain societal groups. Aden, situated on the southwestern part of the Arabian Peninsula alongside the Gulf of Aden, which separates the peninsula from the Horn of Africa, has experienced fundamental political and socio-economic changes over the past 60 years. These inform the uniqueness and complexities of the Southern movement, its emergence, and the struggle for regaining the state. The city was a flourishing British colony and bridgehead between Europe, Asia. 1. The Middle East, and East Africa from 1839 to 1967. In the 1950s, the port city was second only to New York in the number of ships using its harbor. At that time, Arab workers, many of them dock workers, were strongly influenced by Arab nationalism, which advanced the idea of independence from colonial powers. Fighting first broke out against the British in the mountains of Radfan to the north of Aden on October 14, 1963, the date considered the beginning of the independence struggle in British South Arabia. Between 1964 and 1967, Aden was one of the major arenas of guerrilla fighting. However, the independence struggle was fought not only against the British and their local allies, such as the sultans in rural areas, but also between the National Liberation Front and the Front for the Liberation of Occupied South Yemen. In 1967, the Federation of South Arabia and the Protectorate of South Arabia became independent as the People's Republic of South Yemen, with Aden as its capital, and the NLF emerged victorious and assumed power in the newly established state. In the corrective move on June 22, 1969, the left-wing faction of the NLF asserted itself against the moderate forces. One result of the leftist takeover was that, in 1970, the state was renamed the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, as it would remain known until it was absorbed into the Republic of Yemen in 1990. In 1978, the NLF morphed into the YSP, then the single political party in the PDRY. The PDRY was the only Arab state with a Marxist orientation, following a version of the neo-Marxist theory of dependence and underdevelopment that attracted worldwide attention in the 1970s. It provided an array of social services to its population, even in rural areas, and assured constitutionally free education and health care, state employment, and living space. The Family Law of 1974 was considered one of the most progressive in the Arab context. Thus, the PDRY was seen as a model for women's rights and gender equality in the Arab world. However, disagreements about foreign policy, the economy, and who should lead the PDRY's single political party hit their peak on January 13, 1986, when former President Ali Nasir Muhammad ordered an attack on the YSP Politburo in the capital. Two high-ranking political cadres died, and a war lasting 10 days broke out across the entire country, resulting in the deaths of thousands of people. The incidents of 1986 profoundly affected the country. Most of its leaders either died or went into exile with Ali Nasir Muhammad, who lost the struggle. With the opening up and then the breakup of the Soviet Union, the leading partner state of the PDRY, the country also lost a major income source. Around this time, because of the dire political and economic situation, the General Secretary of the YSP, Ali Salim Al-Bid, began pushing for negotiations on unification to be held with then-President of the YAR, Ali Abdullah Saleh III. After PDRY and YAR representatives failed to reach an accord on the unification of these two very different states, the two leaders, during a car ride through Aden in November 1989, came to an agreement on Yemeni unification. The population would decide on a draft constitution in a popular referendum within 6 months, which would lead to the proclamation of the Republic of Yemen in November 1990. However, the agreed-on schedule for the unification process was not followed. On May 22, 1990, unification was realized, with no referendum, in the hopes of silencing critical voices from both sides. Yemeni unification created the Republic of Yemen, with Sana'a as the capital. Aden was called the state's economic capital, but the city was never able to realize this status. Hopes for a prosperous future were overshadowed by the Second Gulf War, when the Republic of Yemen, the only Arab representative among 15 countries on the UN Security Council at that time, took a neutral stance on the war. As punishment, not only did Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states harm the Yemeni economy by reducing development aid, but they also sent more than 800,000 Yemeni workers back home. More returnees followed, so that greater than 1 million job seekers were pushed into an economically underdeveloped Yemeni labor market, unable to absorb them. The 1995 census counted 15.8 million people in the north compared to 2.9 million in the south. For this demographic imbalance was reflected in the parliamentary elections of 1993. 5. The YSP, which received around 90% of its votes from South Yemen, was relegated to third place. The GPC of President Saleh received the most votes, followed by the newly established Islamist Islah Party, whose leaders were closely tied to the political elite of the north. The elections shattered the power-sharing agreement of unification between South and North Yemeni politicians and bureaucrats. The three parties formed a coalition government. However, fundamental disagreements and contention existed on specifics about the role of law in governance, the unification of the militaries, and the place of women in public and political life, among other issues. Tensions between the elites of the North and the South had already been exacerbated by the assassinations of 150 to 200 YSP leaders by Islamists in the first few years after unification. 6. The YSP leadership became reluctant to proceed in the face of what was the rapidly emerging northern dominance in a non-democratic direction. The tense political and military rivalry exploded in the War of 1994. Two separate armies had been maintained during the period of unification, and the first clashes broke out between them on April 27, 1994. 7. Though the war's official beginning is usually dated to May 4 or 5, 1994. On May 21, 1994, on Aden's radio station, Ali Salim al-Bid proclaimed the establishment of the Democratic Republic of Yemen within the territorial borders of the former PDRY, with Aden as its capital. However, President Saleh's forces won the war, capturing Aden on July 5 and Al-Muqalla on July 7. The Republic of Yemen remained one entity. Many high-ranking party members of the YSP fled the country and still live in exile today, and the YSP lost all its ministerial positions. After the war, the government in Sana'a collectively marginalized South Yemenis, starting by forcing thousands with state employment or army positions into retirement. Almost every family was affected by these dismissals. These newly unemployed people and their children, as well as other unemployed young adults, became known as the early risers, forming the basis of the Southern movement in 2007. Many had no jobs or pensions, or if they did have pensions, they were insufficient to cover the cost of living for them and their families. The early risers demanded new jobs or the reinstatement of their old positions, as well as social and economic rights. They framed their activities as a struggle against injustice, occupation, and discrimination, and they insisted on equal citizenship and equality under the 23 law. Furthermore, North Yemeni troops had looted factories in South Yemen during the war, and the Saleh regime elites had grabbed PDRY state land and other valuable land holdings in South Yemen. Land was then redistributed as a useful means of co-optation and patronage, becoming another important trigger for the movement's protests. Oil resources, the majority of which are situated in South Yemen, were also used for the benefit of the elites in Sana'a. Thus, the claims of the early risers focused on access to government jobs and benefits, but also included requests for greater local autonomy, enforcement of the rule of law, just distribution of land and more equitable resource sharing between the central government and localities, particularly regarding oil wealth. At its inception in 2007, the rights-based Southern movement attracted only several hundred followers. The Yemeni government rejected the movement's claims and reacted to its peaceful protests with repression. There were arbitrary detentions and unfair trials of academics, journalists, and opinion makers, attacks on journalists and newspapers, press censorship to prevent the dissemination of images and information about the protests, and extrajudicial killings. Furthermore, Aden's oldest and most popular newspaper, Al-Ayam, was suspended in May 2009 and was only re-established in 2014 during the transitional period. By 2008, the rights-based movement's initial socio-economic claims changed publicly into political demands aimed at independence and recovery of the territory that was the PDRY before 1990, with Aden as its capital. The aim of re-establishing the state was not eradicated with the 1994 war, however. Due to political repression, this desire had been hidden and only became public with the emergence of the movement, which steadily gained strength, engaging thousands of protesters. Based on an initiative proposed by the Gulf Cooperation Council with support from the United Nations, President Saleh had to resign from his presidency, which he had held for 33 years, to enable a political settlement of the crisis in Yemen evoked by the Yemeni spring of 2011. He signed the initiative in November 2011 in exchange for immunity. According to the initiative, his vice president, Abd Rabihi Mansur Hadi, became president in 2012, and a national unity government was formed. 24. On the basis of the GCC initiative, the new president and government convened a transitional process, of which the National Dialogue Conference established in March 2013 and supposed to last half a year with the participation of all Yemeni parties, civil society organizations, and activists from various social sectors was the most significant element. One of its 9 working groups dealt with the southern cause. Although half of the participants of the NDC were supposed to originate from South Yemen, the international community was not able to achieve sufficient representation of southern movement representatives in the talks. That was because, per the GCC initiative, a solution had to be found in a united Yemen. Thus, the right to self-determination for South Yemen was denied before the NDC even began its work. Therefore, representatives of the southern movement, those who were advocating for independence and had the strongest support from the population in South Yemen, refused to participate in the talks. One of the aims of the NDC was constitutional reform, including the drafting of a new constitution that reconsidered the structure of the state and the political system. The Yemeni people were supposed to vote in a referendum on the new constitution afterward. The NDC ended in January 2014. Its tenure was extended because its participants could not reach a consensus on the administrative and political restructuring of Yemen. There was disagreement over the number of regions in a federal Yemen and the administrative division of particular regions. For example, many South Yemeni participants, who attended the NDC in the Southern movement's name but were rather sympathizers of the movement than hardcore activists, were advocating the YSP stance on a federation in which South Yemen would remain one region, a position rejected by the Southern movement, which desired independence. In February 2014, however, then President Hadi announced the restructuring of the country into 6 federal regions, with South Yemen being separated into 2, Aden and Hadramaut. This restructuring, however, was decided not by the NDC but by a separate committee created by President Hadi and made up of persons loyal to him. Thus, large parts of the population, especially in South Yemen, did not agree with this decision. The political situation became tense because no consensus 25 had been found on a new constitution or how to restructure the country, and the economic and security situation was deteriorating. Houthi forces captured the Yemeni capital in September 2014. 9 In January 2015, President Hadi, under house arrest and unable to withstand the pressure brought by the Houthis, resigned from office. 10 The next month, he fled to Aden, where he rescinded his resignation and proclaimed Aden the interim capital of Yemen. This displeased many residents of Aden, who feared violent confrontations in their city. The Houthis, supported by army troops loyal to former President Saleh, advanced farther into South Yemen. They captured a vast area, including the Al Anad air and military base in the governorate of Lahij near Aden. Meanwhile, President Hadi fled again, this time receiving refuge in and support from Saudi Arabia. At the end of March 2015, the Saudi-led military coalition began its Operation Decisive Storm and bombed specific strategic targets under Houthi control. However, the bombs soon started falling on civilian facilities as well. Given that South Yemen had lost its army in the War of 1994, young soldiers of the Popular Committees from Abiyan, 11 activists from the Southern Movement, and other locals formed the Southern Resistance against the Houthis and Saleh's troops. The PDRY flag became their symbol, as it had been for the Southern movement. Between March and July 2015, the heaviest fighting took place in Aden and the surrounding governorates of Lahij, Al-Dali, Abiyan, and Chabway. The troops of the Houthis and Saleh besieged and starved Aden, cutting off supplies for more than 3 months. Urban guerrilla warfare grew during that period. Thousands of people fled the city, escaping to governorates further east or districts that were under the control of the Southern Resistance, or going by boat to the Horn of Africa. Additional thousands died during the war, either directly or indirectly from hunger or the lack of adequate medical care. With the support of Amira ground troops and an aerial bombing campaign by coalition forces, the Southern Resistance liberated Aden in a battle lasting from July 14 to 17, 2015. Since then, Aden has been the base for action by the Saudi-led coalition and the interim capital of the internationally recognized Houthi government. The war further strengthened independence endeavors in South. 26. Yemen. South Yemenis began to prepare for independence, creating new political institutions. For example, in May 2017, Idris al-Zubaydi and a group of South Yemenis including activists from the Southern Movement and the Southern Resistance proclaimed the formation of the Pro-Independence STC, a self-styled breakaway Southern government in waiting. It advocates regionally and internationally for the re-establishment of an independent state in South Yemen. 12. In addition to its political instability, Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the world, suffering from extreme poverty, food insecurity and starvation, dire water shortages, a fast-growing population, diseases like cholera and dengue, a cash liquidity crisis, and high rates of unemployment, child mortality, gender inequality, illiteracy, and school dropouts. Her name is Amira from our sultans, the sultans of Abiyan. Man, Cat 13 gathering in Aden, March 2014. In social studies classes, pupils in elementary school learn that they should respect the elderly, welcome guests, and visit relatives. This curricular content gives an insight into community life, which is strongly based not only on family linkages but also on the neighborhood and ties to friends and work colleagues. Making regular afternoon visits to relatives, neighbors, and friends and receiving them in one's own house are parts of daily life. It is a symbol of hospitality to always have an open door for guests. South Yemen can be a village, in which everybody seems to know and is connected to everyone by family ties and acquaintance. When people unknown to each other meet at a neighbor's or friend's house, their first conversation will be related to questions of origin. This helps establish trust and a good rapport. Family names can indicate the place of origin and descent of a person. Thus, when I sat in a cat gathering in Aden's district of Al-Mansura with former soldiers, university academics, and young activists of the Southern Movement, I was introduced, to my surprise, by my South Yemeni family name, which is not part of my legal German name. That introduction automatically linked me to the village of my paternal family, a linkage I tried to avoid during my fieldwork so I could keep my family life. 27. Separate from my research and work at the university. Some people who were part of this gathering came from the nearby governorate of Abiyan. One such man proceeded to enlighten the more than 30 male attendees about my tribal background, that I was from a sultanate tribe. In announcing my tribal affiliation and the corresponding status to the group of cat chewers, this man from Abiyan was demonstrating his respect for my family and, by association, for me. However, descent can also be a basis for discrimination. Discrimination based on descent is manifest and multilayered in South Yemen. It stems from the system of social stratification that, before independence in the 1960s, largely organized South Arabian social, political, economic, and religious life, especially in rural areas. This social stratification was decisive in determining people's influence, respect, reputation, and status, as well as the roles they were supposed to play in society. In this system, ancestry implied rank and certain attributes associated with one's position in a social hierarchy. Its impact on certain areas of life, such as marriage customs, is still strong today, particularly in rural areas. Although the system of social stratification was formally abolished in PDRY times, descent-based identities and discrimination resurfaced after unification. Their resurgence has evoked a negotiation process that has caused, on the one hand, a re-identification with descent-based identities and, on the other hand, a rejection of such identities and a clear orientation toward the Southern movement, which some people see as a vehicle for overcoming discrimination based on descent. However, boundaries between these two poles of re-identifying with and rejecting descent-based identity are often not clearly demarcated, being rather fluid in everyday practice. Historical social stratification and its repercussions. Boxberger, who has studied the social system of Hadramaut from an historical perspective, prefers considering it a matrix or web, instead of a hierarchy, because of the complex relations and cleavages between groups. Historically, stratification has consisted of three major groups of genealogies based on agnatic patrilineal descent. 14. The first group relates to the Sada, an honorific title denoting people accepted as descendants of the Muslim prophet Muhammad who claim descent from the progenitor Adnan, considered the ancestor of Arabs from 28. The northern part of the Arabian Peninsula. The Sada have the highest ascribed status as the religious elite, because they are accepted as descendants of the Prophet Muhammad. Most of the Sada residing in South Yemen trace their ancestry to the Ba-Ala'i Sada from Hadramaut. They have served as Islamic scholars across South Arabia. The next highest social group is made up of those who trace their descent back to the founding ancestor Qatan, the legendary progenitor of tribes from the southern part of the Arabian Peninsula. Kabila is the Arabic vernacular used to designate tribe. The term has been contentious in academia. 15. But it is the word generally used to refer to the local concept of collective socio-political identification that informs everyday actions of a significant part of the Yemeni population. This group includes the Mashaiq, the Salatin, and multiple tribes. The Mashaiq claim descent from well-known scholars and holy men of the past. They were responsible for socio-religious duties and served as Islamic scholars in the past. The sultans held the highest political positions and acted as rulers of a designated territory. The various tribes formed patron-client political alliances with the sultans ruling their areas. A sultan was selected from a traditional ruling family and depended on tribal support. However, this flexible system was erased by the British Protectorate Treaty system when a sultan's position and the existing intertribal status quo were guaranteed by the overwhelming power of the British, in exchange for which the sultan and the existing elite pledged their support for British interests. The third group refers to people who do not have a genealogical framework as a common reference like the former two groups. They are therefore considered to be members of a low-status group and often work as artisans and laborers. Today, groups like the Aqdam, who do menial labor, are despised, discriminated against, and treated as outcasts. Even though they do necessary work such as cleaning, they are stigmatized for it. Dahlgren shows in detail that the Aqdam encounter many prejudices and misperceptions about their practice of Islam, their way of life, and their traditions. Due to stigmatization, social advancement is almost impossible for them. Another such group is the Hujur, those who came, for example, from the Hadrami location Wadi Hajar to Abiyan during British colonial rule to work as migrants in the agricultural sector. 16. It is believed that these two groups have 29. African origins because of their dark skin. The Hujur, however, enjoy a higher status than the Muhammadun, who continue to suffer from extreme discrimination and racism in Yemen. I remember that a woman from the Muhammadun once knocked at my door in Aden, asking for money, food, or clothes. She claimed to be a refugee from Abiyan who had fled the region in 2011 when a war was being waged there. As is typical in communications with outsiders, my relative who was also from Abiyan and who came to the door with me wanted to know from where exactly in Abiyan this woman originated. It became apparent that the beggar did not know the region. She was actually from North Yemen but was trying to imitate the Abiyani accent. Because she came seeking aid at the peak of independence grievances before the 2015 war, the woman probably believed that she would receive more money or food by claiming South Yemeni origin. A hierarchization seemed to have taken place here, placing the Muhammadun from the south over those from the north. 17 In colonial Aden, British rule weakened the status system, replacing the genealogical stratification with an ethnic one, with European administrators heading a hierarchy comprised of East Indian merchants and civil servants, Arab artisans and workers, and unskilled Somali laborers. Dahlgren calls attention to the Akdam who were completely omitted from this hierarchy. She further questions the attempt of drawing a system of hierarchy for an entire town with diverse communities. The following excerpt from an interview, which I conducted at the end of January 2015 on Alarud Square in Aden, also illustrates the importance of dissent in everyday life. I had intended to discuss the role of trade unions supportive of the Southern movement with Amira, a middle-aged leading unionist and activist in the movement. In the middle of the interview, we were unexpectedly joined by two other activists, Layla and Fatima, who probably joined us only to learn who I was. Amira began her introduction of me by referring to my male relative, who regularly attended protests and gatherings and was thus known to these women activists. Amira. He is her uncle, and the other one is also a colonel in the army. Her uncle is the one who introduced me to her. But, their relationship. When you see them, there is a belongingness in their relationship. 30. Fatima, but, not in her appearance as Southerner. 18. She is German like her mother, so she became pretty. She is not a Bedouin, Layla, a white Bedouin. 19. Despite Amira's mention of my activist relative, Fatima focused on how my appearance differed from that of the typical South Yemeni. She distinguished me via skin color from my relative and thus from my Abiani family. After laughing, she stated in a conciliatory way that I was a female white Bedouin, thereby bringing together my Abiani and German background. In South Yemen, the term Badu carries negative connotations. In the Hadrami context, it has been used to describe primitive tribesmen in contrast to the civilized people of the towns. In Aden, the term is used in daily conversation and refers mainly to people originating from Abian and Chibwe or rural areas around the city in general. It thus differentiates city dwellers from rural populations. It also carries the notion of an uncivilized hick, implying narrow-mindedness, insularity, tribalism, traditionalism, and conservatism. Interestingly, I observed that people in the western part of Abian, only 50 kilometers east of Aden, consider the population east of Abian and in Chibwe to be Badu in the same negative way that many people in Aden do with all people east of Aden. Furthermore, the women in our conversation perceived me as white. Whiteness, like any other racial category, is historically and socially constructed, dynamic, and context-specific. In Germany, for example, I am rarely seen as a white person. Critical studies of whiteness have shown how individuals and collectives negotiate it as both an identity and a social position. As in many other Arab societies, white or light skin is perceived as beautiful in South Yemen, because lighter skin is valued more highly than darker skin. 20 Women buy whitening and lightening creams for skin, such as Fair and Lovely from India. The phenomenon of whitening the skin is not new. Natural products have long been and are still used for the same purpose. 21 In addition to whitening the skin with creams or powders to achieve a look similar to the extremely pale faces of the Western Goth scene, South Yemeni women also straighten their hair to prepare for parties and weddings, because curly hair is not considered beautiful. That Aden was for 31. A period of 129 years ethnically stratified, with the white British at the top of the social hierarchy, undoubtedly strengthened the previously existing preference for whiteness. Lewis further notes that, though both black and white people had been enslaved by Arabs in the early Islamic period, long before European colonialism, white slaves then were more expensive and whiteness more valued than blackness. Today, a white woman, for example, is more eligible on the wedding market than a darker woman. Dark skin is still associated with low descent and status. In the 18th and early 19th centuries, belonging to a certain stratum affected a person's prospects in terms of marriage, education, occupation, and role in religious, economic, and political life. Inflexible social boundaries related to the group's prestige made social mobility difficult. Among high-status groups, particularly for women, who were not allowed to marry into a group of lower social status, endogamy was preferred. The laws and policies created during PDRY times were intended to abolish the system of descent-based stratification and any other form of inequalities. Nevertheless, social attitudes and relations could not easily be transformed by new legislation. The persistence of social structures made rapid social change difficult. For example, marriages, especially among the rural population, are still mostly contracted between relatives. Marriages between people of different status are reluctantly and only rarely accepted, especially when the groom has a lower status than the bride. Enduring marriage customs have ensured the consistency and stability of particular status groups. Re-identification with and rejection of descent-based identities. For centuries, there existed a fluid exchange of trade and people between the coastal areas of Yemen and other Indian Ocean regions, such as Zanzibar, Indonesia, India, and East Africa. This intensive exchange inevitably led to intermarriage. Some South Yemenis are of mixed descent, with ancestors mostly grandmothers or great-grandmothers from these other areas. In the 1830s, around 300 Adani-born Arabs, 250 Jews, and 50 Indians lived in Aden. The city steadily grew, incorporating people of differing origins. During independence, some 80,000 people of the around 250,000 residents. 32 of Aden at the time left the city, 22 leaving behind predominantly native Yemenis in the PDRY with a much reduced Somali and East Indian minority in Aden. 23 The NLF identified the Irshadis as its spiritual ancestors. The Irshadi Association of Hadrami Migrants in Indonesia was founded in 1914. 24 The Sada also formed an association exclusively for themselves, the Ulai Association. The political conflict between the Ulais and the Irshadis ended formally in Indonesia in 1920, however, it left an impact on life in Hadramaut of the 1930s. The main controversy between these two groups was the system of stratification in Hadrami society and the role of the Sada. The Irshadis pursued an egalitarian stance. 25 The NLF took various measures to eradicate the influence of those groups who based their power on the system of stratification. After a visit to China in 1970, the chair of the PDRY's Presidency Council, Salim Rabai Ali, also nicknamed Salman, was inspired by the Maoist idea of peasant uprisings to expropriate the land of sultans and large landowners through revolutionary violence. 26 The NLF encouraged such uprisings. In the early 1970s, many low-status farm workers and tenant farmers, who worked the fields of the sultans in Abian, occupied the lands and houses of the landowners, took them to prison, and established a popular committee to redistribute the land. Similar uprisings also arose in other regions. These people also benefited from the socialist agrarian reforms in the early 1970s. In addition, social mobility became possible when the PDRY gave all citizens equal access to education and the same citizens' rights. Nevertheless, tribal belonging and certain customs connected to social stratification, such as marriage customs, still played a role during the PDRY era, never totally losing their influence, particularly in rural areas. Status stratification deepened after Yemeni unification, and the situation for groups considered low status became more difficult, with many of their members living in very poor and harsh conditions. The Soleh regime promoted a policy of retribalizing South Yemen by advocating tribal law as an alternative to codified civil law, accompanied by official resort to tribal explanations and solutions to political crimes. The tribalization of law and customs, as well as of social services provision, was an attempt by the Sana'a government to counteract the legacy and social basis of the former socialist state. 33. The military became tribally or Jianist, with top military commanders drawn from among the Sanyan, the tribe from which President Soleh originated. By reinforcing the tribal order, the Soleh regime facilitated the return of some of the ruling families of the pre-1967 sultanates, appointing the sons of former sheikhs and sultans as sheikhs of their tribes. These sheikhs, as well as influential persons close to the regime, received land plots in South Yemen, thereby disadvantaging the farm workers who had profited from the land reforms in the PDRY. However, President Soleh's tactic of building patronage with tribes was ill-adapted to the significantly detribalized South Yemen. In a series of speeches in 1994, President Soleh labeled the entire population in South Yemen, especially those in Aden, as Somalis and Indians, with the intent of identifying them as non-Yemenis, denying their Arab descent, and thereby questioning their right to citizenship in Yemen. 27. During the looting of Aden after the war that July, military and tribal leaders from the Soleh regime initially denied property rights to Adani families of Indian and Somali ancestry. Against this background, invoking their lineages, South Yemenis attempted to prove their rightful role as the native population of South Yemen, with rights to that territory as a part of the nation. In this context, people returned to their tribal affiliation and naming practices and to social status based on descent, because high-status descent stood not only for respect but also for access to certain resources, services, and Soleh's patronage network. 28. For example, in PDRY times, the usage of tribal names was abolished. After unification, a fourth name after the personal, the father's name, and grandfather's name referring either to the name of the tribe, region, village, or one's great-grandfather was reintroduced. 29. Rodionov illustrates how, in the early 1990s, underprivileged status groups tried to heighten the social status of their descendants through genealogical revisions by establishing themselves as a new tribe. Since the 2000s, a significant amount of literature has emerged in South Yemen that deals not only with the time before 1967 but also with the tribes of South Arabia, their origin and genealogy. South Yemeni academics and intellectuals began writing about these topics in books and in the South Yemeni press, some used the format of poetry. 30. Furthermore, tribal internet forums emerged between 2000 and 2010. In his master's thesis, Mokrani analyzes the discussions of 3 tribal internet forums on 34. The Tribal Confederation of the Awalik from the Governorate of Shabway. In addition to affirming a unified and idealized conception of the tribe as having a common ancestor and a joint cultural patrimony for all, these forums are new phenomena that generally reinforce tribalism. However, Mokrani shows that these platforms also give a certain liberty to people to discuss politics freely. Many of their participants are well disposed toward the Southern movement, maintaining both their tribal Alaki and pro-independence identities. These various re-identifications with an interest in tribal origins are not merely explainable by the retribalization of the 1990s and Soleh's attempts to deny South Yemenis their rights to citizenship, because many activists see tribalism as a negative imposition by the Soleh regime. However, a significant explanation can be found in the independence struggle. When people in Aden are asked where they come from, they usually answer with the region from which their family traces their descent. Thus, it is common that people say they are from Shabway, Hadramaut, Al-Dali, Lahij, Abiyan, or Yafai, though they may have lived since childhood in Aden or even were born there. When people introduce themselves by saying only that they come from Aden, others typically ask them additional questions to determine exactly where their family originates. That is because a person, no matter how many decades he or she has lived in Aden, is not only considered an Adani but rather an Adani of Indian, Hadrami, and so on, descent. Due to the growing North-South divide in recent years, an individual who only traces his or her descent back to Aden becomes an object of suspicion. There exists a widespread belief among South Yemenis that no one is actually a native of Aden but that everybody came to the city from either South Yemeni rural areas, territories bordering the Indian Ocean, or North Yemen. Today, those originating from Indian Ocean territories and from North Yemen who were PDRY citizens are largely accepted as Adnas and South Yemenis 31. However, in the early 1990s, during the Gulf crisis, many Yemeni returnees from the Gulf states, many of them of North Yemeni origin, moved to Aden. Those who came after unification are today met with wariness because they are seen as profiteers of unification. Thus, people presume that those who only trace descent back to Aden without referring also to their rural South Yemeni, Indian Ocean, or PDRY background hide their North Yemeni descent. I often heard people lamenting in 35 conversations that they have felt like second-class citizens since the war in 1994 because of large-scale marginalization, forced retirement, and stigmatization by the Saleh regime. In light of the discrimination South Yemenis suffered after unification and the war in 1994, South Yemeni intellectuals have critically addressed the issue of highlighting tribal or regional belonging, while simultaneously discriminating against those segments of society who cannot trace their origins to a South Yemeni rural area or tribe. The Marxist-oriented PDRY's promotion of equal citizens' rights and the recent Southern movement's invocation of these past accomplishments are important to understanding mobilization in South Yemen, especially among impoverished and marginalized segments. They are inspired by and hope for the re-establishment of a state where citizens are equal, regardless of descent and origin. In response to the social devaluation of South Yemenis after the 1994 war, the Southern movement has also valorized and strengthened Southern identity. Identification as a Southerner has become a significant tool to distance oneself from the North. Asserting one's linkage to a South Yemeni tribe or region is strongly connected to the independence struggle. To refer to one's origins in any South Yemeni governorate is a means of emphasizing one's Southern identity and claiming the right to the territory of the PDRY. Thus, there exists a dissonance, as people reject inequalities based on descent and tribalism because of their positive memories of the PDRY era and negative experiences of stigmatization after unification, while also relying on descent-based systems to emphasize their Southern identity as a prerequisite of the independence struggle. From this perspective, we can also understand why an activist in the 2014 cat gathering in Aden hastened to relate me to my tribal background and status according to the historical social stratification framework. He did not refer to my origins only to demonstrate his respect for my family and me but also to emphasize that I am a Southerner. He did so with pride, because, in the face of the independence struggle, claiming one's origins is a form of regaining self-confidence after years of discrimination by Sana rule. Yemen is a highly sex-segregated country. 32 Yemeni pupils in grade 3 of elementary school learn about their future family roles in social studies. The standardized textbook says that girls should help their mothers or Gianas. 36. The house and boys should help their fathers in the office and workplace. Thus, girls should be prepared to become good housewives and mothers and boys to be good workers, employees, and providers for the family. This brings us to the issue of gender inequality in South Yemen and its impact on mobilization in the independence struggle. For some activists particularly but not only women activists the independence struggle has a gender dimension. Thus, it is not only an independence struggle but also a contestation for more rights and an improvement in women's status. Many women actively engage in street protests and in local civil society organizations to bring about change and foster a better society. They see their claims for women's rights and emancipation realized in a future independent state, as they nostalgically remember the PDRY period when the state promoted women's equality and emancipation. As with the issue of descent-based discrimination, there is a dissonance between the positive memories of the PDRY era during which 1.1. Female protester holding PDRY dinar notes at the mass demonstration for reconciliation and forgiveness. 37. Women rights were promoted and the implementation of conservative morality and proper comportment codes since unification. Marriage and reproduction. The PDRY was often held up as a role model for women's rights and gender equality not only in the Arabian Peninsula but also in the entire Arab world. Its family law of 1974 was seen as one of the most progressive of that time in the Arab context, introducing free choice marriage in an attempt to end kin control of marriages, restricting polygyny, limiting the bride price, encouraging both husband and wife to share financial responsibilities for the family, prohibiting unilateral divorce by men, and giving greater child custody rights to divorced women. The marriage age was fixed at 16 years for women and 18 for men. However, after Yemeni unification, women lost significant rights with the passage of the 1992 Personal Status Law of Unified Yemen, which was largely modeled on Yar's family law of 1978. The 1992 law reflects a conservative reading of Islamic law. It reduced the legal marriage age to 15, however, in 1999 this provision was amended, allowing a guardian to arrange the marriage of a minor female if she is considered old enough to be capable of intercourse. Men are given the unconditional right to divorce, without giving women a chance to object. Women's rights to custody of their children are limited. No limits are set to the amount of the dowry that is obligatory in signing the marriage contract, and men can marry up to 4 women as long as they are treated equally. The law reinforces the position of the husband as the provider for his wife or wives. Women are dependent on this provision, they need their husband's permission to leave the house. The testimony of a woman is counted as only half that of a man. Unification and North Yemenite elites do not bear all responsibility for these drastic changes in law. South Yemeni men, mainly the elites who agreed to these changes, also supported enactment of the new law and the recension of the PDRY family law. My status as an unmarried woman past the age of 30 was alarming for my South Yemeni family. They laughed when I explained that I am married to the university and to my research. On my most recent field trip in 2015, one of my female relatives explained that the most important human duty in life is one's own reproduction. In her opinion, it is more significant 38 than any work or research. In Arab societies, motherhood confers high prestige, and a male or female person is deemed mature only after reproducing. Because marriage is a prerequisite for reproduction in Arab societies, it is considered a must for every person, women in particular. However, females are expected to marry early, even while they are still young children or adolescents, whereas men should grow up and secure a living before marrying. A more recent phenomenon that emerged with unification is the preference for young uneducated brides who have never mingled with boys in a classroom. A young, unmarried, but educated woman explained to me that men see uneducated young women or female adolescents as easier to handle and control than educated women and therefore preferable. Some families think that too much education limits marriage prospects for their daughters, a belief that has contributed to resistance to female education. In addition, men and women frequently reproduce gender inequalities in the arena not only of marriage but also of reproduction. Dahlgren reports that Adani women explained to her that a firstborn daughter is a bad omen, because it might mean that the woman will give birth to girls only. In South Yemen, as in other Arab contexts, male firstborns are preferred. This desire is linked to the patriarchal society that counts origin by the patrilineal and agnatic lineage and considers men as the providers for the family and its elders. Proper comportment and appearance. In her study of morality in Aden, Dahlgren finds that a variety of ideals and norms coexist alongside each other. However, she suggests using the concept of adab to study morality, rather than following the conventional approach of the honor and shame scheme. She argues that adab is performed in certain cultural forms, such as greetings, seal brat-ions, and rituals. However, it is also expressed in embodied ways, such as in how people walk, talk, and present themselves. It is a site where contesting gender ideals are manifested and where they become embodied in human agency. 33 I understand gender as something that people do, rather than what they are. It is, thus, a situated accomplishment that produces particular forms of behavi or based on normative notions of appropriate attitudes and activities for specific sex categories. Gender is an identity instituted through a stylized repetition of acts. The following examples give insight into how proper. 39. Comportment is negotiated and contested and how it perpetuates gender inequalities. Adab is strongly connected to the body. To comport oneself in a good manner and to be conceived of as a respected person, one must maintain a clean and hygienic body. In addition, cosmetics, perfumes, jewelry, and good clothing embody the self-esteem of women. I regularly had to explain to female relatives and friends why I rejected wearing elaborate hairstyles and makeup when attending weddings and parties. 34. A relative once argued with me, because she felt I did not take proper care of myself, not even when going to a wedding. When we would arrive at a party, I could feel many women staring at me because I did not have a fancy hairstyle and was not wearing makeup. Sometimes, I would try to reach a happy medium, using lipstick to calm them down and to preserve at least a bit of my self-esteem in front of them. The dreadlocks I wore for many years also elicited questions and curiosity. Some women asked me if this hairstyle is Mode in Germany and whether my mother wears the same style. Nearly every woman expressed disbelief at how a woman with nearly straight hair like me could have voluntarily matted her hair, because straight hair is highly appreciated in South Yemen. Body size and weight, and their analysis, are not personal matters, but the province of the community. It is also adab, good manners, to care for people, to make them look good and healthy. When I looked too thin in people's perceptions, neighbors might believe that I did not like the food or was sick or being mistreated. Thus, questions about whether I was becoming fatter or losing weight were very common topics of daily conversations. During my visits, I tried to conform to some behavioral norms, which included following a dress code that was more or less characteristic of women in South Yemen. In practice, this meant that I put on an abaya and headscarf on my way to Yemen, either changing my clothing in the airplane or during a stopover. Initially, I rarely wore the niqab in South Yemen, also called a burqa. However, due to the increasingly difficult security situation in recent years, I did begin wearing the face veil. Yet nobody ever asked or forced me to wear it. My family thought it would be a burden for me to wear it and that breathing under it could be difficult for me in the heat. However, these concerns were not applied to my female relatives, who all wear the face veil today. This new veiling practice 40 was introduced, primarily by young women, at the end of the 1990s and the beginning of the 2000s. Today, most are fully dressed in abaya adorned with fancy embroidery and sparkling plastic stones, burqa, khimar, gloves, and black stockings. 35 Some South Yemeni women began to veil for religious reasons, others adapted to the perceptions and veiling practices from North Yemen, and still others were insulted by members of the Islamic Islah Party and were afraid to be denounced as opponents of Yemeni unity after the 1994 war. Adani women were discomfited by the sometimes hostile scrutiny of the more conservative northerners. Dahlgren estimates that in 2005 about 90% of women in Aden wore the niqab. This percentage has increased since then, and by 2015, at the time of my last field work, less than 5% of women in Aden did not veil their faces. Despite this, the city is seen as an open and permissive place, especially by people from rural areas. To encounter women's uncovered faces in rural streets is nearly impossible today. The only exceptions are a few elderly women who have never covered their faces. In public, people have an eye on others' proper comportment, particularly their veiling practices and clothing. In 2014, I asked a female relative to shorten my abaya to knee length. I was tired of cleaning it every day. Because of its length, it would drag in the dirt of the street. When I wore my shortened abaya, I was thought peculiar by some people who could then see the lower portion of my colored pants. A young male interview partner once asked me whether people in Germany dress this way. A female relative refused to leave the house with me when I was dressed in the short abaya. I later returned to wearing the long abaya to avoid causing a sensation. I would not have had to manage such perceptions in the PDRY of the 1980s. Then women walked in streets in skirts or trousers and blouses, without any veiling. Those women who did veil in the past generally wore the shidr, a long black piece of fabric that covers one from head to feet but is held together in the hand or by the mouth. In PDRY times, some women wore it when outdoors to protect their skin from the sun, but they took it off inside buildings or offices. In contrast, today no women remove their veiling garments in public places, and only elderly women in mostly rural areas wear the shidr when they visit neighbors and friends. One must now follow a dress code even in the privacy of one's home, particularly when the household includes multiple generations of males and 41. Females. As a form of piety and proper comportment, women keep long colored headscarves nearby to cover themselves if a male relative other than their father, husband, brother, or son enters the same room. Today, closeness between relatives and family, kinship relations decide how much of a woman's body is visible to other men. In some cases, male relatives are not allowed to see any part of their female relatives, except their eyes under the burqa. Clothing and veiling practices in and outside the house have changed dramatically with the socio-political transformations of the 1990s. What is considered proper and improper manners has also changed with these changing clothing practices. For young South Yemenis born after 1990, wearing clothes that differ even slightly from the current dress code elicits surprise, although their parents' generation dressed much more freely. Proper comportment and movement in public. The question of what is proper comportment extends to how people move in public. I once walked approximately 2 kilometers from Aden Mall to Aden's district of Kermaksar with a female relative, an act that astonished many people. Due to the heat, people normally do not walk such distances. Nevertheless, we decided to walk, taking a path near the sea that would become a proper corniche when construction was completed. When we passed some men sitting and chewing cat by the sea, my relative asked me whether we had made the right decision to walk that way. In her conception, it was not good manners to walk where men sit and chew cat. I told her that it was a public path for everybody and that we were not behaving in a bad way, we were simply walking from one place to another. Normally, restaurants are separated into family zones, where women and families sit, and men's areas, where only men eat. However, I had never seen any street marked for men or women only. Nevertheless, my relative still felt qualms about taking that path. Raised by a German mother in Germany, I sometimes am unaware of what good or bad manners might be in South Yemen, while my relative was probably more concerned about pious behavior or than other women would be. Thus, perceptions of what comprises good or bad comportment differ from person to person. On some issues, however, a consensus exists, as I learned when I had the chance to visit a male cat gathering without chewing myself to record a debate related to my research focus. Cat consumption is not considered proper by many South Yemeni women, particularly those of 42. Rural backgrounds, and far fewer women in South Yemen governorates consume cat than women in North Yemen, according to a 2006 World Bank assessment. 36 Mostly it was the female heads of household who condemned cat use, because it is expensive and does not improve family well-being. Moreover, chewing cat with persons of the other sex from outside one's family is seen as highly inappropriate. After my attendance at the cat session, a female relative expressed worry that people would gossip if they learned of my presence there, that gossip would then reflect badly on the women in our family. However, as the 2006 data showed, some women from Aden do chew cat, and I observed that, in some intellectual female circles, women chew, discuss politics, and listen to music. In contrast, cat consumption among Abiani women, whether in Abian or Aden, is not accepted at all. In 2009, during a wedding party in Abian, I observed that only female Hujur musicians took cat to stay awake through the night's events. Thus, even entrenched gender norms related to good manners can vary, according to the social status of a person. Generally, women keep a very strict eye on their fellow women. Societal control of each other's behavior and of each one's adherence to specific norms and values is part of daily life. Women thus signify a moral authority and contribute to maintaining and managing the family's respectability. For example, relatives in my neighborhood proudly informed me that the owner of the house where I lived had complimented them on my good manners and respectability. In the South Yemeni context, I did not plan to meet men with whom I was not closely related, but it became necessary to do so for my research. My young male interview partners shared the same concerns that I had and seemed unsure how to behave with a woman in an interview situation. It was necessary to ensure that all the interviews took place in a highly respectable environment in order not to damage my family's and my respectability. In 2015, I met with the leaders of the General Southern Teachers and Educators Union, who were supportive of the Southern movement. At Alarud Square's tent city in Aden 37, I had asked the chairperson to meet at another location that I thought would be safer and quieter, but he refused, saying that I should come to the square to see the ordinary people. I accepted his suggestion. 43. And interviewed him in the union's tent on the square. We sat on mattresses the members had put on the ground for sleeping and sitting. Someone pulled open all sides of the tent so that people in the street could see us. In that way, the men took care of my families and my respectability. They knew that it is not good manners for a woman to sit in a tent with foreign men, and they knew that rumors would have dogged us if the tent had been closed. They offered me lemonade and tried to make the interview as comfortable as possible for me, because I was their guest. With my bicultural background and having lived most of my life in Germany, I retained a certain role flexibility in Yemen. I had a certain distance from customs and gender role conceptions, and nobody expected me to fulfill them as perfectly as a woman raised in South Yemen. However, South Yemeni women do not have such flexibility. They are obliged to adhere to gender norms to maintain their family's respectability. I was probably a thorn in some people's sides as an unmarried woman meeting male interviewees and attending demonstrations, which some families do not consider good comportment for women. Yet whenever I attended any demonstration by the Southern movement, any gathering in the streets, or any workshop, I felt respected and well treated by male activists. Women serve as members of organizational preparatory teams and play an important role in organizing demonstrations and gatherings. When I was dropped off by a minibus on a side street near a mass demonstration on May 21, 2014, which commemorated the declaration of disengagement when al-Bid proclaimed the establishment of the Democratic Republic of Yemen in 1994, I had to pass through a crowd of men to reach the place near the stage that had been cordoned off for women. It was an area with chairs reserved for women. I had only to make a waggling hand signal to announce to the masses of male protesters that I wanted to pass through. The men shouted Herma, Herma, 38, and a path was opened for me between them all the way to the women's area. Another sign of respect for women that men show is to walk next to them during protest marches, but at an appropriate distance. They hold hands to form a human fence, which separates men and women, thereby giving women safe conduct during their protest march. However, on one occasion, after an evening gathering in the street, 2 men in their 30s followed me to the bus. One of them sat next to me and harassed me by moving closer and closer. I then moved closer and closer to the woman next to me, until I was squeezed between them. Finally, I told 44. The man to give me more space. When I disembarked, the men grinned at me with satisfaction out of the window. I had never seen them before in any public gathering and had the feeling that they only came to harass women active in the movement and discourage them from participating in demonstrations. Such incidents, which happened to me only once, are narrated in many South Yemeni families. People say that intelligence agents mingle in mass demonstrations to spy on and to harass women. Many people believe that attending demonstrations is dangerous, especially for women, and they keep their female relatives at home. Thus, most of those who participate in demonstrations are men. Discrepancies between progressive ideas and conservative attitudes. Gender inequalities are being actively reproduced in South Yemen. These inequalities and their reproduction reach from the state level, as seen in the example of the textbook or in the Personal Status Law of 1992, to the private level of the family. However, women's rights and emancipation play a decisive role in the Southern movement's self-image as a progressive actor. These perceptions are based on accomplishments concerning women's empowerment that were achieved during PDRY times. Thus, a gap exists between the positive retrospective views of the PDRY and the desire to regain an independent state that promotes women's rights and emancipation, on the one hand, and the persistent reproduction of gender inequalities by society, on the other hand. As my examples show, social togetherness in South Yemen is largely characterized by questions of respectability and proper comportment of an individual interlinked with the family's reputation. Being conspicuous is not well perceived, does not correspond to proper comportment, and, finally, can reflect negatively on the reputation of one's family. Thus, few become champions of change, because social pressure and control are strong, especially in regard to women, who play a key role in upholding the social standing of the family. Women participate in reproducing the system that constrains them. I repeatedly observed that older South Yemenis who lived in the PDRY were often much more open-minded and more liberal than young people who grew up after unification. Dahlgren describes how young women adapted to the spirit of the time after unification. While their mothers of the revolutionary generation of the 1970s and 1980s were 45. Educated, worked outside the home, and were sometimes active in politics, their children, the young generation of the 1990s, shaped by economic and moral uncertainties, were influenced by the new veiling phenomenon, and many preferred to get married and stay at home with children. The new veiling practices also discouraged many women from leaving the home as often, and segregation became part of daily life. A person's sex, age, family background, rural or urban origin, and life experience all have an impact on ideas of gender roles, morality, and comportment, as well as on how important questions of gender/equality are for him or her. However, these new gender ideals after unification were supported by several factors. After unification, women suffered setbacks under an increasingly powerful neo-Islamist current and deepening economic recession. Conservative ideas arrived in Aden with the influx of returnees from the Gulf in the early 1990s and proponents of militant Islam returning from Afghanistan. Furthermore, the end of the PDRY led throughout the 1990s to a manifest religious revival, of which the emergence of Salafism was one among the many manifestations. Salafism spread through a network of religious institutes, mosques, and bookshops across the country, competing with traditional variants of Islam, such as Zaydism in the northern highlands and Sufism in South Yemen. 39 Salafism has become popular among young people, providing them a feeling of empowerment and the opportunity to differentiate themselves from their elders. Generational differences and conflicts have emerged in families between the more liberal older siblings, who were principally socialized in the PDRY, and their younger conservative siblings. In addition, the neo-Islamist current influenced schooling, religious subjects, and conservative and Islamist curricular content became dominant after unification, particularly when the Islah Party controlled the Ministry of Education after the war in 1994. These different factors supporting new gender ideals after unification were probably facilitated by the fact that the laws and accomplishments of the PDRY concerning women's emancipation were not always as far-reaching, especially in rural areas, as activists of an older age remember or young people believe today. The progressive laws. 46. And provisions of the PDRY addressing the legal status of women were honored in Aden more than in rural areas. For example, it is striking that, although the PDRY was seen as a role model for women's emancipation in the Arab world of the 1970s and 1980s, far fewer women studied abroad than men, and those who did came primarily from Aden. At the time of my field research, many activists of the Southern movement were too young to have experienced the time before unification. They have only known a time characterized by religious conservatism, where even a slight variance in dress code arouses a great fuss. Thus, 3 decades after unification, morality and ideals of proper comportment have changed and conservative ideas hold sway in South Yemen, despite people having positive views of the PDRY for its support of women's empowerment. This contradiction becomes most visible in today's gender comportment and inequalities. Already before the 2015 war, a culture of terror, the permanent, massive, and systematic use of violence and threat against the masses and subordinated communities as a means of political and social control by elites or the state or both to maintain social inequality and the politico-economic status quo has established a state of collective fear in South Yemen. In my interview with novelist, sociologist, Southern Movement activist, and women's rights campaigner Huda Al-Atas, she stressed the dimension of lived experiences of insecurity and violence in daily life. In Al-Dhali, a province north of Aden, there was a brutal attack, a criminal assault by the occupation regime, a war by the state against its citizens. Southerners began to defend themselves. But the weapons of ordinary citizens cannot compete with the warplanes and tanks of the regime. The Yemeni regime is waging systematic war against the south, and not only in Hadramaut or in Al-Dhali. The fighting in Abiyan is part of it as well. Parts of the army acquiesce to the presence of Al-Qaeda. Cells of Al-Qaeda exist inside the army itself. High-ranking officers, like Ali Musin, 40 have ties to Al-Qaeda. But this so-called Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula is artificial. It works with the Yemeni regime to construct the image that the south is full of terrorists and Islamists. 47. Many in South Yemen had already lived under warlike conditions or witnessed regional wars and insurgencies before the official beginning of the 2015 war. These experiences fueled the discourse that the Yemeni regime is waging systematic war against the south and has supported Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. The difficult circumstances in South Yemen before 2015 have had an impact on claims for an independent state and been among the factors driving the independence struggle, because people believe that life pre-unification was stable and secure and that this stability and security can only be restored by an independent southern state. The following accounts 41 give insights into the perceived collective threat as the impetus for action, into people's everyday struggles for survival, and how daily feelings of insecurity and threats have shredded the social fabric while solidarity between people has strengthened the cohesion of neighborhoods, friends, and activists of the Southern movement. Rumors, mistrust, and undercover agents. In Aden, I observed that people buy fruits and vegetables without paying for them, accumulating debt in the street shops that exist in every quarter of every district. In my neighborhood, I had the sense that I was the only person to pay the fruit and vegetable seller at the time of purchase. It never seemed to be a problem for the vendor to give merchandise on credit, even though the small shop offered a fresh supply of fruits and vegetables every day. Before 2015, people in Aden asserted that many of the fruit and vegetable sellers were, in fact, undercover agents of the intelligence service, because most came from North Yemeni governorates, such as Taiz. This rumor was widespread and treated as truth. I initially had doubts whether the fruit seller in our neighborhood was an undercover agent and simply thought that people loved to speculate and spread rumors. Nevertheless, because I was unsure and afraid of potential danger, I later tried to avoid passing by his shop, taking other routes to avoid a possibly undercover agent and a feasible threat for me, a researcher studying the highly polarizing topic of the independence struggle. Later, my neighbors told me that many weapons had been found in his shop when war broke out in Aden in 2015. They thus felt vindicated that he had been an undercover agent. In moments of uncertainty, rumors can pose as knowledge or be treated as knowledge, however, they are equivocally 48. Manufactured. Their source, emergence, duration, and reason for onset are unknown, which in turn produces new rumors. Rumors thus comprise complicity, conspiracy, and intentionality in situations for which there had been no previous practice or forethought and, hence, can force people into action. In times of crisis, people rely on competing and conflicting rumors to construe events and happenings, because they are the only source of information given the lack of credible news and media. In the example of the fruit seller, the community treated him like a leper, because he was the only North Yemeni in the neighborhood and because of speculation about his true intentions. In this respect, the social production of rumor is the social production of collective experience in the absence of wide-scale social credibility. Rumors and mistrust enforce and increase suspicion in the society. For example, during a Southern Movement demonstration in the Crater District in 2014, a young woman linked her arm with mine. I thought that she was an activist. After a while, however, a woman from the movement screamed at us, wanting to know who had brought us to the protest. I had been brought by a relative well known among the other protesters, but this young woman could not explain to which of the demonstrators she was tied and who had granted her entrance. The woman from the movement accused her of being a spy. Later, activists explained to me that some young women originating from North Yemen try to mingle among the crowds at Southern Movement protests to spy on it. A culture of terror and fear. The Manichaean discourse on the war on terror reordered the world into secure and dangerous zones, legitimizing the use of violence and often the use of mass violence. Added to the existing political, economic, and societal fragmentation in Yemen that has led to extreme humanitarian suffering, the United States has been engaged in a sustained campaign of drone attacks in Yemen since 2009. 42 South Yemeni governorates, such as Shabwa and Abiyan, became primary drone targets at this time, because the United States and the Saleh regime suspected that AQAP cells were located there. One of the first drone targets, hit on December 17, 2009, was a small settlement in the village of Al-Majala in Abiyan, suspected of being an AQAP training camp. The number of reported casualties ranged from 55 to 58, and most of the victims were local women and children. According to Taylor, reporting in Human Rights Watch, the U.S. government has never publicly acknowledged the Al-Majala killings. Soon after that drone strike, I visited Abiyan to attend a wedding party. Everyone there was talking about the destruction and killings at Al-Majala. However, it was only later that I truly understood how these drone strikes feed people's feelings of insecurity and fear and how these feelings affect their everyday lives. In the course of the Yemeni Spring in 2011, state security services were withdrawn from entire regions, such as Abiyan, to support the inter-elite struggle in Sana'a. At the beginning of 2011, Ansar al-Sharia, a group linked to AQAP, used the security vacuum to establish its own wilaya Abiyan in the governorate's capital, Zinhabar, and the Amira Wakar in the nearby town of Jaar. This group waged war against the remnants of the Yemeni army, which finally defeated it in June 2012 with the help of popular committees that had been founded in 2011 to fight Ansar al-Sharia. After that, Ansar al-Sharia officially left the region. 43 As with most armed conflicts, the residents of Abiyan, living in the midst of the warring parties, suffered the most from the fighting and destruction. Around 200,000 people fled the region during this period. People often told me that they feared Ansar al-Sharia and its violent actions, which they perceived as indiscriminate. A middle-aged woman and mother of 5 children, who had fled with her family from Abiyan's capital, Zinhabar, told me what happened when Ansar al-Sharia overtook the entire region and conflict began. We thought that this matter is simple. We said that it is a minor issue. We did not expect it to mount to this degree. We were waiting until we saw that there is no benefit to stay. Enough. Troops came. The shelling by Saudi warplanes intensified above us. Then we said it is enough, and we left when we saw the death in front of us. There was no state. 44 They all fled. Ansar al-Sharia took over everything. After the region was liberated, I visited my relatives in Abiyan that August. This was the first time I experienced US drones overhead and realized how frightening and annoying the buzzing can be. In my visit, I would usually accompany my grandparents to see their animals in the morning and to help. 50. Clean the stable and feed them. One morning, We heard a drone buzzing overhead but could not locate it in the sky. My grandparents looked at each other, and I could see from their expressions how scared and worried they were. They unintentionally transmitted their fears and feelings of insecurity to me. In such moments, rumors and speculations circulate quickly. Where is the drone going? Where will it wreak havoc? People can only hope that it will pass them by. When targeting, and not spying, on the region was the aim of the drone, in many cases it was not clear for days or weeks exactly who died, nor was the regime in Sana'a keen to make known the human collateral damage of the drone program that the government supported. Rather, it tried to cover up the number of civilian casualties. Thus, accounts of vanished people and corpses were met by state silence. One night during my visit to Augustin in 2012, some followers of the Ansar al-Sharia came to the village to seek refuge. At the same time, U.S. drones flew over the village to find them. The entire village was alarmed by the presence of the Ansar al-Sharia and feared that drones would hit them. At the same time, the villagers did not dare force Ansar al-Sharia to leave, because its members were known to use violence against their opponents. I had the same strange, sick feeling as everyone around me, a kind of mortal fear in the moment that was overwhelming and difficult to express. It is hard to imagine how people can survive months and years living with this uncertainty and fear of death. Yet, according to Green, routinization allows people to live in a chronic state of fear with a facade of normalcy at the same time that terror permeates and shreds the social fabric. Thus, fear became a chronic condition. I often wondered why South Yemenis were so eager to film and photograph dead bodies and disseminate these pictures or videos via social media. I once showed a video of a dead child, half of its cranium lost in a bomb blast in 2015 during the Yemen war, to a friend, a pediatrician, in Germany. My friend was nauseated by this video. However, it was not the open cranium that upset him, but the fact that people did not respect the dignity of the dead person by filming the body. He asked me why people make such videos, and I answered him, in order that people like you might learn about the situation in South Yemen and the suffering of the people there. In this moment, I answered the question I had already asked myself about why South Yemenis film and photograph dead people. The friend kept silent. By distributing such videos and photographs, people provide evidence of the violence taking place, informing each other and, more importantly, people. 51. Abroad about the injustices, brutality, and human rights violations caused by violence and conflict committed by state security services or insurgent groups such as AQAP or the Houthis. Countering everyday violence in an environment of activism, friendship, and the expression of solidarity are ways of coping with fear in a context of continuous insecurity and danger. The regiment writes, friendship is an important humanistic method in times of crisis. Through friendship we can show our solidarity with people in difficult political and economic circumstances. I further suggest that long-lasting friendships, relationships with relatives, and the expression of solidarity are methods of survival in times of political turmoil in which the entire social fabric is beginning to be destabilized through fear and danger. Conducting research in South Yemen and being close to many people can bring familiarity and joy, as well as concurrent mourning and affliction. I became personally involved in the conflict when some of my close friends and relatives were violently assaulted. People also told me about activists who had been murdered in the first years of the Southern movement, including a young man from my extended family. The man was killed on the rooftop of his house in Augustin while chewing cat in the evening. The police never solved his case, like many other such cases. For my relatives, it was clear that he was killed by the security or intelligence services, because of the inconsistent explanations about the reasons for his death. In another example, state security forces jailed Southern movement activist Zahra Solah Abdullah 5 times before she was attacked with a grenade, suffering serious leg injuries, on April 3, 2014, in Al-Tawahi. It will probably never be known who was behind this attack. During her stay in an Adani hospital, I visited Zara and gave her the customary health donation to show solidarity and support her treatment. I later returned with a female relative who also wanted to give a monetary donation. The majority of South Yemenis lack health insurance, thus, families, friends, and neighbors help the injured or ill person pay for hospital bills and medical treatment. Such a donation is a form of solidarity, and the amount a person gives is normally recorded in a notebook. 45 Zara had to fly to India, where her leg was eventually amputated, and needed donations to finance her treatment. In December 2014, I called Professor Zain Muhsin Al-Yazidi, a scholar from the University of Aden, to inform him that I was coming to Aden in 52. January 2015. Both he and his family had become my friends, and he was happy to hear of my return and offered to pick me up from the airport. We were both looking forward to meeting again to discuss over tea all that had happened in the month since my last visit. The morning after our phone conversation, I saw his death notice on Facebook. He had been killed during a protest, only hours after we spoke. Southern movement activists believe that the tear gas used by state security forces against him was poisoned with cyanide. 46 witnesses state that blood came out of his eyes and nose. As with the relative killed on the rooftop, no investigation took place. An image of a tear gas cylinder is attached to his martyr placard with the notation, "Martyr by means of toxic gases." Such martyr placards and flyers are made for people believed to have been murdered by the security or intelligence services because of their involvement in the independence struggle. When I returned to Aden in January 2015, the first thing I did was to visit his family to express my condolences and solidarity. In February 2015, Southern movement activists asked vendors to close their shops until 2 p.m. every Monday. This act of civil disobedience was a form of resistance against the Sana'a regime and the perceived North Yemeni domination in the south. A North Yemeni vendor refused to close his shop when asked to do so by an activist, a relative from my extended family. Instead, he shot my relative in the head. After desperate attempts to save the man at the hospital, he died. People also extended their condolences to me, although I had never personally met the murder victim. It was tragic that a person died for merely asking a vendor to close his shop until the afternoon. I was upset to see how much another relative I was close to suffered while he was collecting treatment donations, his face tear-stained from mourning his friend and relative. Whenever something negative, frightening, or violent happened in Aden or the country, one relative whom I often visited would pray with her misbah. Whenever I went to her house to see her and found her praying with the misbah, I knew that she was really worried. The misbah prayers were a coping strategy for her to overcome her sorrows and fear. The neighborhood also became a space for coping with feelings of insecurity and the violence occurring outside the house. Sitting together watching Bollywood soaps with the women of the neighborhood was one of these strategies to forget about the uncertainty of the future. Despite distractions like weddings, engagement parties, and parties celebrating the end of a postpartum confinement period, when we listened to loud and 53. Lively music and all danced together discussions of politics and rumors about the shambles the country was in were on the daily agenda of conversations with family, friends, and neighbors. The massive impact of fear, threat, and insecurity burdened me, but even more so those who did not have the chance to leave as I did. Witnessing enormous brutality and injustice, people become more polarized, and the social fabric further disintegrates, which not only influences social interactions in daily life but also strengthens solidarity among the people and mobilization for an independent state. 55. Southern movement became known not only through its demonstrations, protests, and strikes but also through its many activists who wrote in newspapers and social media about the negative effects of unification on society. The term for these people is Nashid or Nashida. Their resistance is visible because they express it through overt acts. However, covert acts of resistance often do not receive sufficient attention due to their hiddenness, nor do unintentional forms of resistance, in which actors do not intend to resist or are not aware of the act as resistance. A broad interpretation of manifold forms of resistance encompasses a wide range of different actors engaged in intergenerational resistance that go far beyond the nashid/a. This chapter uses this broad definition to hone in on actors, who, by exercising different forms of resistance, are involved in the daily dissemination of the independence struggle in South Yemen. All these actors are driven by the perception of injustice, the awareness of violations of their civil and social rights, and the experience of repression in personal and community life. These experiences and perceptions mobilize them to resist the unity narrative intentionally or unintentionally. Drawing from participant observations and interviews conducted during my fieldwork, I explore 4 types of actors distinguished according to their intent, where they transmit the counter-narrative, and the means they use to disseminate subversive content. These 4 types are the street activist, the multiplying activist, the unintentional activist, and the home activist. From a social movement perspective, many of the activist categories I define would be labeled supporters of the movement rather than activists. However, I chose to label them activists because, through their active involvement in intergenerational resistance, they have a very crucial impact. 2. 56. On the independence struggle and its continuation, and thus play a similar role to activists in the street, even without being visibly in public. This broad conceptualization of resistance helps explain why and how the Southern movement and the struggle for independence have grown so rapidly and gained such vast popularity among South Yemenis in less than a decade. The street activist. Street activists are active in public. In South Yemen, people refer to them as Nashid Maidani, which refers to all those who take overt action in protests, mass demonstrations, and street gatherings in revolution squares. The street activist is cause-oriented, advocating in public for the Southern cause and independence and resisting the unity narrative. By engaging in collective actions in public places, street activists have directed the attention of young people, in particular, to the Southern cause and the independence claims. In 2007 to 2008, when the Southern movement emerged, we were in the last year, and we witnessed the demonstration of July 7. The retirees initiated the first demonstration of the Southern movement. We participated in it. We finished our examinations on that day, were exams, and went directly to the square. We witnessed the repression. In this excerpt, Najib, a journalist and activist in his early 30s from Lahij, explains how he was affected by the first demonstrations in 2007 and 2008 made up of forced retirees. The attraction of these demonstrations was so strong that he, together with his fellow university students, joined the protests. In 2014, Aisha, a student, activist, and freelance journalist, lived in Al-Mu'alla, a stronghold of the Southern movement. She was born in 1993, shortly after unification. She shared with me a similar experience to that of Najib. 57. When 2011 began, I did not move out. I lived a normal life. A president came, a president left. We lived in a system of studying, getting up from sleep, going to work, to school. We were used to this president, and we were used to there being no change. Corruption, corruption. If you work or not, you were not able to change anything. However, when the revolution began, we moved out with the people. I saw, yes, it is possibly, my dear. I participate. Nothing prevented me from participation. There was no fear, no pressures from my home. Nothing prevented me from participation. In 2011, I participated in a demonstration for the first time. It was a normal demonstration as those that take place on Thursdays or Mondays. The first mass demonstration was on January 13, 2012, in which I participated, in which people were oppressed. This woke me up more, and I knew I would continue. We did not commit a crime. Aisha became an activist in 2011, when the Arab Spring arrived in South Yemen and spurred mass mobilization. At that point, the Southern movement developed a new, revolutionary dimension. People became courageous enough to move to the streets in droves. Like Najib, Aisha witnessed violence against protesters, an experience that ensured she would continue to be part of the independence struggle. The perceived collective threat woke up more and was the impetus for her action. Tariq, an activist in his 20s who grew up in a family of YSP politicians from Shabway, explained how he was also impressed by the demonstrations of the Southern movement in his hometown and thus became involved. All the forces of the Southern movement gathered in our region, our district, from Radfan, Al-Dali, Al-Mara, and Hadramaut, all of them with us. This was my first participation back then. I was in the final year of high school. It was the first time that I left school and went there to participate. I had the sense that there is something, our cause, our suffering, our political bearing, our dreams, everything. Afterwards, my activism became stronger. Soon after, I moved to Aden. As soon as someone starts with something, he finds himself part of it, of his interests. That is what happened to me. 58. Tariq draws an explicit connection between his first participation in demonstrations and his current activism. These demonstrations led him, like other young people, to engage in the Southern movement. Were the older activists aware of their impact on young people's mobilization? Amira, a middle-aged unionist and street activist, as well as the mother of three, described her intentions when demonstrating as follows. We moved out to the square for the purpose of this youth, one for this generation who was born after unification. Because they do not know the life in dignity and in freedom. We worry about them. Not one day goes past in which you do not give them an opinion about any topic from the past. Amira explained to me that the reason why members of earlier generations, those who lived during the era of the PDRY, publicly demonstrated in the squares was to tell the youth how great life was then and how great life could become again in a future independent state. Thus, young and old gather in public with a common goal, to change the political and social situation in South Yemen. Intergenerational transmission as a form of articulating protest is a tactic in the repertoire of collective action that street activists use to contest the unity narrative and disseminate independence claims. Student activists who organize collective action on university campuses, members of Southern trade unions, especially the General Southern Teachers and Educators Union, and the Southern Sharia Committee for issuing fatwas and guidance, to around a dozen preachers who preach the Friday sermon in Revolution Squares, are all street activists. This activist category also includes party sympathizers or members of the YSP or the Party of the League of the Sons of South Arabia who participate in collective action. The category of the street activist can overlap with that of the multiplying activist. The multiplying activist. The multiplying activist holds a public position as an intellectual, university lecturer or professor, student leader, journalist, religious personality, civil society actor, leader of the Southern movement, local NGO staff, leading party figure, or former party member of the YSP. They use this position. 59. To multiply or disseminate certain attitudes and ideas by giving public lectures in workshops or squares, using social media, publishing articles in newspapers, and so on. South Yemenis call such a person a nashitsi yasi. Multiplying activists act intentionally and consider themselves as activists in the Southern movement but are less focused on attending gatherings in revolution squares or street demonstrations than are street activists. Multiplying actions are no less effective than street actions because they can reach much larger numbers of people, given that this form of activism often involves the extensive and frequent use of media and the internet to disseminate the call for independence. For example, a journalist can attend a talk about Southern grievances held by a university lecturer in a revolution square and write about the event in a local newspaper the next day. The news may also disseminate online. The following examples illustrate the diversity of the multiplying activists. 2.1. Activists at the mass demonstration in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Declaration of Disengagement from North Yemen in 1994. 60. University personnel, student activists, civil society, and the role of local NGOs, researchers, university lecturers, politicians and thinkers gave us the idea what the Southern movement is. Some of them read in workshops. Even in the Southern media. I explained the idea to the unions. Najib, interview in Al-Habilain, April 2014. In this interview, Najib emphasized the crucial role that researchers, university lecturers, politicians, and thinkers have played in transmitting the independence struggle to the population. Kennedy and Sunni conceptualize such intellectuals as active agents in propagating the values of the nation, disciplining the people internally, and enforcing the rules and boundaries of the constituent people. They provide new visions and languages that project a new set of social, cultural, and political possibilities. The level of consciousness and perceptions differ from person to person. There are some students, some young people, who know the Southern cause. They were highly conscious already before 2007. I have been personally highly conscious of the Southern cause since 1994. I remember, when I was a child, I saw the shells that were fired on my region and on the place where we lived. Therefore, in our remembrance, we remember this. We have this background. In addition, there are young people who did not face it, and they do not meet anyone who tells them about the war and the state. He is belated in these issues. The workshops and lectures began belated. However, in 2007, it was not possible to organize a workshop. Individually, a person either in the university or outside of the university spoke to students about the Southern cause. The realization and the matter began. There was a lot of repression. With the development and expansion of the Southern Revolution, all means, such as workshops, conferences, and newspapers, came into being. There is not only Al-IM today, but also more than 3 to 4 newspapers. Everything that was written extended and enhanced the revolution and the means of consciousness. The consciousness is raised, and the things that made people and the youth lack consciousness did not survive. 61. Because the majority learned about what the occupation is. According to Salman, a student activist from the University of Aden who was born in the early 1990s in Al-Dali, young people's consciousness of the Southern cause depends on their access to information about it. Young people's awareness of the independence struggle and their political socialization can be heightened by hearing and learning about older people's recollections of the past. For Salman, who grew up in an area close to the North Yemeni border, the war in 1994 was a key childhood experience. However, the intensity of fighting in 1994 differed from region to region, so other young people of his age might not have experienced the war in the same way. Therefore, knowledge of the past is shared in workshops and lectures held by intellectuals, academics, and civil society actors that focus on the ramifications of the 1994 war. However, Salman admitted that it was only after 2011 that overt discussion of the Southern cause in public workshops and lectures became possible, because the political situation had changed. This was also the moment when academics and intellectuals began openly addressing the Southern cause in newspapers. Through my observations and interviews, I discovered that intellectuals in South Yemen not only offer new visions based on selected historical memories and interpretations of experiences from the past in their lectures or writings, but they also have an enormous impact on students and young people in general. For example, in 2014 and 2015, faculty and students in the colleges of the University of Aden were divided between pro-Southern movement and pro-government. The colleges of economics and administration, medicine, and engineering were well known at the time for being strongholds of Southern movement supporters. Their faculty favored independence and were willing to oppose authorities. I remember that in one course I attended at the university in 2014, the pro-Southern movement lecturer told the students that the city was green and clean in the past and that Ali Abdullah Saleh and General Ali Muhsin al-Amir had stolen South Yemeni resources. Such lecturers played a crucial role in mobilizing students in their classes. They also supported students in acting collectively for independence on their college campuses. In contrast, in colleges under the control of faculty close to the government, those actions were suppressed. 62. In a group discussion in April 2014 with University of Aden student activists in their 20s, Haider and Faris, who originated from Abiyan and the Yafi regions, respectively, described how students organized collective action in the university. Haider began with the Southern movement in 2007. Before we began studying in the college, students already organized demonstrations in colleges. The presidency of the university expelled them from the colleges. Faris, they stopped them from their studies. Haider, the students began with the beginning of the Southern movement, however, we have started this organization in 2011. Students like Faris and Haider used multiple avenues of protest to disseminate claims for independence. Like the activist university lecturers, they also resisted openly or covertly the authorities at their university, making the University of Aden a space of contestation. Since 2011, many new local civil society and non-governmental organizations have been created in South Yemen. I observed that many female NGO staff, many of them unmarried or divorced, childless, or with adult children, actively campaigned for social change. Although most NGO personnel did not advocate as activists of the Southern movement in their official capacities, they often used either Southern movement rhetoric or lamented what they perceived to be the good old days in the PDRY, and there were some who did consider the work for their NGO to be part of the independence struggle. The boundary between civil society activism and political Southern movement activism was often blurred in the years before 2015. In addition to engaging in political activism, intellectuals or civil society actors, some of them from local NGOs, regularly spoke in revolution squares about what they perceived to be negative cultural and social habits, such as cat chewing, that they believed became part of South Yemeni social life only after unification. They characterized cat chewing as a North Yemeni custom, negative and alien to South Yemeni culture. In the PDRY, cat use was restricted, but when legislation restricting its consumption was abolished after unification and consumption was legalized, it flourished. In many of their public lectures, I often heard these actors try to encourage their audience to break with perceived North Yemeni habits. Some NGOs also were invited into the schools to discourage cat chewing. In the information given to students, nostalgic notions of a better past seemed to be entangled with the dangers of cat and drug use. Thus, civil society actors, local NGOs, and university staff envisioned new values based on representations of the PDRY past, thereby propagating reinvented South Yemeni habits and identity. Local newspapers, most of them pro-independence mouthpieces, often supported the work of these actors by reporting about their events and lectures, thereby spreading this information to a larger audience. Young journalists and media makers, and the role of youth. My interviews and observations show that older people have some ambivalence about the role of young people in South Yemen. Before 2011, young people were often regarded as apolitical. I found in my fieldwork after 2011 that people regarded youth in one of two ways, either as troublemakers, open to corrupting influences, security threats, and susceptible to becoming terrorists because most of them were unemployed or had a poor education, or as active young people supporting the independence struggle. The Southern movement played a positive role in this dichotomy, absorbing and transforming the negative potential that could develop in a young person. However, young activists have a very different view of their role in the independence struggle. Consider my interview with Aisha in Aden in April 2014. Aisha, we are active in the context of the revolution. We are the youth who move out. We have dreams, or, correctly, we have the right. See, our age group is the strongest section in the revolution in the South. Maybe 50% is of the generation of unity, namely, those who are shaped by unification. Amira, what is the generation of unity exactly? Aisha, namely, our age. I was born in 1993. Many are like me, born for example in the years between 1990 and 1995. Namely, we do not know the past, how it was. We live now, in the context of unification. We see our elder relatives who are included and always encourage us. We see. 64. That there are differences. When you sit and compare, I live in this current time and do not receive my rights. The contrary to the past, we lived. Malcontent, we are maybe ruined. My dream is to study, to have dignity and to get my right, that nobody oppresses me. Aisha from Aden highlights that the generation of unity has been the strongest force in the Southern movement, even though when the regime in Sana'a used this term, it aimed to make Yemeni unity the space for creating the memory and identity of future generations. Aisha further states that she dreams of a better future, one of dignity and freedom. Her wishes and dreams are encouraged by elders who look at the past and share their positive representations of the PDRY with the young. The transmission of notions from the PDRY era is a dialogical and interactional process, in which the old talk about the past and the young reflect on their present day. 2.2. Young people at the mass demonstration in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the declaration of war against the South in 1994. 65. Situation. Dreaming of a better future, young people have thus become the most active group in the struggle for independence. See, concerning the Southern youth, I think that they are the generation who most suffered from unification during the last 23 years, those who are the age of around 30 and in their 20s. They are the ones who have suffered most since Yemeni unification. Or, like me. I am 33. For 24 years, we heard slogans of Yemeni unity. Unity will bring change. We were children. At the beginning, we were ingrained with this concept, we were young. However, when we lived the real ITY, and grew up with the real ITY, we saw that it was all an illusion: no studies, no state employment, no education, poverty, unemployment. The current generation is of the generation of unity. This generation became most influenced by unification. In revenge, they move out to the streets and reject it. We do not want to suffer, we do not want the older generations to suffer, and we do not want our children to suffer. I want my son to receive the best education. Majid, a journalist in his early 30s from Lahij, asserts that the ramifications of unification most negatively influenced the younger generations, thus, the promises of unity became a nightmare for the young. He states that young people have become active in the Southern movement to avenge themselves for the suffering caused by unification and, by so doing, take responsibility for older and younger generations. Thus, claims for independence are converted into an intergenerational project aimed at preventing the suffering from the ramifications of unification. How, though, is this revenge to be implemented? In 2007, I did not receive any state employment, so I turned to the field of media. We began producing when we saw that no media exists which communicates the suffering of the people. However, we saw that the situation and real ITY demanded from us to work on all fronts in order to carry the voice of the Southern citizen. Thus, we have changed automatically to the media field since the emergence of the Southern movement. Now we are media makers. 66. Najib told me that no media circulated the voice of the Southern citizen information about South Yemeni representations of the past and their marginalization after the war in 1994. Most of the journalists and media makers I met were born after unification and never experienced life in the PDRY. When they transmit their elders' accounts, they are thus reproducing news. To spread this information, they use social media. They attend workshops and lectures by intellectuals and write in newspapers about discussions in these lectures or cat gatherings. Aisha wrote articles for local newspapers, reporting about certain demonstrations, about tensions in her daily life, in streets, at university, or at work, and about the issue of martyrs. She also investigated the plundering of former PDRY research institutions in 1994. Engagement in journalism and media production gives young people a space for acting to enhance their influence on politics. I learned from an activist that the South Arabia Media Agency comprises some 400 South Yemenis from all around the world, most of whom are young, who write articles for a variety of local newspapers and online news websites. They also engage in social media activism. Before the massive conflict in South Yemen broke out in 2015, many of these journalists operated clandestinely, using pseudonyms. Although some income is generated through advertisements and sales, most of the funding for this network of writers comes from subscription fees and donations from primarily South Yemeni business people. In addition to writing original pieces, young journalists translate articles or media reports from German, English, Russian, and French into Arabic. Some of my own articles have been translated into Arabic and published in local newspapers without my permission or knowledge. During a trip to the market with a relative, I discovered a retranslated version of my interview with Huda Al-Addaz in the local newspaper Aden Al-Gad. I had previously published the interview in English. The interview hit the headlines and became the article of the day. When I returned to Aden in early 2015, I received an email from a relative in Abiyan, congratulating me on my article Where Werden We Dubai Sen, and commenting on it. I did not understand how he could have read my article, which had been published in German in December 2014 in a German magazine on the Middle East. A quick internet search found an Arabic translation of my article in almost every South Yemeni online newspaper. Aden Al-Gad published a print version a day later. 67. Searching the internet for the translator, I found that he was a young South Yemeni living in Switzerland. He had seen my article on the scientific platform Academia and translated it into Arabic. In that article, I presented Southern movement discourses on the perceived potential for economic development in an independent state. The translator, however, introduced my article as the first European study on the economic benefits of independence, an example of how multiplying activists reformulate and reinterpret certain texts, creating something new to advance the struggle for independence. In a very short time, the link to the original article integrated in the translated text received hundreds of clicks, according to Academia Analytics. These clicks probably came from South Yemeni communities all over the world, including Switzerland, Russia, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, the United States, Great Britain, Malaysia, India, and Djibouti. In the following days, I felt that the entire population of Aden and beyond had read and discussed this article. People commended me on it, though I thought that all information I had presented was common knowledge. However, I came to understand from the reactions to my articles that my academic output had effects inside the movement, becoming part of the reproduction and transmission of the independence struggle, thereby making me a multiplying activist. I came to realize that many people in South Yemen failed to distinguish between activism, journalism, and research. A South Yemeni who publishes on the Southern cause in newspapers or other publications is automatically considered a political activist. Indeed, many academics from the University of Aden and journalists are activists of the Southern movement, and lines cannot be neatly drawn between their work and their political engagement. In fact, it is considered a duty to promote an independent state, and I was expected to follow that same path, as a man expressed in a group discussion on how young people learn about the past. We thank our daughter Amira, and we, the Southerners, pride ourselves on having researchers on the Southern side. It gives us great glory and honor to deliver this PhD dissertation to the international community and to the peoples of the world defending people's liberty. 68. The diaspora's support for independence. The example of the young man in Switzerland who translated my article suggests that the diaspora has a significant multiplying effect for the Southern cause, although its activism does feature some particularities. The South Yemeni diaspora is huge in comparison to the relatively small population inside the country. In the past, traders from Hadramaut traveled the entire region of the Indian Ocean, establishing diaspora communities in East Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and Southeast Asia. South Yemeni communities, mainly originating from Aden, Yafai, and Al-Dali, existed in Great Britain long before the PDRY emerged. The Gulf states, primarily Saudi Arabia, and the United States also house significant communities of South Yemenis today. Most emigrants from the Middle East and North Africa, including South Yemenis, leave their home countries either because the state is unable to provide enough employment or because of political unrest and repression. These diasporas reproduce the same ethnic, cultural, religious, and regional disparities as found in the home country. Most South Yemeni expats agree with the goals of the independence struggle, support it financially, and hope to change the political situation in their home country by fostering independence. To that end, they lobby and advocate for South Yemen in their host countries, and the international community try to put pressure on foreign policy by organizing demonstrations, and spread news internationally from their countries of residence. They are very active abroad, are in regular exchange with those in other countries, and are well aware of happenings inside the country, as noted by Huda al-Adas. We have Qatars abroad, sons of the South, who are in exile, in the diaspora in Amira, in Great Britain, in Germany, in Egypt, in Arab states, those in Saudi Arabia. They may support the people of the South and transfer the cause to international forums of this scale. The diaspora is active in the resistance in two ways: they are engaged in directly publicizing the Southern cause in activities abroad, and indirectly support revolutionary actions and events in South Yemen by sending remittances. Suad Alawi, head of the local NGO Aden Center to Raise 69. Awareness of the risk of drugs, explained. Some of the expatriates abroad help us. They send some amounts for the center. From this money, we can reach out. Printing of information material, costs for traveling with the bus to far regions. Tariq from Shabway, in an interview in Aden, in January 2015, pointed out that the diaspora plays a crucial role in supporting collective action, such as the tent city on Al-Arud Square, which emerged in October 2014 and lasted until the war began in 2015. Amira, who supports the tent city in the square. How many months have people already been there? 3 months, since October? Tariq, 3 months and 15 days. Amira, since October 14th, right? Tariq, 4 months. Amira, who supports them? With food and everything? Tariq, support, Southern Capital, the expatriates, merchants. Amira, from Saudi Arabia. Tariq, from Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, from Qatar, from Amir, those from Yafai especially. Amira, the Hadarim as well? Tariq, ha. Amira, Hadarim. Tariq, Hadarim as well. Many, Hadarim and Yafai. They are the most. Amira, is there a tent city in Al-Muqalla now? Tariq, in Al-Muqalla? There is. Amira, is it similar? Tariq, the same like Aden. I went there and stayed 3-4 days in Al-Muqalla. Capital of the expatriates, the traders, they are the ones who support it. Al-Arud Square received more than 100 million or 130 million Yemeni Rial 3 until now that had been spent, since the sit-in began. 70. The many traders and businesspersons abroad, as well as merchants inside the country, are not visibly in demonstrations and gatherings in revolution squares. However, they operate in the background by sending remittances from abroad and providing money and goods from inside the country. On the Aden Live TV channel or in social media, South Yemenis often call for donations to support certain demonstrations or to cover travel expenses to mass events from rural areas to the city. These calls are mainly addressed to expatriates. In addition, a considerable amount of revolutionary music is produced in the diaspora. For example, the famous singer Abid Khawaja lived and performed for many years in the Gulf states. His songs promote independence and are played in most of the mass demonstrations and gatherings of the Southern movement. The diasporas reproduce Southern movement events. For instance, I attended an event to mark Eid al-Adha in Berlin in 2016. The celebration was a mix of festivities and political performances involving families, children, and students. The room in which it was held was decorated with the PDRY flag, and children had the flag painted on their faces and arms. Children were given presents, everybody ate a meal together, and young men danced South Yemeni dances to music by, among others, the singer Abid Khawaja. As is typical at certain Southern movement events, people were awarded certificates of appreciation for completing high school or university education. 4. Ahmed Omar bin Farid delivered a speech and informed attendees about the political situation in South Yemen. 5. He regularly produces videos disseminated in social media, sends Twitter messages, and publishes in the Arabic press. He is followed by almost 400,000 Twitter users. His speeches are influenced by the information he receives from South Yemen, and he has an impact on debates inside the country, because his videos and tweets are disseminated and discussed inside South Yemen as well. This festival provided a venue for South Yemenis in Germany to gather and exchange information about the situation inside the country. Such events help the expat community reinforce itself and perpetuate ties to the home country. Many participants have lived abroad for years or even decades. Yet the notion of being Southerners, as distinct from Northerners, has become a dominant idea among the diaspora. Interestingly, on the very day the festival was held, an article about it was published in local South Yemeni online media, which emphasized the deep connection between the 71 diaspora and its home country. Thus, there is an unprecedented direct informational output from insiders to expatriates, and vice versa. The independence struggle is strengthened by an enormous transnational network of multiplying activists. 6. In our conversations, many activists date the beginning of the South Yemeni uprising and resistance to 1994, after the war was lost. However, they explained to me that public and open resistance was limited then because the Soviet regime was considered strong enough to crush any kind of opposition. Thus, it was not until 2007 that the Southern movement emerged. In my conversation in January 2015 with 3 female activists held in the movement's tent set up in Al-Arud Square, the women described to me the difficulties in organizing collective action in the first years of the Southern movement. Abir, the Southern people have all been in favor of the Southern movement since its beginning, from the first day of its upheaval. Layla, but we have worked secretly. Abir, the Southern people were all in the Southern movement. All the Southern people were in the Southern movement. However, those who went to the square were those with courage. They began to move out. However, the people did not want. Layla, however, the people did not want the North, but they were not able to articulate it. Abir, yes, there was anxiety. Layla, afraid to catch you inside the house. Abir, repression. Fatima, arrests for the flag, it was not raised. Abir, difficult to carry the flag of the South in your hand. These women believed that all South Yemenis were and are in favor of the Southern cause and support the Southern movement. However, they admitted that many people were afraid to resist in the early years of the Southern movement. Fearing repression, they organized covert, secret. 72. Actions. Layla told me that when she participated in the very first public demonstrations of the movement, people labeled her as mad. This discussion indicates that opposition to and covert resistance against Yemeni unification and the corresponding narrative had existed long before the Southern movement took to the streets, but in an underground form. However, besides covert resistance, unwitting acts of opposition also exist. The group those in favor of the independence struggle but not being nashid often uses unintentional forms of resistance. They actively, but unwittingly, engage in transmitting the independence struggle and the counter-narrative in their daily communications, for example, lamenting the difficulty of their lives, recounting the suffering after the war in 1994, and nostalgically remembering life in the PDRY. They are resisting in secrecy and far from publicity. I consider unintentional activists to be non-collective actors who act in common, albeit often individually. They thus form a non-movement inside the Southern movement. Their quiet encroachment embodies the protracted mobilization of millions of detached and dispersed individuals and families who strive to enhance their lives in a lifelong collective effort that bears few elements of pivotal leadership, ideology, or structured organization. According to Byatt, non-movements share several characteristics. First, they tend to be action-oriented and rigorously quiet. It is the individual, instead of a united group, who makes the claims. The unintentional activist acts individually, being unaware that his or her unintentional opposition is a collective action. Second, actors in non-movements apply not a politics of protest but of practice, which is the daily unintentional dissemination of subversive memories. Finally, these practices are merged into those of everyday life. They are common practices of everyday life carried out by millions of people who albeit remain fragmented. Thus, the power of non-movements lies in the power of many non-collective actors simultaneously doing similar, though contentious, things. Khatib and Lust note that activism in the Middle East and North Africa can appear in overlooked spaces. The repressive and authoritarian regimes in the region force activism in the region to take place far outside the formal political parties, civil society organizations, and social movements that typically command attention. In this chapter, I address two groups of overlooked actors who unintentionally, incidentally, and often covertly resist the unity narrative by disseminating 73. Contested and subversive memories as an everyday form of resistance that is difficult to control, thereby having a strong impact on continuation of the independence struggle. Southern retirees, their families, and the transmission of marginalization. My father, my mother, the people, books, all those who speak. It would be wrong to tell you that only the house, my mother, I, and so on speak, rather, all people speak. You read books, news. Everywhere you feel it. You speak to someone, and he tells you we were. I worked in this, and now I am sitting at home. In the past, I traveled, today I do not have anything. Amira, interview in Aden, January 2015. Yemeni unification and the war in 1994, which resulted in large-scale marginalization and forced retirement, were formative historical events for many people in South Yemen. Using strong language, Amira, an NGO activist and lawyer in her early 30s, pointed out that forced retirees, those who are jealous and 7, have an impact on young people, because they disseminate in conversations their feelings of marginalization. Most of the people I met were either forcibly retired themselves or had a relative who was forced into retirement. They felt punished, unjustly treated, and betrayed by the elites of the Sana'a regime. These experiences were frequently mentioned not only in my interviews but also in daily communication with friends and neighbors or in street talk. Many segments of society had therefore internalized the claims of the Southern movement long before it emerged. They had resisted the unity narrative by often unwittingly sharing stories of the past in daily conversations. As symbols of South Yemeni exclusion from development and of the lack of economic opportunities since unification, forced retirees are the principal agents who, after the war in 1994, intergenerationally transmitted subversive memories that formed the basis for the hidden transcript and emergence of the Southern movement in 2007. They were also among the first protesters demonstrating their discontent in public. Because the experience of large-scale marginalization did not only affect those forced into retirement but also their descendants, there exists a 74. Connection between the forced retirees and the political mobilization of the younger generation in South Yemen. As an example, one young man in his late 20s told me that his father had been a soldier forced into retirement after the war in 1994. In 2014, he received a pension of 30,000 Yemeni rial. The young man complained that a North Yemeni would have received 3 times as much as his father. Because his father received so little money, he lost the family's home. After telling me the story, the young man then asked me how he could be in favor of unification, in light of the wrong done to his father. In another example, Amira told me that her mother had lost her job and was forced to stay at home soon after the war in 1994. During the war, a North Yemeni pilot seized the family's home in Aden, but because they had legal documents proving their ownership, they were able to take their case to court and regain their property. Amira later became an activist. Thus, the forced retirees' children became the core of the Southern movement. Their parents and relatives symbolized for them the injustice promoted by the Saleh regime. Parental unemployment, lack of money, and social insecurities unintentionally transmitted the marginalization of families to the young without the need for words. One afternoon, I was sitting in a mall speaking to young activists, when General Yunus, a forcibly retired army general from Abiyan in his 50s, heard us talking and came to sit with us. He began sharing his experiences of marginalization after the war in 1994 and his long fight for re-employment. He told us that many forced retirees were frustrated and had problems at home, becoming angry with their families because of the stress of not being able to support them well. Hearing our group of young activists spurred his resentment about what had happened to him in the past, and he began talking, thereby giving us the younger generation an understanding of his life and the negative consequences of Yemeni unification and the subsequent war. Our talk about the current independence struggle encouraged him to transmit representations of the past to us. Such interchanges often take place in everyday communications in South Yemen. People talk about perceived injustices, and by doing so, they often unintentionally transmit the wish to regain the state in South Yemen, because, in their narrations, the past appears much better than people's current situation. 75. Martyrs and the dissemination of the independence struggle. We sacrifice ourselves with our time, our houses, and sometimes with our blood. We sacrifice ourselves for the purpose of changing real ity. Ferris, Group Discussion in Aden, April 2014. Ferris, the student activist from the University of Aden, addresses here the significant issue of revolutionary martyrdom. He states that he and many others are prepared to sacrifice themselves for independence and to die as martyrs for the Southern cause. Young men especially are willing to sacrifice themselves because they are disenchanted with the real ity, such as the lack of opportunities. I raise the topic of martyrdom here, because I consider martyrs to be unintentional actors of intergenerational resistance. They are unintentional actors, because they are dead, but their deaths carry associations with the suffering, insecurity, and violence that came with unification. Who, however, is a martyr? Nobody is born a martyr, rather the martyr figure is based on the common agreement reached by groups that shape the views and opinions of a community. Martyrdom is a label to various political deaths and a discourse that serves to construct knowledge about these deaths or even to justify or normalize them. Hence, it is a constructed concept with varying meanings in different contexts. In religious contexts, martyrdom is seen as the strongest proof of faith and an honorable act of sacrifice for the sake of God. Hence, religious martyrs are persons who suffered or were tortured for their faith. Cook lists other categories of martyrs in the Islamic context, such as those who died from the plague and those who were tortured for their belief by a non-Muslim state. However, in the framework of nation-states, the martyr is defined in terms of politics and nationalist ideology. The self-sacrifice is then constructed as dying for a cause, a certain community, or a nation. Since the 1980s, self-imposed martyrdom, which is considered suicide by others, has assumed prominence in the Arab world. After the Arab Spring, A new category of martyrdom has arisen, in contrast to self-imposed martyrdom. It is characterized by a commitment to nonviolence and demonstrated self-sacrifice to achieve democracy, a political change, or a certain cause. 76. In the years before the war in 2015, South Yemenis frequently placed emphasis on their peacefulness, using the labels the Peaceful Southern Revolution and the Peaceful Southern Movement. In those conflict-ridden years, the Southern Movement decided to practice nonviolent collective action. In any case, South Yemenis would not have had any chance against a well-equipped Yemeni army. When the PDRY faction lost the war in 1994, it also lost all its military equipment. Furthermore, with a peaceful stance, the movement gained the moral high ground against the brutality of the regime in Sana'a, thereby garnering local and international support. For any martyr's message to be heard, there needs to be a witness to his or her death, to acknowledge the sacrifice and to transmit the martyrdom as a meaningful testimony. In the context of the independence struggle, deaths have been defined as martyrdom by witnesses and by the use of particular frames. Hence, South Yemeni martyrs include all those killed by state security services or by North Yemenis. This definition also covers deaths that occurred without a political motivation, as well as those people who were not engaged as activists of the Southern movement. The term martyr has also been stretched to include accidental killings of South Yemeni civilians caught in the crossfire between protesters, state security services, and the military, as well as those killed by citizens using means of violence or by militant violent groups, such as AQAP. Thus, many dead persons have been designated as martyrs, even if their deaths were accidental and their martyrdom was not an active effort of self-sacrifice. Martyrs are those who, in the opinion of witnesses, died for South Yemen, and their deaths have been contextualized as a crime against the South Yemeni population. Despite this broad characterization, most of those considered to be martyrs were victims of state violence because of their political convictions. The exact number of such deaths is unknown. In my fieldwork in 2015, activists told me that around 3,000 people had died for the Southern cause at that time. This number includes those killed during the war in 1994, as well as those politically persecuted before the evolution of the Southern movement. As Panuik explains, the paradigm of martyrdom helps to render experiences of despair and powerlessness meaningful, understandable, and explainable. The murdered person becomes an idealized figure of the collective experience of suffering wreaked by unification, who enters. 77. The memory of the community as a martyr for the Southern cause and the independence struggle. Hence, the martyr physically dies as a victim, but at the same moment symbolically triumphs over the murderous violence of the opponent. When demanding human rights, South Yemenis use the discourse of martyrdom to provide evidence of North Yemeni oppression in their presentation of the Southern cause to the international community. Moreover, martyrdom fomented antagonism toward North Yemen and strengthened the independence struggle, as the following excerpt from an interview with Aisha indicates. Even if their state employment would have been returned, I lived 20 years in tyranny, 20 years of my life were erased. I lost my son, I lost my sister, and I lost my friend, those who died in the context of the revolution. They moved out with a certain claim. However, I still have a claim. If you want to accomplish all things, return to me those who died. It is difficult. It is difficult to return a dead person. In answer to my question whether unification would still be an option if, for example, people's forced retirement was repealed and their state employment reinstated, Aisha denied the possibility. The crux of her argument is that those who were killed for the Southern cause cannot be returned, hence, she believes it is impossible to return to a status comparable to the early phase of unification, when people still worked in their state positions. She thus emphasizes the crucial role of martyrs in the independence struggle. Although they are no longer alive, they still play an active role in the dissemination of memories. They were family members, neighbors, and friends, thus, their deaths enter the family memory, the social memory of the neighborhood, and the memory of the circle of friends. The memory of the martyr reminds the mourners that the independence struggle must continue until the independent state is regained. Thus, the figure of the martyr can foster political mobilization in South Yemen. For example, participation in the protests of the Southern Movement grew after security forces killed 4 men in Al-Habilain in Radfan, on the eve of Seal Brat Ayans marking the 44th Jubilee of 78. The beginning of the independence struggle against British rule in 1963. Thousands joined the protesters after these incidents. Radfan has enormous symbolic value, because the independence struggle against British colonial rule started in this town, when British soldiers killed 7 men on October 14, 1963. In a village in Abian, I was told that the entire village had taken sides with the Southern movement in 2009, when a resident, a very active Southern movement activist since the beginning, was murdered. Since then, the village has been organizing collective actions. Solidarity among neighborhoods and kin plays a decisive role here, as well as honoring the dead. The more people died as martyrs, the more people joined the side of the movement. That martyrdom is crucial for the struggle of independence is apparent in the practice of collective mourning. Collective mourning and the celebration of martyrdom in public reinforce social cohesion of the community. 2.3. Female protester honoring Khalid al-Junaidi at the mass demonstration for reconciliation and forgiveness. 79. Which is crucial for continuing the struggle for independence. The death of a person, after being reinterpreted as martyrdom, is given meaning, it is no longer seen as senseless. Family members and neighbors, but also activists, attend the funeral of a martyr. 40 days later, people gather again to commemorate the person's death. Street activists generally organize a protest march through the neighborhood, waving PDRY flags and chanting slogans, such as "We promised all martyrs, wounded and detainees that we will not give up and cease until we expel the occupiers." The chanting of slogans is accompanied by a brass band of former military personnel, who only participate in important protest marches and mass demonstrations. I once observed a commemoration of a martyr, in which a stage was put up in front of the house of his family and decorated with his photos. In another protest march in commemoration of a martyr, mothers of martyrs received certificates of appreciation. Such ceremonies communicate that the struggle has to be continued for the sake of the many victims who have already died for the cause. The home activist. Several hundred women were actively engaged in the anti-colonial struggle against the British in the 1960s as part of the NLF. Munidilat-led demonstrations, organized in trade unions, formed political action committees, collected donations for families of detainees, smuggled arms, and secretly distributed leaflets raising awareness for the struggle against the British. Some even took up arms. My female relatives told me that they also were secretly engaged in the anti-colonial struggle. At night they would make noise using their sewing machines to prevent spies from hearing the typewriters that young NLF combatants were using to produce flyers and handouts against the British. Many of those not taking part in overt action engaged in subversive backstage actions. This female backstage activism brings me to the fourth category of the home activist. The female home activist is strongly in favor of independence, however, she never participates in any street or multiplying act of resistance outside the house. Nevertheless, these women, large in number, are not only in favor of the independence struggle but are also aware of their significant role in teaching the future generation, at home or in private, about the Southern cause. They intentionally transmit the wish to regain the independent state and thus actively participate in the independence struggle, despite their invisibility in the streets or in any 80. Multiplying action. Consider this excerpt from a group discussion in Aden in April 2014. Amira, do your families go to demonstrations as well or not so much? Do they stay at home or participate in demonstrations? Haider, they go, but as activists. My younger siblings go. Amira, and, maybe your father and mother? Haider, Father goes, the mother. You know the society of the East. Amira, there are women. Hyder, there are women, there is a small number of women. Amira, there are women. Hyder, there are some, Amira. Particularly, the women that come from the village. My mother comes from the village but has lived in the city. Faris, those of an older age. He means those of an older age. Hyder, my wife maybe attends, if I will marry an educated, she will go. My sister maybe goes, but my mother lived in the village. She does not know. Salman, all those who are able to go, they go from the families. In this group discussion with the 3 university activists, I raised the issue of their families' participation in demonstrations. We wandered from the subject of family involvement to that of women's participation in protests. While Salman and Faris tried to qualify Hyder's account of women's participation, Hyder raises 2 issues. First, he addresses the matter of women's participation in demonstrations in general and then the divide between urban educated women and rural uneducated women. He differentiates women's participation on the basis of their educational status and of their origin. These dimensions are linked. He depicts an image of rural women as homemakers whose place is in the home and family. The rural uneducated woman does not know, per Hyder, and therefore does not participate in demonstrations. In contrast, the urban educated woman is able to leave her home and attend protests. I have doubts that all women involved in protests are educated. In general, it is the more impoverished people, among whom surely some are. 81. Uneducated, who attend the weekly public demonstrations. Better educated women often meet in workshops or NGO gatherings, they generally take part in mass events only. In addition, I observed that women from rural contexts do attend demonstrations in particular circumstances, such as the death of a martyr. They protest to express their grief for a close relative who was killed. What is striking here is that a woman born in a rural region but who has lived in Aden for decades is still regarded as a rural woman by her son. According to this perspective, all women in Aden who come from governorates other than Aden are considered rural. This category includes many women currently living in Aden. This interview also demonstrates that women street protesters are still rare. When Hyder tells me, you know the society of the East, he is pointing to the segregation of the sexes in Yemen, where women's place is often considered to be in the home and family and men are supposed to take charge of affairs outside the house. However, Dahlgren states that women who spend their life at home belong to the public in that they are present in the community even though they are not active there. Dahlgren's notion meshes with my definition of female home activists. They are not visible in public but play a decisive role in transmitting the independence struggle and thereby consider themselves active members of the struggle. There are people going to demonstrations. They move, and move. There are also people who have conservative families. They are with the Southern movement. However, they keep their girls at home, because they believe that they could intermingle with men, and there are shootings, so they fear for them. They are with the Southern movement, but they stay. They stay in their governorates. They do not go to Aden because it is far. They fear for their children. They want, but they are afraid of being killed. Especially since 2011, women have become more visible in protests and more engaged as important multiplying civil society actors, thereby defying societal conventions that prescribe women's retreat from streets and public places. Walking in the front lines of protests, they have begun to express loudly and openly their displeasure with Yemeni unity, on the one hand, and the marginalization of and discrimination against women that 82. Are the ramifications of unification, on the other hand. However, many female demonstrators are either young unmarried women or childless, unmarried, or divorced women, who have completely committed to the Southern cause. Young female activists often cease their public actions after getting married. The excerpt of my interview with Amina, a middle-aged mother of 5 children from Abiyan who works outside the home, alludes to this problematic. Conservative families are afraid that their girls could mingle with boys in demonstrations. Fear that violence will occur also plays a crucial role. People are particularly frightened of sending their female relatives to protests. Even leading figures of the movement do not accept their wives' or daughters' participation in public. Their argument is that they fear for them, because of the potential for violence committed by the state security services. Ehlum, a teacher in her late 20s and the daughter of a leading Southern movement activist in Abyei, told me that she participates in demonstrations, even though in an earlier conversation she had said that she had never attended a public protest. Her definition of participation was that she prepares food for her father and potential guests, who then protest. Thus, she is active in the background by facilitating her father's participation in demonstrations. Her notion of activism certainly differs from conventional conceptions of collective action. Amina also considers herself a Southern movement activist even though she never participates in street or multiplying actions due to her health issues. She told me that she educates her children about the Southern cause. She told me that they did not understand what Yemeni unity was all about, they would not know about the Southern cause if she had not told them about it. She and her husband relate to them how life was in the past and that real education does not exist today. Young people cannot find employment after university, some remain unemployed for 10 years or longer, staying home and chewing cat. She explains that unification is responsible for the university graduate situation because North Yemenis receive all available state jobs. She passes on knowledge to her children and simultaneously stokes fears about their future. The result of her intergenerational transmission is that her children dislike North Yemen and support independence. She is raising a future generation of activists. This example shows how influential female home activists' transmission can be. Women often assume the significant role of being the trustees of community knowledge and passing it on to younger generations. I once visited 83. A village elder who was well known for his knowledge of the village's tribal origins. His daughters had written the history of that origin down in booklets to prompt and preserve the old man's memories. When I spoke to young women, they often told me that their mothers passed on to them narratives of the past. Thus, women's backstage activism in narration has a strong impact on mobilization and activism. I once witnessed a controversy between two women. One was a street activist from Aden who had participated in many collective actions in public. The other woman, a village school teacher, could be considered a home activist, because she never attended public events, nor was she engaged in multiplying forms of resistance. Nevertheless, she considered herself a contributor to the independence struggle. The street activist began judging her harshly for her perceived inaction on behalf of the Southern cause. The teacher then began explaining that she was also active in the cause, because she taught younger generations about it in her classes, thereby ensuring the continuation of the struggle. They kept debating who was more active. This instance shows not only that an active stance in support of the Southern cause is expected of everyone but also that different conceptions of activism exist. The four types of activists: street, multiplying, unintentional, and home are prototypes that are not always as distinct as I suggest, because overlaps between them are common and can blur the types of activism. For example, a parent, who has been jolly since 1994 could unintentionally transmit the feeling of marginalization and nostalgia for the PDRY past to his or her children. At the same time, this person could regularly attend afternoon meetings in a nearby Revolution Square where he or she meets neighbors and discusses politics or listens to lectures given by academics or leaders of the movement. By attending public demonstrations, he or she attracts attention for the Southern cause publicly. This same person could also be a freelance writer who regularly contributes to the struggle by writing articles for local newspapers. The home activist can also become a street or multiplying activist one day. 85. In September 2016, I attended an Eid al-Adha celebration in Berlin, organized by members of the diaspora in Germany. The 80 to 90 attendees, men and women from Darfur and South Yemeni governorates, were all supporters of independence. They were either students or members of families of doctors, engineers, and political asylum seekers who had lived in Germany for years or even decades. However, they shared very strong ties to their home country. As usual, women and children sat in one corner of the hall, and men were seated together in another part of the assembly room. I went to the women's area and sat down at a table next to a woman in her mid-50s whom I did not know. We introduced ourselves to each other and began talking. In addition to asking me if I am married, the woman spoke about how good life was in the PDRY and how bad the situation in South Yemen became after unification, especially since the war in 2015. The information and accounts she gave me were very familiar. In recent years, my family, friends, neighbors, and activists in the Southern movement had used the same narration style and content. They did so to lament the lost PDRY, to narrate how great life was back then, and to describe how the British brought advancement, progress, and modernity to South Arabia, or they reported in detail how terrible they perceived Yemeni unification and life to be in the last few decades in the Republic of Yemen. These accounts contrasted the accomplishments of the PDRY past and even colonial times to the perceived negative outcomes of unification. I understood that these accounts, intergeneration ally transmitted again and again, are based on a counter-narrative that opposes the national unity narrative of the Republic of Yemen, which has become omnipresent in Yemeni textbooks and in the political discourse of the ruling elite since unification. 3. 86. Hobsbawm has argued that nations are ideas constructed essentially from above, but which cannot be understood unless also analyzed from below, that is in terms of the assumptions, hopes, needs, longings and interests of ordinary people, which are not necessarily national and still less nationalist. Following Brubaker, the nation is not a substantial entity, but a category of practice in which perceptions are structured, thought and experiences are informed, and discourse and political action are organized. Hence, nationness is a contingent event, in which discourses and narratives on national identity continuously produce, reconstruct, and reshape the nation as an idea. In its simplest sense, a national narrative one is the story that a collective tells about itself. It tells the individuals constituting the nation who they are, what comprises their past, the structure of their characteristics as a collective, and where they are heading, that is, how they should act in the political realm. The production of a national narrative is a collaborative effort between narrators and audiences who are co-formed by the discourses they produce and consume. The Yemeni unity narrative is based on a century-old nationalist discourse promulgating the notion of the continuous existence of the Yemeni nation. It has been promoted after unification, in particular after the 1994 war, by President Saleh and his regime, not only to consolidate his autocratic power and silence critical voices but also to divert attention from political and economic challenges. The unity narrative stresses the idea that only unification in 1990 brought advancement to the entire country and is the ground on which a common future for the Republic of Yemen is to be built. Yet recreations of the past are partial, unstable, often contested, and prone to becoming sites of struggle. As a form of oppression, memories may be silenced from collective representations of the past. There are many ways in which the production of historical narratives involves the uneven contribution of competing groups and individuals who have unequal access to the means for such production. In the Yemeni case, omitted from the unity narrative have been the suffering and victimization of South Yemenis. However, individual, family, and social memories in South Yemen preserved those representations, and so they were not easily overwritten, emphasizing the marginalized elements of collective South Yemeni remembering served as a way to question or resist the unity narrative. For Foucault, such counter-memory is an individual's resistance against the official versions of historical continuity. It alludes to the continuous struggle between dominant and marginal voices in the production of history/memory. there were no political or state institutions in existence after the war in 1994 to enable South Yemeni representations of the past to be remembered. The PDRY faction was defeated, and the South Yemeni political elites had left the country. In their absence, mnemonic resistance has been the basis for resisting the unity narrative. The Southern movement has challenged official versions of the past, bringing attention to suppressed South Yemeni experiences and taking over the role of reprocessing the past and allowing remembrance from below, thereby forming the counter-narrative in the absence of political and state institutions fostering remembrance from above. This counter-narrative transmitted not only through everyday communication in families and neighborhoods but also by media makers, journalists, university lecturers and professors, civil society actors, and by the movement's activists has been central to the preservation of identity and the struggle for self-determination and intensifies demands for an independent state. The production of the counter-narrative is linked to the defeat in the 1994 war and to the subsequent marginalization of many segments of society afterward. Under certain conditions, defeats can become central historical reference points, they are remembered as well as victories. Losing a war does not necessarily destroy the collective self-perception, it can also strengthen a group's cohesion. When a community's identity is based on a consciousness of victimhood, the memory of suffering is born in remembrance as a way to encourage community cohesion, mobilize opposition, and legitimize certain collective claims in the face of external pressure from the winning side. In this way, defeats may strengthen the will for national autonomy and independence from a dominant power. Yemeni unification in 1990 and the War of 1994 are the principal incidents in South Yemeni remembrance against which all historical experiences are interpreted and construed in the counter-narrative, which consists of 87, 88. 3 distinct strands. The first strand comprises South Yemenis' claims that they had a state before unification and their nostalgic remembrance of the achievements and accomplishments of the pre-unification phase. In the second strand, South Yemenis talk about their marginalization and suffering after unification, particularly since the war in 1994. These two strands frame the independence struggle and directly contradict the unity narrative. In the third strand, South Yemenis deal with their past and its perceived mistakes, the internal conflicts and fragmentation that facilitated unification, in an effort to come to terms with this past so as to pave the way for a better future in an independent state. Of the Republic of Yemen, Arab nationalism, rooted in the 19th century, was the leading ideology in the Arab world in the 20th century, based on the idea that Arabs are linked by language and history. It matured with the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire and the encroachment of Western colonialism. It had its prime in the 1950s and 1960s, beginning with the Egyptian Revolution in 1952, and declined after the Arab defeat in the Arab-Israel War in 1967. From the 1940s onward, the idea of Arab unity shaped the basis for different political unions of Arab states, although most of these efforts at political unification failed after short periods of time. This idea was translated into political discourse by principally socialist or left-wing regimes, such as the Egyptian regime under Gamal Abd al-Nasser, by the Syrian and Iraqi al-Ba'ath parties, and by the Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi. The Republic of Yemen is the only Arab country other than the United Arab Emirates that still exists from all these attempts at unity. Although Yemeni nationalism is part of the broader pattern of nationalism in the Arab world in historical and ideological terms, it has its own particular features. In the traditions of the Prophet Muhammad, the term al-Yaman was used as a geographical distinction for the territories south of Mecca. It was the complement to al-Sham, those lands north of it. In the early 20th century, Imam Yahya demanded the formation of a greater Yemen. Intellectuals whom he sponsored helped promote the notion of the continuous existence of the 89 Yemen a nation, thereby forging the idea of Yemen as an historical subject. With its origins in the 1920s, Yemeni nationalism grew in the 1930s and 1940s in tandem with nationalist developments in Egypt and Iraq. It was then enormously influenced by the Egyptian Revolution of 1952, from which it adopted the political terminology of Arab nationalism, its anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist discourses and left-wing vocabulary. From the 1950s onward, nationalists supported Yemen's belonging to the Arab world, seeing it as a way to attract military, political, and financial support from other Arab states. Yet the nationalist narrative is based on much older traditions. Antiquity plays a legitimizing role for a nation, because it stresses one of the key elements of identity, that is continuity, and, in so doing, it contributes to the preservation of the collective self. Yemeni nationalism is predicated on primordialist narratives, portraying the Yemeni nation as the successor to an ancient civilization in the fertile southwest part of the Arabian Peninsula some millennia ago. The South Arabian kingdoms of Ma'in, Saba, and Himyar imbue the Yemeni people's heritage and their nation with antiquity. In the 17th century, the Qasimid dynasty established control over vast areas that are associated with the territory of today's Republic of Yemen. As per the nationalist discourse, the Ottoman and British empires divided Yemen into two lands in the 19th century. In 1905, an Anglo-Turkish commission established a border between the two territories because the British feared disorder in the areas around Aden and felt an urgent need to provide increased security for the port. Immigration and emigration played a major role in the dissemination of nationalist ideology. In the first half of the 20th century, Great Britain and Indonesia were major destinations of emigrants from South Arabia, who then brought nationalist ideas back home. Those who worked as laborers in Great Britain were influenced by liberal ideas of syndicalism and trade unionism based on the EU-European model. Other groups of migrants, mostly of Hadrami descent, imported progressive political ideas from Indonesia, staying in touch with its communists and the Nationalist Party of Indonesia. The leading Adani reformer Muhammad Ali Luqman promoted education and established Aden's first Arab high school in the 1930s too. He also sent his students to Cairo and Baghdad for higher education. They returned with new ideas on Arab and Yemeni nationalism. 90. During World War II, workers from the British protectorates and from Lower Yemen were stationed on the British base in Aden. There they established associations and clubs that connected Aden with different regions of the protectorates and of Yemen. During that time, Aden became a center for the dissemination and exchange of nationalist ideologies. In the 1950s, trade unionism and workers' clubs flourished there, playing key roles in the first organized labor strikes. Nationalist opposition from the early 1950s onward was based in Aden in these trade unions that supported the idea of Yemeni unity and opposed a separate South Arabian state. Intellectuals, politicians, and trade unionists also had close relations with Cairo. The cult around Gamal Abd al-Nasser flourished, and his photo appeared everywhere in Aden. At the same time, many activists and politicians were invited to meet with the Egyptian regime or participate in Cairo's radio broadcasts. Bujaira observed during his fieldwork in Hadramaut in the 1960s that transistor radios were the main means of mass media in the region and played a major role in raising the political consciousness of rural populations and teaching them the elements of nationalist ideology. Cairo's radio channel Voice of the Arabs spread Arab nationalist ideology in South Arabia, much to the dismay of the British. The Egyptian radio and press designated Aden and the Protectorate as occupied Yemen under British colonial rule. Thus, influential Egyptian radio services attempted to create a pan-Arab public, whose political consciousness was directed towards struggling for national liberation from colonialism. Although the distribution of books and newspapers was limited to the few literate people, several nationalist newspapers were printed in Aden, such as Al-Nada and Muhammad Ali Luqman's newspaper Faydat al-Jazeera. In addition to radio broadcasts, poetry, songs, and stories circulated among the regions and played a significant role in generalizing a sense of national possibility without obliterating regional distinctions. Later, these poetry and songs were also broadcast by radio. While the nationalism in the north of that time was anti-absolutist, the nationalism in South Arabia was a conventional Third World variant against British colonial rule in the protectorates and in favor of national independence. In the 1960s, the Nasserist Flosi and the Marxist-Leninist NLF arose. The NLF, which succeeded in taking over the country from the British in 1967, was influenced by pan-Arab thought. After winning independence, the PDRY regime, similar to the YAR regime, played on the unity discourse, as previous political leaders had. Halliday analyzes the changes in terminology in the PDRY's political documents from the end of the 1960s to the 1970s. The pan-Arab discourse was prominent before 1967, but later there was a stronger emphasis on Yemeni unity and Yemeni nationalist discourse. This shift is evidenced in the renaming of the People's Republic of South Yemen to the PDRY in 1970. Brehani sees this change as an assertion that the new leaders aspired to govern the whole of Yemen. Evocations of unity also entered the constitutions of the PDRY and the YAR. The 1970 constitution of the YAR included 2 references to Yemeni unity. The preamble states that we should, by all possibly means, regain Yemeni unity in order to withstand any foreign influences aimed at blocking or fragmenting such unity, and Article 5 says that Yemen is an indivisible whole and endeavors to realize the Yemeni unity, which is the sacred duty of every citizen. In the PDRY, the YSP and its precursor, as well as state bodies and institutions, were inspired by and shaped the contours of Yemeni nationalism. Yemeni unity was the major objective of its political agenda and therefore was pushed by party ideology and rhetoric, as seen in the amended version of the PDRY Constitution from October 31, 1978. Our Yemenic people in the 2 parts of the homeland had striven valiantly side by side to oust the invaders who were avaricious for its land and against the reactionary Imamite regime in the northern part of the homeland and against colonialism, feudalism, and rule of the sultans in the southern part of the homeland. Such is the living expression of the unity of the Yemeni people and Yemeni land. All this affirms that despite the unnatural situations of the false division of the Yemeni land and people, its struggle in the 2 parts is dialectically correlated in its unity not only against the imperialist and reactionary cabals against the Yemeni homeland but also for the purpose of finally getting rid of the division and restoring the natural situation for the democratic unity of Yemen. The struggle 91. 92. Of the Yemeni people shall continue until the realization of all the tasks of the national democratic revolution stage, the strategy of the Yemeni revolution including the construction of the United Democratic Yemen under the leadership of our Yemeni Socialist Party, the party of the Yemeni working class, its allies, and the rest of the groups of the democratic and national movement in our Yemeni homeland. Art. 1. The People's Democratic Republic of Yemen is a sovereign democratic and people's republic. It is a state that expresses the interests of the workers, the peasants, the intelligent SIA, the petty bourgeoisie and all the working populace and aims towards the realization of the United Democratic Yemen, and the absolute fulfillment of the basis of the National Democratic Revolution stage for the purpose of paving the way for the transition to the construction of socialism. Art. 2. The Yemeni people is one people and it is part of the Arab nation and the Yemeni nationality is one. The Yemen constitutes a historical, economical and geographical unity. The Yemeni Socialist Party, armed with the scientific socialism theory, is the leader and guide of the society and the state. As written in the Constitution of 1978, a united democratic Yemen, proposed by the Fifth Congress of the National Front in 1972, was a major objective of state policies. 3. The commitment and call for Yemeni unity became a lasting component of the PDRY's foreign policy and was repeatedly asserted in speeches by political leaders at every Congress of the NLF, NF, and later the YSP. Halliday argues that political leaders tried to mobilize popular sentiment around unity for their own benefit and to strengthen their own positions. By supporting opposition movements in the territory of the other, each regime claimed nationalist legitimacy. The politicians thus used the unity discourse as an instrument for inter-regime competition and not as a real policy objective. In 1972 and 1979, after short border wars between the YAR and the PDRY, the heads of both states agreed on unification. However, Progress toward its realization was slow and never finalized. According to Halliday, these preliminary agreements were fictions used to resist pressure from the other side or to gain time. However, in 1990, unification was realized because Yemeni unity had long been a cherished aim of both governments in North and South Yemen, and the new unionist leadership wanted to stress solidarity among its people. Citizens hoped that a better future would be achieved in a larger state founded on democratic and pluralist principles. However, emerging political differences and disputes led to conflict and, ultimately, to warfare in 1994. According to Argenti and Scram, a dominant narrative is often created when a violent past becomes the ground for the building of a common future. This narrative first cuts out everything that does not fit into the dominant storyline and secondly puts the past at a somewhat comfortable distance from the present. In numerous speeches, President Saleh praised the advantages of unity. In the political discourse of the ruling elites, unity was associated with economic development, framed as a religious commandment, or seen as a gain for the nation, as well as a source of freedom and democracy. Post-unification was seen as a time of progress, something that did not exist pre-unification, per the narrative. However, the unity narrative was used to overshadow obvious defects stemming from the unification process, as well as the weak economy and the lack of development, democratic principles, and freedoms. The growing glorification of President Saleh, and his elevation as the creator of unity by local authorities as a way to demonstrate their loyalty to him, pointed to the steadily growing consolidation of the regime's power. Thus, after the war, the unity narrative became less a tool of nation building than a means of regime building to legitimize increasing authoritarian rule. Any criticism of the Saleh regime became tantamount to separatism, a word with strong negative connotations that implied a betrayal of unification. For any attempt to redress grievances in the country, in particular in South Yemen, was met with suppression by the regime. Those who made those attempts were criminalized with accusations of being separatists or secessionists. 5. The Saleh regime repressed challenges to its chosen version of national history in order to avoid any threats to its power. The obstacles to unity in 1990, the brutality of the war in 1994, and the massive marginalization of South Yemenis after this war have been silenced in the unity narrative. The Saleh regime oppressed, denied, and distorted the history of the PDRY because in many respects the PDRY welfare state surpassed what 94. The unity state could provide post-unification. Unity as the symbol of hope and prosperity in 1990 became an emblem for disenchantment and betrayal among large segments of South Yemeni society after the 1994 war. One omnipresent dictum on both speeches and placards used by Ali Abdullah Saleh during his rule was unity or death. It was supposed to remind everyone in the country that any attack on Yemeni unity could end with death. The Southern movement opposed this dictum with its own slogan, independence or death, to declare its members' readiness to die as martyrs for independence, if necessary. These conflicting slogans reflect the competing national histories that came to the surface in political discourse in recent years. The unity narrative in textbooks. In this context, the past was rewritten to better suit the Saleh regime's narrative as a provider of democracy, freedoms, and development. The regime-sanctioned unity narrative was most accessible via nationally standardized school textbooks, 6 in which the state effectively communicated the national narrative to its citizens. Brand claims that the content of such texts is by no means accidental, but instead is either carefully constructed by regime elites or entrusted to others with clear guidelines regarding both acceptable content and red lines not to be crossed. According to Gishard, history textbooks enjoy a special status among textbooks as far as national identity is concerned, because they contain the state's official history. I therefore bought one copy of all available textbooks on history, social studies, civics, and human geography. In analyzing their contents, I focused on their depiction of Yemeni unification, the war in 1994, and independence in the 1960s, because I consider these topics to be most germane to understanding how the state narrates its official history and how the narrative was used to consolidate Saleh's power. Ismail highlights how Yemeni unity is portrayed as sacred and receives quasi-religious legitimacy in textbooks, which intersperse references to unity with discussions of Tawhid. By linking Yemeni unity to one of the unquestionable tenets of Islam, it becomes as unchallengeable as the oneness of God. In opposition to unity, separation is discussed in very negative ways, similar to fitna. The following discussion explores the 9th grade textbook The Modern and Contemporary History of the Arabs. 7. The content of the textbook focuses exclusively on national liberation movements and revolutions in the Arab world, including the formation and emergence of the Yemeni nation. As in every Yemeni textbook, the Yemeni national anthem is printed on its first page. The material presents two phases of the Yemeni Revolution in the 1960s, the September Revolution in North Yemen in 1962 and the October Revolution in South Yemen in 1963. The main objective of both revolutionary phases was the fulfillment of Yemeni unity. The two revolutions in the 1960s are seen as corrections of foreign influences on Yemen that had led to the fragmentation of the country. The textbook states that Yemen was largely united territorially and demographically in ancient times, in the Islamic period, and at the beginning of contemporary Yemeni history. Only British colonialism in the south and Ottoman rule in the north fragmented Yemen. Although the Ottomans left the north, the British could not be ousted, therefore, unification could not be effected. That is why two systems existed: the British system and that of the Imam, at the expense of liberation, independence, and the unity of the Yemeni people and Yemeni territory. Thus, one of the influential objectives of the revolution was the realization of unity. The textbook lists several declarations and agreements that led to unification between both parts of Yemen, yet it never clearly explains what these two Yemeni parts were nor who were the Yemeni leaders. The time before unification is only seen as temporary stages on the path of fulfilling the nation's destiny of unity. According to the textbook, unification and a joint constitution were agreed to in 1989 in Aden. The Republic of Yemen was then proclaimed. The textbook does not state, however, who united with whom, but it does describe unity as the fulfillment of an historic dream and that it brought about democracy. A new era began with unification, bringing social justice and comprehensive development as well. The textbook affirms that people were happy about unification, and everywhere people celebrated and danced because unity had been regained. However, forces hostile toward unity began trying to lead Yemen back to the agonizing conditions of the past. Then the textbook lists the most important obstacles to Yemeni unity: the Second Gulf War, 8 the 95. 96. Political crisis related to the characteristics of unity among the ruling coalition, 9 the war in 1994, and the announcement of secession. Those who announced secession are referred to as enemies of unity. However, the textbook leaves out which parties fought and which entity attempted to secede, merely stating that Yemeni unity was victorious because the Yemeni people stood up against the crisis, the war, and secession. The war ended on July 7, 1994, and the winners were the Yemeni people, who fulfilled their desire to realize Yemeni unity. The greed of the conspirators of unification was eliminated. Afterward, a general amnesty was issued, the democratic reform path resumed, and coexistence and harmony were enforced. As in all textbooks in use that refer to unification, Ali Abdullah Saleh is the only Yemeni personality mentioned in connection with unity. Neither the PDRY nor the YAR is mentioned. However, the photos of President Saleh display a continuation of the YAR, over which he had been president since 1978. In one photo, he is depicted hoisting the flag of the Republic of Yemen, with Yemeni people cheering in the background. That image came from a 1990 photo of President Saleh and General Secretary Al-Bid from the PDRY raising the flag together. 10 However, Al-Bid was completely removed from the photo. Another photo in the textbook shows Saleh with the former Egyptian President Nasser, the godfather of Arab nationalism. The caption reads, "The two symbols of Arab unity." Thus, the textbook celebrates Soleh as the national figure responsible for uniting Yemen. After his ouster in 2011, Soleh continued to play a central role in Yemeni textbooks from 2012, 2013, and 2014. They, however, do not address his repression of political opponents and his ever-growing autocracy. Yet, even though school teachers use a textbook-centered approach in the classroom, the importance of textbook content to nation building should not be overemphasized in Yemen. Textbooks are sold at a market stall on the main square in Aden's old city crater, and people rummage through to find the ones they need. They are no longer free of charge, and the cost of 150 Yemeni rial for one textbook made them too expensive for some people to purchase. In addition, textbooks did not always arrive in time for the beginning of each term. Thus, it is difficult to say how significant their impact is given that people may not be able to afford them nor the state able to provide them. Commemorations of Unity. During Soleh's rule, no expense was spared to celebrate unity anniversaries despite the deteriorating economy. Such celebrations were supposed to be suggestive of a vibrant unity that brought advancement to the Yemeni people. For example, on May 22, 2000, the regime held major celebrations in Sana'a marking the 10th anniversary of Yemeni unification. According to Wadeen, the ordered, mass mobilization event was the largest and most regimented of its kind in Yemen's history of spectacular displays with around 100,000 participants. There were international guests, air shows, paratroopers, and marching infantry escorted by military vehicles. The festivities began with Soleh's arrival in a motorcade at the official parade grounds. Through a loudspeaker, he was celebrated as the symbol of the nation and the creator of the glorious union. North Yemeni highland culture dominated the visual displays. It was also asserted through the performances, especially in the folklore sequences, when a clunky float of terraced mountains 11 and the facade of Bab al-Yaman with 10 candles on top and a big number 22 on the front appeared on the grounds like a gigantic, mobile birthday or wedding cake. The celebrations were reenacted in Aden a few days later, but without the air shows and the military displays. A May 22 memorial was established on Aden's main square, Al-Arad, in the image of a Yemeni fortified gate, similar to that of the southern gate of Sana'a, with the numbers 14 and 26 at the upper corners commemorating the revolutions in the south starting on October 14, 1963, and in the north on September 26, 1962. At the top of the pillar, a huge 22 was inscribed in reference to Yemeni unification. During my field trip 14 years later, on May 21, 2014, Soleh was gone, but his regime was still in power. Soldiers and military vehicles were blocking the road to Al-Arad Square. A huge light installation was installed on the square depicting May 22 with the flag of the Republic of Yemen. Alongside the lights, a military vehicle secured the installation. The square was empty. Life continued elsewhere, however. On Madram Road in Aden's Al-Mu'alla district, the Southern Movement was commemorating the 20-year anniversary of Al-Bid's announcement of South Yemen's disengagement from North Yemen on May 21, 1994. A huge mass demonstration with festivities and celebrations was taking place, the biggest I ever attended in the country. The contrast between the two commemorations 97-98 illustrates the contested history of Yemen and that no consensus on a common past had yet emerged in the unified country. In addition, it exemplifies the failure of the Soleh regime's attempts to homogenize the Yemeni past. Following Halliday, Willis concludes, there was nothing in these histories that suggested the formation of anything that could be called a unified Yemen in the nationalist sense. Thus, the emergence of the YAR in 1962 and of the PDRY in 1967, as well as the outcome of a unified Yemen in 1990, were only a few outcomes of many possibilities that could have occurred. The Yemeni North and South as specific political, cultural and moral geographies were the product of a contingent and multi-layered history of interaction and possibility of which the nation was only one possibly outcome. The political construct of the colonial period connected populations to territory in ways that also helped make both a North and a South Yemen thinkable. We were a state in the south and we had a state in the south are expressions used very commonly by South Yemeni young and old in daily conversations and discussions to emphasize either that they once lived in a separate state or to list the achievements of the PDRY welfare state. Using these formulations, they resist the unity narrative that says only unification was able to bring progress, advancement, and development to the entire country, because they perceive the opposite to be true. In addition, they reclaim the past often in nostalgic ways and thereby contest the silencing of the PDRY by Yemeni state institutions. South Yemeni nostalgia for the PDRY can be considered post-socialist nostalgia. 12 Since the 1990s, many people in the post-socialist states of Europe have reconsidered the decades under communism, given the complexity of the present-day situation, its successes, failures, promises, disappointments, and hopes. In this context, V. Lakanja finds that East Europeans deal with the socialist past at least 4 ways: anti-nostalgia, which is the renunciation and complete condemnation of the past in favor of new ideologies, such as nationalism, liberal democracy, the free market economy, and consumerism; amnesia or concealment, imposing silence on the socialist era; historical revisionism, which is a complete reinterpretation of the socialist past; and nostalgia, an uncritical glorification of the past. 99. Whereas in Eastern Europe amnesia or historical revisionism was fostered by certain state institutions, politicians, or society itself, concealment of the PDRY past and historical revisionism, including the reinterpretation of Yemeni history, were tools used primarily by the Sana'a regime to consolidate the regime after the war in 1994. To counter that concealment of the PDRY past, South Yemenis glorified and nostalgically remembered PDRY accomplishments. In accordance with V. Lakanja, I define nostalgia as a complex, differentiated, changing, emotion-laden, personal or collective, instrumentalized story that binarily laments and glorifies a romanticized lost time, people, objects, feelings, sense, events, spaces, relationships, values, political and other systems, all of which stand in sharp contrast to the inferior present. It is a mourning for the irreversible loss of the past, a longing for it, and it frequently involves a utopian wish and even an effort to bring it back. Post-socialist nostalgia can be differentiated into 2 types. The first considers the nostalgic culture that is designated by a popular conviction, a mentality pattern, a nostalgic feeling and activity of the nostalgics, in short, bottom-up nostalgia, while the other is a constructed, top-down discourse by some social groups to obtain certain objectives and as such offered to or imposed on others. Given the lack of South Yemeni state institutions and the inaccessibility of museums, archives, and research libraries preserving the PDRY past, South Yemenis themselves had to take on the responsibility to resist the concealment of an amnesia about their past by using bottom-up nostalgic remembrance. Nostalgia can be a powerful form of subaltern memory with potent political impact, as in South Yemen, where concealment of the PDRY past fostered the establishment of a counter-narrative strand fed by people's nostalgia for the PDRY's free healthcare system, educational system, provision of state employment and social security, and promotion of citizens' equality, including women's empowerment. Free healthcare. Free healthcare services provided by the state were a fundamental objective formalized in the PDRY Constitution. Due to a brain drain in the late 1960s and early 1970s, medical facilities 100 were almost non-existent at the time of independence in 1967, with only 27 doctors in the entire country. In addition, when the British were in charge, they focused development in and around Aden, creating an urban-rural divide. To address this gap, the PDRY regime built 76 healthcare clinics within 3 years after independence, compared to just the 65 clinics built by the British during the entire 129 years that they ruled in South Arabia. The PDRY provided rural areas with healthcare, promoted the education of people from rural areas, and employed them to serve the needs of the rural population, partly because it was difficult to find staff to work in such locations. Yet it was only in the late 1970s that healthcare facilities become available throughout the PDRY, and that expansion was dependent on extensive assistance and financial support from abroad, such as from the World Health Organization and United Nations Children's Fund. The Soviet Union and its allies also provided economic assistance, mostly in form of assisting specific projects and supplying expert advisors. Grants and loans came from the World Bank and Kuwait as well. Improvements in the medical and healthcare sector were manifested in the early 1980s in higher life expectancy, which increased from 36 years in 1960 to 45.5 years in 1981 according to a 1983 World Bank study, and lower infant and child mortality rates. The accomplishments of the PDRY in healthcare energize nostalgia for the lost state. Saif, a forced retiree in his 50s from Abyyan, nostalgically looked back at the PDRY's healthcare system. In the former southern state, there was security and stability. There was healthcare and health insurance coverage, and an excellent education. Southerners lost these things. That is why they formulate this anger. Our situation was better. Former PDRY General Luqman shared his memories. When the PDRY was founded, healthcare was free of charge everywhere. You went to any hospital, the state paid it, or gave you medicine, or treated you without paying a single penny. When the treatment 101 was too complicated, the state sent you to Germany, or Russia, or to any country at state expense. You received a passport and flight tickets, everything. That is why we wish that independence would come. The account by General Luqman, who was in his 70s and born in Yafai, not only emphasizes the PDRY's improvements in the health sector but also illustrates that people perceive that the PDRY state took care of its citizens like a mother took care of her child. 13. This perception anthropomorphizes the state. The citizen receives from the state what he or she needs. But few people question who supplied the money needed to provide citizens with a free healthcare system. The former general also makes the connection between nostalgia for the PDRY free healthcare system and claims for independence in an independent state. A free healthcare system will again be offered to all citizens, and this belief fuels people's desire for independence. People contrast the well-functioning PDRY healthcare sector to a system that is deeply mistrusted today. Tuberculosis was eradicated in the South. Diseases, such as pox epidemics, were eradicated. Poliomyelitis was eradicated. There came a period, there was nothing. We all in the South enjoyed health, thank God. However, now everything came back in an even worse state. It is less important whether street activist Abir's assertion is true that epidemics were eradicated in the PDRY than whether people carry the belief that the PDRY state had the ability to do so. Abir explained that healthcare facilities were provided throughout the entire PDRY, an achievement at which socialist states in general excelled. To reinforce her argument, she told me that even citizens of the YAR tried to benefit from the PDRY's great healthcare system by secretly traveling to Aden for treatment. A role model of education. The PDRY government saw education as the principal agent of social change and the means of the country's transformation from a tribal social order to a socialist-oriented state. As with 102. The healthcare system. The educational system was underdeveloped at independence. There were severe shortages of teachers and schools across the entire country, particularly in rural areas. The first reform to the educational system was introduced with the Education Law of 1972. 14. The government made schooling compulsory and free of charge for children from 7 to 14 years old. Because of the importance it placed on education, it was a top budgetary priority in the PDRY. Thus, 18% of the state budget went to education in 1982, which led to a sizable increase in school enrollment. In contrast to the YAR, which relied to a great degree on foreign, mostly Egyptian, teachers and textbooks, the PDRY developed its own curricular and teaching materials. 15 Hence, the state could safeguard its monopoly on education. The PDRY also secularized the school system, thereby provoking skepticism from its Arab neighbors. 16 Despite all these reforms, the PDRY's educational system still suffered from poorly qualified and ineffective teachers, a lack of necessary educational facilities and materials, and local non-compliance with the required sequence of the school year. Even though there was a steady growth in enrollment, dropout rates continued to rise with each year of high school, and there was a strong urban-rural divide in enrollment rates, especially among girls. At the end of the 1980s, an acute lack of up-to-date curricula and textbooks emerged in all governorates because of a lack of printing capacity. The eradication of illiteracy was one of the main educational objectives of the PDRY state. Shortly after independence in 1970, a special department was created to achieve this aim. Headed by a deputy minister of education, it oversaw the establishment of adult literacy centers and the implementation of statewide literacy campaigns. However, because the illiteracy rate remained stubbornly high, about 60% in 1980, the government implemented a renewed commitment to eradicate illiteracy in 1984. During a nationwide campaign from July to December 1984, high school students and teachers from primary schools to universities were mobilized to teach illiterate males between 12 and 40 years old and females from 12 to 35 years old. The academic year was postponed until January 1985 so the drive could be completed. In my interview with Daoud, a college teacher from Augustin in his mid-40s, he emphasized the PDRY's efforts in human development. 103. In the South, we were accustomed to a system, namely, that everything was regulated. The student learned in school, finished school, and went to the military service, and afterwards everything was open for any studies, whether abroad, or at home. Your father is the best evidence for this. Learned in high school and was sent to where? To Germany. Owing to whom? Owing to the Marxist state. In the South, made the effort to strengthen the individual. The most important sides were the medical treatment and the education. Frankly, that is what we have missed with unification. For the UD, a functioning social welfare state was exactly what the Marxist-oriented PDRY provided. The PDRY system organized many aspects of the lives of its citizens, who felt secure in this predictable system. The loss of the PDRY state meant for many the loss of that security, which guaranteed educational opportunities and jobs. The new conditions coming with unification evoked feelings of instability and fragility. In 2015, I visited a girls' high school in the Al Mansoura district in Aden with activists of the General Southern Teachers and Educators Union. A production team from Aden Live TV accompanied us to film the morning roll call. A male teacher in his 50s gave a short, prepared speech on camera for the Aden Live team, part of which follows. However, when we look into the past before unification, Aden was a model for high-class education. There was a response by parents and also by the students. They felt love for education and love for change. Despite the scarce possibilities from which the country had suffered before unification, there happened, however, a fantastic educational revolution. There was, first and foremost, the state in the hearts and breasts of the people. It is required to be like that the state offers services, and also that the people respond to these aspirations of the state. In the 1970s and in the beginning of the 1980s, we worked for the eradication of illiteracy. We voluntarily participated in activities for the sake of God, glory be to Him, but now a huge amount of money is spent to eradicate illiteracy and for school provision, but it is not spent in key locations. 104. Aden is often considered a model of something. The belief in Aden as a model in the Arabian Peninsula emerged from its cosmopolitan and ordered character during British colonial rule. I often heard people saying that colonial Aden was the role model for Dubai's development. This teacher saw Aden as a role model for fantastic education in the region and the PDRY state's effort to eliminate illiteracy. When he mentions his volunteer activities, he is probably referring to the effort to eradicate illiteracy in 1984 in fulfillment of the government's pledge made in 1980. As did the teacher in Al-Mansura alludes to the strong relationship between the PDRY state and its citizens. He states, there was, first and foremost, the state in the hearts and breasts of the people. This perception was formed by the state's provision of certain essential services. When a state provides services even though its resources are scarce, citizens feel connected to it and are even prepared to volunteer in activities organized from above, such as the literacy campaign. The teacher's avowal of mistakes or weaknesses strengthens the narration of a state that tried to provide whatever it could. At the end of this excerpt, he notes that currently a great lot of state funds are misused, suggesting the presence of corruption in the country. Nostalgia nourishes the belief that corruption was almost non-existent in the PDRY, again supporting the representation of the PDRY as a well-functioning state that helped its citizens in whatever way it could. In a discussion with teachers at a girls' high school in Crater, Aden, a female teacher expressed similar sentiments. The family in the past was full of a sense of the duty of care. The mother took care of her children naturally. In addition, she was ignorant, uneducated. She took care of her children. However, today, the mother is educated and does not care. Her sentiment is perhaps easier to understand if one takes into account that many teachers are dissatisfied today, given the overcrowded classrooms, poor school facilities, inadequate educational materials, and low salaries. In the early years of the PDRY, when many people were not yet educated, the promotion of education for all was an indicator of the socialist state's overall social development and progress. 105. State employment for all. After the takeover of power by the left wing of the NLF in the glorious corrective move of 1969, the PDRY issued laws that dispossessed influential families and former sultans to the benefit of small landholders and landless households. Implementing its socialist vision, the PDRY redistributed land through agrarian reforms beginning in 1968. In addition, most foreign-owned enterprises were nationalized, and many factories and much industry changed to state ownership. Nevertheless, private investment and capital were not completely absent. Private farmland, manufacturers, and small retail services still existed, as well as mixed companies, joint ventures with foreign corporations or cooperatives mainly in the sectors of agriculture and fishery. Life in rural areas was still characterized by an informal economy of farms and crafts. The PDRY Constitution of 1978 granted citizens the right to work and the duty to use their skills. More than 1/4 of the PDRY's workforce was employed in the government sector. They received wazifa and were guaranteed a retirement pension. Former Minister for Higher Education Professor Saleh Basura noted the downside of pervasive state employment after unification. In Aden, in the era of the party, like East Germany, everybody was state employed. It means they depended on a state salary at the end of the month. You received your salary at the end of the month, and you lived from it. However, in the north, they have business premises, they have taxi services, they have business, they have large farms. The south was entirely nationalized. Everything was part of the nationalization, everything belonged to the state. Consequently, this is the problem. Despite the fact that not everybody was state-employed and that private ownership existed in the PDRY, the South Yemenis experience under state ownership of most of the economy, with a very large government bureaucracy, certainly contributed to people's perceptions that everything, including welfare services and employment, has to be provided by the state, because, as Professor Basura said, everything belonged to the state. They were not prepared for the economic shock brought about by unification, when the state-directed socialist economy was dismantled. What was left was a very weak private sector in South Yemen that offered few job possibilities, particularly for all the forced retirees who lost their positions after 1994. This situation fueled nostalgia for the secure and predictable system of the PDRY. In 2010, it was estimated that approximately 50,000 university graduates in Yemen poured into the labor market every year, yet the private and public sectors together have only been able to create around 10,000 new jobs annually, according to a report on the Marib Press news site. After receiving their university degrees, many young people have to wait years for employment. Those who lack the necessary contacts with intermediaries, who are the ones to facilitate entry into state employment, will likely never receive these few state positions. Thus, even the most prestigious diploma does not guarantee state employment, and frustrations are enormously high among university graduates. Today's job situation is contrasted to that in the PDRY, where the state granted a large number of people state employment in factories, state farms, institutions, or the state bureaucracy. Equality for all and women's empowerment. The PDRY government aimed to transform South Yemen into a socialist society. The regime attempted to eliminate social stratification and replace tribal identification with the socialist state. After taking power from the British in 1967, the NLF blamed former elites, like the sultans, religious leaders, and merchants, for keeping the system of stratification alive and removed them from power. There was also an effort to achieve income equality in the PDRY, with Politburo members and ministers earning very little more than civil servants or military officers. Dahlgren discovered that the concept of middle class was very flexible in Aden, because the extremes of huge wealth and devastating poverty were absent there in the 1980s. Nabil, a teacher in his 50s from Augustin, nostalgically looked back to the equality of the past. Nobody was standing over the other, and we promised these words. We have known it since the past. I lived in this system in which the people were all equal. There were no differences between 107. A white and a black, all were equal. Everything was based on education, and your military, or work knowledge. According to Nabil, every PDRY citizen had an equal chance for social advancement based on free education. The socialist welfare state gave everybody nearly the same opportunities in life and was a fair state, free of corruption and of inequalities based on race and descent. The PDRY is also held up as a role model of women's rights, emancipation, and gender equality not only in the Arabian Peninsula but also in the entire Arab world. This conception is based on the PDRY's family law of 1974, which was seen as one of the most progressive of that time in the Arab context. The government's reforms from above were an attempt to promote socialist modernization. After Yemeni unification, women lost the most because they had to accept the enormous restrictions that came with the Personal Status Law of 1992 and with the new religious conservatism introducing new gender norms. For example, whereas the PDRY government encouraged the appointment of female judges, women were limited to practicing civil and commercial law after unification. The theme of women's involvement in the PDRY's social and economic life is strong in nostalgic narrations on the PDRY. Many activists, not only women, pointed out that women in the PDRY had more and easier access to social, economic, and political opportunities than women are granted today. When I was here in the military camp Triumph in the 1970s, I had 270 women under my command. Thus, we taught girls to utilize arms, as I have shown you. We taught them to use arms and to shoot. They participated in military parades. Did you see them in the parade? I have shown you. Did you see them with the arms? We are all sons of Adam. We were the first in the Arab world with that. The woman had her respect and her appreciation. She took part in all sectors of life. The first judge in judiciary, the first judge in the judiciary was Hamida Zakaria, may she rest in peace. That did not exist in the Arabian Peninsula, or in the Gulf, that a woman is a judge, because in the Arab countries they despise women. They tell you, a woman, how can a woman rule over a man? In our conversation, General Luqman also emphasized women's integration into social and economic life before unification, where they enjoyed more freedom and rights than they do today. His assessment is echoed by Summer Ahmed, a Southern movement activist living in the diaspora in the United States. South Yemeni women served in the armed forces and were pioneers in social change and politics in the Arabian Peninsula. The first female deputy minister in the Arabian Peninsula, first female civilian pilot, first female skydiver, first female judge, first female Tele 6 Zion news anchor were all women from South Yemen. Among the most significant issues regarding women's rights, which are discussed across the entirety of Yemen, is the marriage age. In the PDRY, the marriage age was fixed in 1974 at the age of 16 years for women and 18 for men. After unification, the Personal Status Law of 1992 reduced the legal marriage age to 15, however, in 1999 this provision was amended, permitting a guardian to contract a marriage for a girl of any age if she is considered old enough to be physically capable of having intercourse. Yemen regularly makes international headlines with brutal death notices of girls, often younger than 10, who died when having intercourse for the first time with their husbands. There are many reasons for the growth of early marriage. A new form of religiosity among some families, or, more often, poverty presses them to marry their girls off at the age of 15 or 16 years. Very early child marriage, however, is still not common in South Yemen. The negative perception of the post-unification state's facilitation of child and youth marriage underlies nostalgic narrations today, such as in this discussion with teachers at the girls' high school in Aden's Crater district, which took place in February 2015. Amira, so, in the past did they not get married in the age of 17? T3, no, no. T1, no, seldom, seldom. T3, there were some from the villages. However, here in the city, this did not happen. T1, there was no early marriage, to get married just like this. 109. T3, now this phenomenon is resurrected in this form. T2, early marriage has been dramatically resurrected. Another feature of equality linked to education under the PDRY that is missed is that girls and boys studied together at all levels, as noted by Professor Basura. We had a mixed education. In university, we had female and male students. The female students were ordinary, with unveiled open hair. They wore normal dresses, but respectful and decent. The female students of high school, there was here a boy and there a girl, they studied together. The same in the elementary school. On the contrary, there were not so many problems. Sometimes sexual harassment happened, but not so much. When a problem happened, on the contrary, the female student was polite, the female student was clean, hard-working, because next to her was her fellow. She did not want to be prone to giggles and derision. The same for the boys. Their behavior was clean, polite, and hard-working. There was competitiveness between female and male students. In highlighting the advantages of mixed education that occurred in the PDRY, Professor Basura raised a topic that touches on the discourse of proper comportment. In his view, having male and female students learn together in PDRY times was better, because it led them to behave in a more proper way than today. He also stressed the fact that the competitiveness between female and male students that existed in the past was advantageous for their development. Although he admitted that issues, such as sexual harassment, also existed in the past, he believed that, in comparison to today's sex-segregated system, there were not so many problems. Nostalgia for the socialist welfare state and the struggle for independence v. Lakanja observes that post-socialist nostalgia can also refer to the presumption of progress and the vision of a glorious future that socialist states promoted by emphasizing their progressiveness in terms of economic and social accomplishments, political and military strength, and 110. Technological and scientific development in comparison to the corrupt capitalist world. The PDRY's Constitution of 1978 formally granted all citizens the right to work, education, healthcare, personal freedom, court trials, national expression, and the sanctity of home. The YSP was the highest authority in the state and regulated citizens' lives from above with progressive laws, new regulations, and statewide social campaigns, all with the aim of transforming society. This social system of regulation and prediction strengthened people's perception that social accomplishments must be delivered by the state. The former state had provided education, health insurance was free of charge and made all requirements of life available for you, requirements of life like electricity, water, healthcare, and education. Infrastructure existed. We find nothing in the South. Everything that existed in the South was destroyed. All the things that were left from the southern state were destroyed. Thus, we arrived at this point that the state was better for us. This older man directly related the PDRY's social accomplishments to people's claims for re-establishing the state today. The core message of his comments, "We had a state in the South," not only establishes their right to the lost state but also demands a well-functioning welfare state that cares for its citizens and provides them basic services. It is never the past itself that acts upon a present society, but representations of past events that are created, circulated, and received within a specific cultural frame and political constellation. In this regard, nostalgia is a way to emphasize that the former state performed better than the current one. It was well-functioning, well-developed, just, and caring, ensuring the well-being of the individual in all phases of life. In contrast, the Republic of Yemen emerges as incapable of providing any of these services that the PDRY provided to its citizens. Thus, by nostalgically remembering the past, people are not only implicitly but also openly criticizing the present. Assman argues that the loss of glory and honor suffered in a defeat in a violent confrontation can cause a paradoxical increase in glory, in which the losers of confrontations become spiritual victors. Though the PDRY faction was defeated in the 1994 war, in the nostalgic narrations. 111. The PDRY becomes the spiritual victor, because it was able to establish a well-functioning state and care for its population. In this light, nostalgia provides continuity with the PDRY past, thereby bridging the wounds of the 1994 war and the subsequent marginalization of many South Yemenis in people's collective memory. It also defies and resists new ideological or hegemonic narratives, such as the unity narrative, imposed amnesia, or historical revisionism, thereby becoming a strategy to preserve South Yemenis' history and identity. As such, nostalgia possesses enormous emancipatory capacities and can become an agent of liberation from oppression of contemporary hegemonic discourses and practices. The interview excerpts I presented in this section are testimonies of people who experienced life in the PDRY. However, that nostalgia reaches the young who were born after the PDRY's dissolution, as expressed in the following excerpt from a journalist and youth activist from Al-Dali born in the early 1990s. In our state, dignity was respected. For sure, there were political mistakes, and this happens in every regime. However, there was dignity, there was welfare, there were people living. There were no problems, like today, concerning the future of the youth. There was development, there was a life. This second-hand nostalgia, adopted and generated in the dialogical and interactional process of intergenerational transmission, is strong and persuasive. Tawfiq's words show how young South Yemenis perceive the PDRY as their state, even though they never experienced life in the PDRY. They feel nostalgia for the PDRY, as they long for its social accomplishments, social security, and stability and feel that they have been robbed of their future by the current state. Thus, the narrative of the well-functioning welfare state has enormous power to strengthen resistance and claims for independence. The marginalized post-unity South. So, people here began to change their love for unity into hatred towards unity, because their families are displaced. Their families live in awful conditions, in very extreme, awful situations. Azan, interview in Aden, February 2015. 112. This quote from Azan, a YSP Central Committee member in his 70s, directs us to the second distinctive strand of the counter-narrative, in which people talk about their collective marginalization and suffering and their perceived oppression by the Sana'a regime after Yemeni unification. Whereas Aden and the PDRY are often pointed to as role models in nostalgic narrations, Aden and South Yemen today are seen as the opposite in the narrative strand of the marginalized post-unity South, as Jalal, an activist and journalist in his early 30s who grew up in Abiyan, explained. Oh, for decades the southern people have been known for their aspirations for development and advancement, for the construction of factories and schools, for education and scholarships abroad. We were well known for these things. After unification, we have returned 10 years back. What do I say, 50 years back? 3.1. Adolescent with PDRY flag at the mass demonstration in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Declaration of Disengagement from North Yemen in 1994. 113. The post-unity narrative strand should be understood as an extension of people's reclaiming of their state. The nostalgic and the post-unity narrative strands become merged, interwoven, and intertwined in people's talk, and it is their connection that constitutes resistance against the unity narrative. The PDRY's remembered past is influenced by the experiences of South Yemenis' daily lives and their perceptions of marginalization, and vice versa, as seen in a conversation with Abd Allah, a university teacher in his mid-40s at the faculty of Al-Habilain who grew up in Abiyan. Where is the state? We want a state, there is no state. If we want, then we desire the state that once existed. I lived in the former state, you did not experience it. I lived in it. I often heard such accounts of the past and the present-day situation. People lament the lost PDRY welfare state and its achievements. Hence, the nostalgic narration of "we had a state" becomes "there is no state in the South." The Southern movement emerged in 2007 principally in response to collective marginalization and injustice in South Yemen that began directly after unification, becoming more pervasive after the war in 1994. These grievances arose from the peripheralization of South Yemen. This academic term describes the process of becoming disconnected from the center while remaining dependent on it. A community or people is pushed to the periphery as the outcome of complex processes of change in the economy, demography, political decision-making and socio-cultural norms and values. Peripheralization results in a spatially organized inequality of power and access to material and symbolic goods that, in turn, constructs and perpetuates the precedence of centers over areas that are marginalized. High levels of poverty associated with political and economic dependence on centers or other regions, decline in or disconnection to infrastructure networks and services, marginalization and stigmatization, as well as the loss of social, educational, and economic opportunities, are the markers of peripheralization. All these indicators are expressions of social injustice, produced and perpetuated by structures that uphold the unequal distribution of power and inequitable access to economic and political decision-making bodies on a local, regional, national, supranational, or global scale. South Yemenis experiences. 114. Of peripheralization have promoted strong cohesion among them as a community not only with a shared PDRY past but also with shared suffering from North Yemeni dominance. Although South Yemenis do not use the academic term peripheralization in their conversations, they do discuss in the post-unity narrative strand their grievances, manifested in processes of change in demography, political decision-making, the economy, and socio-cultural norms and values. 17. Poor political decision-making and alterations in socio-cultural norms and values are the most discussed processes of change. In addition to marginalization, another dimension of peripheralization has recently come to the fore, the stigmatization of South Yemen governorates by the Sana'a regime as insecure places and strongholds of Al-Qaeda. The demographic fear. At the time of unification in 1990, there was an enormous population imbalance between the YAR and PDRY. South Yemenis represented only 1/3 to 1/4 of the country's population. 18 However, the elites of both countries agreed to share power equally, using a 50-50 power-sharing arrangement during a transition period after 1990. The population imbalance gained political relevance in the 1993 parliamentary elections, which reinforced the peripheralization of South Yemen. Despite the fact that the YSP came in first by a landslide in South Yemen, it only finished third behind President Ali Abdullah Saleh's GPC and the Islah Party across the entire country. 19 These election results helped exacerbate tensions between the two groups of leaders and ended the power-sharing agreement. Former Army General Yunus, who had been forced into retirement after the 1994 war, pointed to the widespread account of South Yemenis' marginalization after unification based on a population imbalance. In the end, there is a population of 20 million, which 3 million entered like salt when it dissolves in water. 20 You have a glass of water, and you put a portion of salt in it. It will dissolve. We have 115 arrived at this condition now. Anxieties about marginalization are profoundly ingrained in people's perceptions, as Professor Saleh Basura illustrated. We are people who do not have many children, we have 2 or 3 children. The highest is 3, 4. That is why we are a small people, we do not grow, like Germany. Germany has the same problem. The countries do not grow. The society does not grow a lot. Okay, we have to deal with a vast territory, we are more than 75% of the territory of the Republic of Yemen, and Hadramaut on its own comprises 37% of the land of the Republic of Yemen. The south has more than 70 to 75%. Okay, you deal with them in the parliament, according to the number of inhabitants. We are 4 million or 3 million. Okay, so what is my strength? Professor Basura, who studied in the GDR, went as far as comparing Germany's decreasing population with that in South Yemen. He was certainly right that many families in Aden only have 3 to 4 children, however, I estimate that families in rural areas have around 4 to 6 children and often more. Nevertheless, North Yemeni families may have larger numbers of children, because fewer mothers may work outside the home than in Aden and other urban centers, a legacy of the PDRY, in which women's participation in the labor market was encouraged. Professor Basura tied the demographic imbalance between the North and South to the parliamentary strength that North Yemen enjoys. Even though the territory of South Yemen is far larger than that of the North, South Yemenis are unable to influence politics in the Republic of Yemen because of their numerical inferiority. In April 2014, Facebook groups posted that North Yemenis tried to obtain locally issued passports and identity cards in Abiyan. These groups interpreted these actions as an attempt to change the demographic composition in South Yemen before a referendum was to be held on a new constitution during the transitional period in the mid-2010s. Fears existed that an influx of North Yemenis, 116, could affect the results of the referendum in favor of the North and to the detriment of the South. Today, doubts exist as to whether North Yemenis ever sought these passports, and, indeed, if they did, whether a change in the population's composition in South Yemen governorates was their aim. Various people told me in phone conversations during the Houthi and Saleh forces' siege of Aden between March and July 2015 that, when one northern fighter dies in a battle, X number of new fighters emerge. People shared the perception that militias from the north had an endless supply of combatants because of their demographic strength. That a huge demographic imbalance existed at the time of unification and still exists today is undeniable. It has continued to stoke fears of being overrun by a much larger North Yemeni population and feelings of anxiety about further collective and political marginalization. Institutionalized marginalization and forced retirement after the 1994 war, Sanaa-based state bodies and institutions implemented large-scale systemic discrimination against South Yemenis. All power in the state was centralized around Sanaa, the political capital and economic center of the state, even though the government had declared Aden the economic center of the country in 1990. As part of this peripheralization, ministries and state institutions were relocated from South Yemeni governorates to the north, and SE-Nair positions in South Yemen were awarded principally to people from North Yemen. Day estimated that around 50 to 75% of top provincial positions and positions in the public financial and security sectors in South Yemen were then occupied by North Yemenis, while a majority of lower-ranking provincial offices were staffed with locals from the south. By 1995, the Yemeni government had to ask for debt reduction assistance from the International Monetary Fund. The IMF conditions, implemented from January 1996 until October 1997, included the dismissal of many public employees. Most military officers, soldiers, security staff, and many civil servants from South Yemen who had not yet been forced to retire immediately after the 1994 war were then forced into retirement. In 2003, 2007, and 2010, the government created commissions to examine the situations of forced retirees. However, they were not able to find comprehensive solutions to the problem. In 2013, as an outcome of the NDC, a fourth commission, the Commission on the 117 forcibly retired in the southern governorates, was formed along with a commission of land-related disputes to deal with these most pressing issues in South Yemen. 21 More than 150,000 people applied for compensation or reinstatement to their old positions between summer 2013 and spring 2014. At that time, the Commission estimated there to be between 95,000 and 100,000 valid claims, of which 60 to 65% were estimated to deal with cases of military personnel, 20 to 5% with cases of the security apparatus, such as the police and intelligence, 23 and 30 to 35% with employees of the civil sector, including employees of former state-owned companies. 24 By November 2014, the Commission had only approved 17,261 valid claims, entitled to participate in the financial settlement process for the continuation of the payment of regular pensions, a new calculation of pensions or salaries in cases where the years in service or ranks had not been calculated correctly, compensation payments, etc. Out of these valid claims, 13,304 applicants were entitled to reinstatement in their former positions or to promotion into higher ranks. The Commission suspended its work in 2015 because of the war and a lack of funds. Professor Basura, who participated in government-sponsored investigative research into the problems in South Yemeni governorates before 2007, when the first protests emerged there, explained why there was forced retirement after the war in 1994 and subsequent institutionalized marginalization. Because it was particularly the mentality of the victor, a triumphant person, the triumphant wants to topple the defeated, not only the leaders, but also the soldiers and junior officers. After the war in 1994, the South has been represented rarely in the army. The number of Southerners in the army is small. About the civil servants, it is the same. After unification, Southerners went from Aden to Sanaa for position sharing. In every ministry, half of the staff was from the south and half from the north. When the principal director was Southerner, his representative was Northerner. The same was the case in Sanaa. However, when confrontations between the YSP and the GPC between Ali Abdullah Saleh and Ali Salim al-Bid happened, many Southerners left Sanaa. When Ali Abdullah Saleh won, the Southerners who left 118 Sanaa were not allowed to return to their jobs. They were seen as people who left their service, or who were against the state and against unity. They had to stay at home without work. They gave them salary, but salary, we have a problem with the salary, it is not so much. However, the civil servant gets bonuses when he works, such as monthly bonuses, additional monthly bonuses. With the bonuses, they sometimes receive more than they get salary. When a new strategy for salaries came out, it did not include the soldiers. They remained on their salary system. As Professor Basura described, the 1994 war caused the abolition of the 50-50 power sharing between North and South Yemeni state employees. In addition, between then and 2015, only few South Yemenis were able to enter the military with the aid of influential intermediaries. Based on my conversations with many people, forced retirement occurred over years of repeated phases of re-employment and unemployment. General Yunus from Abiyan, for example, told me that he was forced to retire 6 times between 1994 and 2000. Each time he was re-employed, the military reduced his rank and salary and later retired him again, presumably to reduce the size of his pension and causing him great stress. I give you an example that applies to many, such as me. There is no allowance, no petrol, no lunch. You sit at home. The weak one goes mad. Most of those in forced retirement have a difficult time paying their family's monthly expenses with the small amount of retirement aid they receive, if they receive any at all. Once when I sat in front of a tea shop in Alarud Square with a female activist, a man came by to beg for money. He was holding a bag of food that he had received from the restaurants in the area. He told us that he had worked until 2010 as a surgical nurse in a hospital. He lost his job, was retired, and now had difficulty meeting his family's expenses because his retirement pension is so inadequate. Demotions in rank and forced retirement also bring a loss of prestige and status. For many male retirees, forced retirement is incompatible with manliness, because they are no longer the main breadwinners for their families. 119. Many feel worthless and suffer mental health problems, as General Yunus described. They feel betrayed by the state and have little opportunity to be hired in the weak private sector. 25 According to Professor Zain Muhsin Al-Yazidi, a former economist at the University of Aden killed in 2014, the Southern movement would not exist today had the state reacted immediately in 2007 to reintegrate Southern retirees into the army and civil service. Institutionalized marginalization also applies to other sectors. In 2015, Yemen ranked 154 of 167 countries and territories on the perceived level of public sector corruption. One estimate says that around 40% of employees of the Ministry of Education, most of them teachers, are ghost workers who are on the state's payroll but do not work, others while away their time at home, waiting for jobs. Teaching positions were obtained principally through an intermediary in Sana'a, who sometimes required a bribe for his service. Although teachers' employment is a problem throughout Yemen, South Yemenis perceive the process as more unjust for them. I was told several times that North Yemenis take up positions as teachers in the south but never actually go to work. Intermediaries in Sana'a played a significant role not only in the distribution of positions but also in the official recognition of degrees. Many teachers told me that their higher degrees are not recognized by the ministry, and so they receive a smaller salary than they are entitled to under law. A headmaster of a high school in Aden told me that she receives a salary based on her having earned only a bachelor's degree, because the ministry does not recognize her master's degree from abroad. She tried to pursue official recognition in Sana'a. After 2 months of staying in the capital and pleading her case without success, she returned to Aden and accepted her smaller income. These stories were not rare. People felt discriminated against by state institutions because they lacked an intermediary in Sana'a and felt helpless before an expanded and centralized state. The experiences of institutionalized marginalization and injustice are contrasted to the situation in the PDRY, when many obtained scholarships from the government to study abroad and employment on their return. After unification, scholarships were limited, and people found it very difficult to obtain them. They surmised that this was largely because northern elites corrupted the process by favoring their kin and granting them scholarships, as well as employment. 120. For SAFE, a retiree of working age, life was better before unification. It is not logical. Namely, a human being lives to live better. It is not logical. Our situation was much better a quarter of a century ago than today. Namely, today people do not have work, the youth is unemployed. They leave university and do not work. This is anger. Indeed, most young people wait years after graduating from university before they are able to obtain jobs as civil servants, if at all. The private sector is too weak to absorb them in a country where youth unemployment already exceeded 50% before 2015. Land grievances and the plundering of factories. New decrees and investment regulations reorganized land and property ownership after unification. In 1991, decrees were issued that earmarked that previous owners of lands and properties, who were expropriated during PDRY times, had to be compensated for their estates, or get them back. Conflict of use arose between previous owners and recent beneficiaries. In addition, land that was nationalized in the socialist era was to be distributed for investment projects. The rush for state land opened the doorway to a brisk trade with this valuable resource and to enormous corruption in the state and administrative apparatus. Those officials involved in the distribution of land enriched themselves through fees and bribes. In some cases, several government departments, such as the local administrations of the Ministry of Construction, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the General Investment Authority, ended up distributing the same plots of land to different people. The disordered distribution of land caused overlaps in claims of ownership. That there were vast expanses of unoccupied state land in South Yemen facilitated confiscations and redistributions of land after the 1994 war among supporters of the Saleh regime, such as SE-Nair army officers and business people. One estimate says that land confiscations in South Yemen amounted to an area equal to the size of Bahrain. Under President Saleh's rule, South Yemeni land played an especially major role in the patronage system of remunerating or disadvantaging certain people, as a substitute for the sultans who were deprived of power by the socialist. 121. Regime. The Saleh regime appointed a multitude of new sheikhs as part of its patronage politics. 26. UNRU was told that the reinstated sultans or new sheikhs gave approximately 20% of their land to the president, partially out of gratitude and partially because it would inevitably be taken away. The Saleh regime gave them the responsibility to allocate land, a function that they did not hold before 1967. These allocations are not coordinated with state-controlled local and governorate land offices, a situation that has raised further confusion and ambiguity about land and property rights. Many land disputes ended up in the courts, which were chronically unable to resolve these cases. Like the Commission on Retirees, grievances over land issues were recognized by the NDC. The Commission of Land-Related Disputes was established in 2013 to find solutions for mass claims related to restitution or compensation for land that was confiscated or looted in South Yemen. 27. It received more than 90,000 claims in its first few months of operation, when the claims intake process reopened after a brief hiatus at the beginning of 2014, even more claims were filed. There were 5 major claimant categories: housing societies, representing more than 20,000 military employees and nearly 45,000 civil servants in the area between Aden and Abyan; investment-related claims, which concerned land for investment, commercial land, and small commercial properties but were fewer in number; issues of agricultural land ownership and leasing, of which there were 8,500 cases, addressing most of the large farms, group and individual leases, land reallocated by sheikhs and former sultans, looted and damaged agricultural lands, and claims of failed provision of lands from past commissions' decisions, buildings and facilities currently owned by corporations or the government, that had been initially confiscated by the Sana'a regime in the War of 1994 and have since been privatized, and claims for individual properties, which were very high in number and concerned properties that had been sold or allocated more than once, as well as various forms of land occupation in residential urban areas, from large wealthy residences to small slum dwellings. Many people had purchased properties in good faith from those who initially confiscated the land. Resistance to the Land Commission's work came from SE North Yemen military leaders who had profited from the land confiscations since the 1994 war. They hindered the resolution of some cases. The efforts of the Land Commission were stopped by 122. The war in 2015, but in its first 2 years it had not issued a single claim ruling. Amira, the NGO activist and lawyer in her early 30s, whose mother was forced to retire, experienced an ownership dispute over a family property. We had a house, which Northerners entered and took from us. A house like in the past, like Adney houses. Crater. A pilot, we waited for years, when it belonged to him, until we got them out, maybe in the days of Yahya al-Shuaibi. We kicked them out, and I returned. Afterwards I lived in the house. Samira's family was fortunate. They were able to produce their original ownership papers, pursue the case in court, and eventually get their house back. Hers is only one of thousands of stories of expropriation and land grabbing in South Yemen. Problems of land ownership rights continue to cause a great deal of conflict today. The practice of land grabbing was tied to the destruction of South Yemen estate factories. Those factories that were not looted in the 1994 war suffered from an aggressive privatization soon after, in which the new factory owners close to the Saleh regime would deconstruct the factory piece by piece. Similar events occurred with former PDRY state cooperatives and farms expropriated by or given to people close to the regime. The following detailed account by Professor Basura describes the connection between the destruction of South Yemeni factories, forced retirement of factory workers, land grabbing, the development of new sales markets by North Yemeni traders and businesspersons, and corrupt political decision-making after the war in 1994. In Aden, Hadramaut, and Lahij, small factories existed, such as the factory of soap, of cooking oil, a shoe factory, for tomatoes and for tomato paste. There were many factories, maybe 65 factories. They were also owned by the state. The biscuit factory existed, the paint factory, they were great factories. And the factory for slippers, a factory for agricultural tools, for tillage, a factory for sponges, carpentry, a factory for tables, cupboards, 65 factories existed. In Aden, in Lahij, in Hadramaut, as well in Abiyan. In these factories, around 30,000 to 35,000 workers. 123 worked, which means that 35,000 families lived from it. Okay, so what happened? They sold the factories. The state sold them, and some were burnt during the war, such as the biscuit factory. The perfume factory was vandalized. The machines were stolen. Okay, there belonged huge land to these factories. It was the best land, because most of the factories were in the middle of the city. These factories were sold to northern investors for an unreal price, which was very low. They told them that no auction is taking place. A bargain took place between the government, the president of the government, the minister of planning and the deputy of the prime minister. The group of traders. There were bargains. It means, for example, that the factory has a certain price, 6 million rial. They sold it for 1 million rial, and 1 million went to the responsible persons as bribery. Thus, corruption occurred, not only for 1, 2, or 3 million. There were 65 factories with billions in money. So, the price of these 65 factories is not less than 2 to 3 billion US dollars, but they were sold for $500,000 US, so this means they bargained. In these contracts which were signed by purchasers and the state, it was said that 75% of the workers out, namely 75%, so the state has to support them. What did the state do? The state began to run a fund for social assistance. So, they received a small amount of money like 20,000 rial, 15,000 rial. 25% of the workers stayed in the factories. So, the factory owner was responsible for their jobs and their salaries. What did the factory owner do? He delayed their salaries 6, 8 months, sometimes 1 year. Because nobody controlled him. They sold the machines as discarded iron. And, they owned the land that they also wanted to sell. Now we buy the sponges, furniture for the lounges, we buy it in Sana'a. From where do we buy soap? From Sana'a, from the house Ha'il 28. This means that these traders played a role in the destruction of these factories. They want to rule over the south. They bought the factories in order to work their factories. Go to the market, there is soap from Al-Hudaydah, and from Taiz, or from Sana'a. Slippers come from China today, the traders buy them from China. They are the traders now. The southern traders are all dead, means they stopped in the 124 days of the war. Many of their rights were grabbed. As Professor Basura describes, after the 1994 war, businesspersons and traders, principally of northern origin, made lucrative arrangements with the Sana'a regime to receive real estate at below market prices, from which the Sana'a regime profited. Then they liquidated the companies and factories and forced the workers into retirement in order to sell the land, which was particularly valuable for those located in the midst of urban centers. Finally, they profited from the shutdown of factories, which eliminated rivals in the marketplace. The actions of the Hail Said Anam Group, with roots in the city of Taiz, are an example. This is one of the most influential conglomerates of companies and businesses in Yemen and enjoyed good relations with the Saleh regime. They acquired numerous parcels of real estate in Aden, which they exploited as a new sales market after unification. The conglomerate constructed the first shopping mall in Aden, called Aden Mall, and most of the mall employees come from Taiz. 29 The business and commercial elite close to the Sana'a regime have profited tremendously from business and investment in Yemen in recent decades. South Yemeni businesspersons in the diaspora have complained that investors face more difficulties in establishing businesses or factories in South Yemen than in the north. In 2014, an influential Abiyani explained to me that establishing a business in South Yemen requires paying inducements to government officials or offering a partnership to influential North Yemeni businesspersons. Therefore, many people have refrained from investing, because they know that the security of any investment depends on political connections. The oil economy and patronage. That politics is interlinked with the economy has already been indicated by the institutionalized marginalization and forced retirement of South Yemenis, the plundering and looting of factories, and land grievances in South Yemen. The oil and gas industry has further strengthened the persistence of the Sana'a regime, generating a patronage network around it from which the overall population in South Yemen has been excluded. In the 1970s and 1980s, the PDRY and YAR economies were based largely on remittances from a migration boom of workers to the Gulf states. 125. 30. The discovery of oil in the border regions of both the YAR and the PDRY in the mid-1980s was influential in driving calls for unification a few years later. 31. Oil production in South Yemen did not achieve commercial scale until after 1990, but it has since become the driving force of Yemen's economy. The production and export of crude oil generated 70 to 80% of Yemen's government revenues and foreign exchange reserves between 2000 and 2009. The country's dependence on oil revenues allowed the government to avoid the politically and administratively difficult issues of taxation and building the bureaucratic capacity to collect taxes. Instead, the Sana'a regime built a monopoly over land and natural resources, most of it located in South Yemen. The post-unification oil economy has shrunk the economic base from the overall workforce to a few persons closely affiliated with the Sana'a regime. Yemen's economy is manipulated by a complex, intertwined network of elites that control the oil industry, imports, processing, and packaging and distribution of goods. These elites control oil concessions, oil distribution rights and import and export licenses, as well as licenses for telecommunication. The degree of access they are afforded has often been directly proportional to the importance President Saleh has placed on their political support. 32 Those who were favored received government contracts, and their home regions were allocated disproportionate resources from the government budget. Military leaders and government ministries have been given autonomy to generate their own budgets, creating jobs and lucrative projects that were poorly realized but expanded their networks of patronage. 33 The administration of President Hadi was marked by a continuation of, rather than a break from, corruption. Between 2011 and 2015, the Army, the Islah Party, and the GPC hired thousands of new employees to buy their loyalty. Salisbury was told by a top finance ministry official that state budgetary resources had been exhausted by the middle of that year and staff salaries could no longer be paid. Continuing attacks on major pipelines in the country and rampant corruption were the cause. The government failed to address the networks of patronage and corruption. No meaningful change in its approach to corruption took place. At the same time, oil production 126 was declining, and analysts have estimated in recent years that Yemen could turn into a net oil importer by 2020, thus, Yemen is already past its oil peak. The 2015 war has affected the energy sector drastically. Foreign firms were forced to abandon operations and evacuate their staff. In 2015, nearly all production in Yemen's oil and natural gas fields shut down and has been only slowly increasing since. Even though the Mosila Basin in Hadramaut holds more than 80% of Yemen's oil reserves, most South Yemenis have been excluded from the earnings. Security firms owned by stakeholders in the regime were granted lucrative deals to protect oil and gas production facilities and the interests of foreign companies operating in the country. According to Bufana, local residents in Hadramaut received no benefits in the form of economic regional development and yet have suffered from polluted groundwater due to contamination from oil production. In the past decade, resistance to oil exploration has steadily grown. After an influential Hadrami sheikh, Said bin Habrish al-Hamami, was killed by a Yemeni soldier in late 2013, the Hadrami Tribal Alliance mounted a limited insurgency against the Sana'a regime, its supporters in the region, and the army. The alliance claimed that the regime and the army had both profited from Hadrami oil revenues for many years at the expense of local people. It demanded that more locals be employed in the oil sector, that supply and service contracts be offered to local companies, that all security services for oil companies operating in the region should be provided by those from the governorate, and that the army should withdraw from the region. When the government did not comply with these demands, an uprising was born. South Yemenis often vent their anger about economic issues, like Amina, a middle-aged employee and home activist from Abiyan, who chafes at the privatization of the economy and the exploitation of resources for the purposes of elites. Many did not profit from unification, and I do not want to profit, and I did not feel secure, and I did not feel anything. My son studies, and he did not receive the plainest essentials. What do I want from this unification? My resources are plundered in front of my eyes. They take my home. Our resources, such as oil, fish. You cannot believe it. And fish, especially. It is all privatized. For them. 127. Petroleum, diesel, fish, land, public facilities of the South in which Southerners worked. They took it and privatized it. I often heard people sharing rumors about oil reserves and that additional oil and gas fields would be discovered in Hadramaut, Almara, and Chabway. Oil and gas are a driving force in calls for independence. The decline of the Port of Aden. Another hotly debated economic issue is development of the Port of Aden. As a British colonial port, Aden was conceived of as a central point for trade between Europe and Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, and East Africa. In the 1950s, the port was the second busiest harbor in the world after New York. Yet, 6 months before the independence of South Arabia in 1967, the port's activity had decreased by 75% due to the closure of the Suez Canal with the Six-Day Arab-Israeli War. The Suez Canal did not reopen until 1975. In 1990, the Aden Container Terminal and the Aden Free Trade Zone were established to attract international investment. Yet, despite being one of the largest natural harbors in the world, Aden has operated well below its potential for a variety of reasons: inaction in Sana'a on implementing essential structural reforms, ineffective legal protection, and lack of infrastructure development to adapt to changes in shipping requirements. Added to this are the piracy and lack of security in the Horn of Africa. Terrorist attacks, such as the USS Cole bombing in 2000, led to an increase in insurance premiums and deterred shipping companies from using Aden. More recently, the terrorism of AQAP and Ansar al-Sharia has exacerbated the problem. In 2008, Dubai Ports World took over management of the port of Aden. However, Dubai Ports World's ambitious aims to develop the port were never achieved, not least because it did not keep its investment promises, as the Hadi government argued in 2012. Dubai Ports World rejected the claims that it had broken its contractual duties. After repeated accusations of malpractice against the Dubai firm, the deal was cancelled in September 2012 for a cash settlement of around $24 million that the Yemeni government had to pay to the company. Despite this large payout, the government claimed a victory for its anti-corruption agenda, in which it tried to bring to light corrupt practices dating back to the Saleh era, when the 128th Dubai firm left. The government attempted to create the perception that it combats malfeasance. However, no investigation was made into any wrongdoing around the deal, and no punitive action was taken against those involved in brokering the deal. When I visited the Martyrs Square of the Southern Movement in Al Mansura in August 2012, the inadequate utilization of the port was one of the major sources of anger among the activists. Since 2015, Aden's port has been principally used for aid shipments. However, the continuing economic blockade by the Saudi-led military coalition further hampers realization of the harbor's potential. In addition, competition from the ports in Salalah and Djibouti reduces the chance that Aden will regain its former position as a crucial harbor city. The rise of Islamism. In the PDRY, the influence of religion in public and political life was limited. Even though the constitution proclaimed Islam as the state religion, the PDRY regime was often criticized by its Arab and Muslim neighbor countries for being atheist. 34 The political discourse was mostly predicated on Marxist terminology, and Islam was seen exclusively as a socio-economic phenomenon and as a force in opposition to exploitation and imperialism. In 1970, the PDRY nationalized all religious trusts. A government ministry administered all funds for mosques coming from foreign sources, and clerics and preachers received a civil service salary and were supposed to translate the state's rulings into everyday life. The state tried to diminish the role of Islam. Secular law replaced Sharia law, and public education, media, publishing, and the arts were secularized. Gradually, however, the regime abandoned its public criticism of Islam. 35 In the 1980s, Ali Nasir Muhammad relaxed government restrictions on religious activities, which Sagar assumes was a concession to the Gulf states in return for increased financial aid. In the early 1990s, the YSP was in a weaker position compared to that of the GPC or the Islah Party, because the population in South Yemen and their economic output were smaller, and increasingly powerful Islamist groups were threatening the YSP due to its secular stance over governance. Conservative elites from North Yemen even tried to prevent Yemeni unification because they perceived the South as atheist or communist. One of the most prominent opponents of unification was Abd Allah ibn Hussein al-Amir, paramount sheikh of the Hashid tribal. 129. Confederation and one of the founders of the Islah Party in 1990, who did not distinguish secularism from atheism. In January 1991, he advocated boycotting the referendum on the new constitution. His opposition was based on a clause that stated that the Sharia was the major source for legislation, but not the source of all legislation, as in the constitution of the YAR. The conservative forces won this power struggle against liberal and leftist forces. The phrase based on the constitution of the YAR was adopted. The PDRY was the only Arab country that supported the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 and then backed the Kabul regime and condemned the Mujahideen. After unification in 1990, and especially during the 1994 war, many Yemenis, among them South Yemenis who had been expelled by the leftist regime after independence in 1967, returned to South Yemen to continue their cause against the godless communists in the former People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. Between 1990 and 1993, the murders of between 150 and 200 YSP leaders were attributed to religious extremists. The Afghan Arabs 36 and the trouble they caused for the YSP were welcomed by the leadership of the former YAR, for it both weakened the YSP and enabled the northern leadership to claim that it was the moderate center between leftist socialists and conservative Islamists. 37 In my interviews and in daily conversations in 2014 and 2015, South Yemenis angrily discussed takfir in reference to the fatwas against the godless communists in South Yemen during the 1994 war. Before the mass demonstration of April 27, 2014, the Southern Movement mouthpiece, Aden Live TV, screened a documentary on the 1994 war containing an audio recording of the ultra-conservative Islamist ideologue of the Islah Party, Abd al-Majid al-Zindani, in which he declared South Yemenis infidels. Later al-Zindani denied that his fatwa included all South Yemenis, it was instead addressed to the Marxist regime that he considered atheist. Abd al-Wahhab al-Daylami, an influential Islahi scholar and Minister of Justice between 1994 and 1997, issued another fatwa during the war in May 1994 to justify the killing of YSP members by Islamists. Later, al-Daylami also denied that he had issued this fatwa. During the war of 1994 and shortly afterward, South Yemenis were afraid. 130. Of being harassed in the streets, attacked, or even killed. However, some South Yemenis started to discover and experience conservative Islam when al-Zindani came to spread his ideas among the youth in Friday prayers. Young people were especially open to guidance on taking the right path at a time of huge social transformation in South Yemen. The parliamentary elections in 1993 and the subsequent war in 1994 led to the marginalization of the YSP from the political scene in the unified country. It had to give up its position as a coalition partner with the GPC. From the end of the 1994 war to 1997, only the GPC and Islah Party shared power and ministerial positions. The exclusion of the YSP from Yemeni politics had enormous consequences for Yemen, but principally for South Yemen, giving rise to changes in socio-cultural norms and values spurred by the significantly increased influence of Islamism. Islamist ideology has since pervaded all spheres of social life, particularly women's lives and education. For example, in 1994, Islamists demolished the Adnisara brewery, the oldest and only brewery in the Arabian Peninsula, which had run 3 daily work shifts until it was destroyed. Khat then became the daily drug in South Yemen. The neo-Islamist trend also caused tension between Muslims of different confessions. In the 1990s, Islamists destroyed many tombs, mosques, and holy places associated with Sufi and Shafi'i practice and tried to prevent and prohibit popular religious celebrations that the Islamists considered to be blasphemous, such as pilgrimages to tombs of important religious figures or the celebration of the Prophet's birthday. Growing Islamism and economic decline also influenced culture and the arts. Aden had been a center of cultural life in the Arabian Peninsula. In British colonial times, theatre played a significant position in cultural life, and the PDRY further developed the theatre scene with the establishment of a theatre department at the Institute of Fine Arts in Aden and a national theatre troupe. However, in the 1990s, theatres and cinemas closed, because the state could no longer afford to subsidize cultural activities. Furthermore, the performing arts were no longer given the same cultural importance they had enjoyed pre-unification. The early 2000s, however, witnessed a series of critical social theater performances throughout the country, mostly backed by foreign financial support. 38. 131. Visual artists struggled with the transformations of the 1990s as well. Since the 1930s and 1940s, Aden had been a center of visual arts. In 1976, the Free Studio in Aden opened as the PDRY's first institution for the study of painting and drawing. It was later replaced by the Institute Jamil Ghanem for Fine Arts. 39 artists received state employment from the PDRY's Ministry of Culture, the Institute for Fine Arts, the Military Museum, and other places. The ideology of the YSP influenced their art, and their art served the YSP's politics. 40. After unification, South Yemeni artists were marginalized, because cultural life was concentrated in the new capital Sana'a, where work, sale, and exhibition opportunities existed. In addition, sculptures and socialist iconography were destroyed after unification, notably in Aden, because they were considered forbidden in Islam. Since 2007, artists have received less support from the Ministry of Culture, galleries have closed down, and activities have stagnated. Artists continue to suffer from a lack of interest in and understanding of fine arts by the government and society. The Institute Jamil Ghanem for Fine Arts remains a frequent target of hostilities from extremists and Islamist opponents to music and arts. Changes in women's lives. The 1992 Personal Status Law of the unified country was largely modeled on the conservative Yar Family Law of 1978 and legislated statewide restrictions to women's rights and freedom. These changes shaped people's narration of post-unity marginalization. Huda Al-Atas explained to me that the very first changes and transformations that emerged after unification were targeted at women, particularly South Yemeni women, who enjoyed more freedom and rights in the PDRY, as enshrined in the Family Law of 1974, than women in neighboring countries. We had a system and law that protected women, secured the woman. I was afraid about the position of the woman. I remember that, approximately a year after unification, there was a conference where everything was decided. There was the Conference of Women in Aden. First, they changed the rights, the women's rights. This was particularly the case for the family law that protected women in the South. This was the hostility of the Islamic currents that 132 came from the North, and were represented by parties, such as the Islah Party, and also other currents, such as commissions and clerics, and others. The first thing they did was changing the family law. There was ferocity to change this law. Before anything was changed in the economic, security or military sectors, the northern regime changed our progressive family law. Then Islamists grabbed the Ministry of Education, resulting in the prohibition of gender mingling in schools and the abolition of subjects such as music and sports. In the same interview, Huda also criticized the YSP, because the party did not fight for maintaining PDRY laws after unification. It was weak, she asserted. According to Amira, the YSP manifesto in the 1993 parliamentary elections clearly was adapted to the new conditions of the political field. Quranic citations decorated the beginning and the end of the document. It addressed the topic of societal equality of men and women but in a restrained manner, even though a strong position by the YSP could have been expected. Amira believes that the manifesto was crafted this way because the YSP did not want to provoke more Islamist agitation. After the 1994 war, many female members of the YSP left the party as a result of the growing political and social pressure on women and YSP members in that time. Many women withdrew from public life in the 1990s out of fear of being molested by Islamists, or lost their jobs as part of the institutionalized marginalization and forced retirement of South Yemenis after the war in 1994. The ramifications of these legal changes and the exclusion of the YSP from the political arena are still being felt. In 2015, a young woman told me that it is more difficult for women to obtain certain positions, even when they have the same qualifications as their male counterparts. Changes in the field of education. Although the YSP always made education a high priority, the party was unable to influence the structure, curricula, and aims of the educational system after unification, because the GPC controlled the Ministry of Education until the 1994 war. South Yemeni structures in the education sector completely collapsed, as the educational system of the former YAR replaced the PDRY system, even though the latter 133 was perceived as much stronger due to its achievements and experiences in curricula and textbook development, as well as in teachers' professional development, promotion of girls' education, combating illiteracy, and vocational training. A system modeled on YAR schooling with 9 years of basic education and 3 years of high school replaced the PDRY school system of 8 years compulsory and 4 years of high school. In addition to eliminating music, sports, and arts from the curriculum, the Ministry of Education got rid of other subjects, such as polytechnics, that had prepared students for vocational training and practical life. Quranic and Islamic studies replaced the PDRY subject of religious studies. Philosophy covering ethical and historical materialism, political, socialist, and capitalist economy, and scientific communism was no longer taught after unification. The transformations of the early unity phase were also reflected in textbook content. According to the then Deputy Minister of Education, Jamal Muhammad, textbooks underwent different stages of revisions. A first phase was completed by early 1992, it removed all references to a separated Yemen. During a second phase, accomplished by the end of 1992, the pedagogical philosophy was defined, and curricula were largely standardized based on the YAR model. After the war in 1994, the Islah Party gained more influence and received 9 ministerial portfolios, including the Ministry of Education. The party saw the control of the Ministry of Education as decisive to building a purer Islamic society from the ground up. Under Islah control, the ministry abolished the widespread mixed-sex schools of the PDRY. 41 Islamist content entered the curriculum, and more time was given to Quranic and Islamic studies. Islamist teachers were hired. According to a presidential decree, the Ministerial Council decided in December 1996 to close down all boarding schools for nomadic children and youth stemming from the PDRY era, which had been controlled by the YSP. The GPC won the elections of 1997 with an absolute majority of votes, which resulted in a shift in power that reduced the Islah Party's influence. 42 The GPC took over control of the Ministry of Education but did not reverse the drastic changes that had already been made in the education system. 134. In practice, this meant that 2 crucial changes entered textbook content in the 1990s. 43 First, because Islam had a strong place in YAR education and the Islah Party dominated the ministry in the mid-1990s, religious topics became omnipresent. Second, textbooks became northernized by adding material dealing with the history of the YAR and deleting mention of historical themes of South Yemen's past. Thus, socialism was totally effaced and replaced by Quranic excerpts and verses in textbooks on grammar, syntax, history, and literature. Islam gave the students a complete framework for life, a basis for individual behavior, relations between child and parents, approach to work, and so on. For example, social studies textbooks of 2015 deal with religious topics, such as the life of Prophet Muhammad and religious holidays. In the 9th grade civics textbook of 2015, the Yemeni identity is defined by its 2 fundamentals, Islam and Pan-Arabism. An excerpt from the first and second articles of the Yemeni constitution is included, which states that the Yemeni people are part of the Arabic and Islamic nation, that the Republic of Yemen is an Arabic and Islamic state, that Islam is the religion of the state, and Arabic is the official language of the state. In textbooks, Yemeni unity is linked to one of the unquestionable tenets of Islam, and it becomes unchallengeable like the oneness of God. The revised historical content greatly underemphasizes the significance of the 1963 revolution in South Yemen and describes it as a consequence of the Republican Revolution of 1962 in the north. Aden's role in the region, where intellectuals met to exchange their ideas, is downplayed. One of the principal figures in the textbook rubric of Eternal Yemeni Personalities 44 is Muhammad al-Zuberi, 45, while famous Adani personalities, such as Abdullah al-Asnaj 46 and Muhammad Ali Luqman, who played important roles for al-Zuberi, and Ahmed Muhammad Numan, 47, are ignored. In contrast, Ali Abdullah Saleh's role in uniting Yemen is emphasized through text and photos, thereby providing continuity to the Yar's history. These changes are actively discussed in the counter-narrative. Former Minister of Higher Education Professor Basura explained how the school curriculum changed in the 1990s. 135. The education in the South was better than today. We had German experts. First, they brought the system that gave the religious subjects a lot of space. After 1994, they learned religion with 7 books. And, in Arabic studies, history of the Yemeni Revolution, it is about al-Zuberi and Numan, but there is nothing about the South. Even the history of the South before independence, such as the sultans, emirs, the states that existed in the South before, were not taught. They stopped to teach arts in schools, and music, they stopped all of it. And sports. Tariq, the young man from Shabway, depicted the end of the war in 1994 as a victory of North over South Yemen, which resulted in a revision of Yemeni historiography in favor of a single, unitary North Yemeni perspective with a centralized perspective of the state. We deal with the mentality of a victor. The South is a spoil of war, the rule of force spread over the territory. There exists a culture of triumph, a culture of victory. After 1994, there was a crisis. The history of the war was considered the national history. July 7th is today considered the day of our invasion, the glorious and endless July 7th. A fallacy of remembrance. Human remembrance. The streets in the South are the street of May 22 unification, the street of July 7 war, Zuberi Street North, streets named after northern personalities, northern landmarks. Why? I have a history. I have October 14th. I have November 30th. We have personalities, such as Cotton al-Shabai, 48. We have Salim Rubai Ali, we have Faisal Abd al-Latif al-Shabai, 49. And we have martyrs. Why are our streets, schools, and our matters not from our patrimony? Huda al-Adas nostalgically remembered her school days during the PDRY and compared them to the altered educational system of the 1990s, transformed by Islamism. In school we had gymnastics and sports. I was more skilled at table tennis than the boys. The schools were mixed, with boys and girls. 136. Sitting in the same classes all the way through. Gender mingling was not an issue. There was no harem or ibe. We also had cinema weeks when the school took us to see films. 50 citizens could count on the state to provide education and training. Instability and stigmatization. In international relations, Yemen is often labeled the Middle East's prototypical weak state. The country is seen as a source of menace to the wider region of the Gulf of Aden and the Arabian Peninsula, as well as to international security. Being labeled fragile and a stronghold for AQAP has led to the provision of counter-terrorism aid by Western countries and the Gulf states. Under former President Saleh's rule, the United States began to deliver training and equipment to selected Yemeni security forces and to provide military assistance. When Yemen experienced large uprisings in 2011, Western countries and the GCC reinforced the widely challenged central government of Saleh with counterinsurgency stabilization strategies that combined humanitarian aid, development programs, and military operations. Believing that the uprisings were an impediment to counter-terrorism efforts, these countries invested in the stabilization of the central government, instead of allowing the protesters to pursue change. The Saleh regime reframed national issues as threats to international security. Such an internationalization of security is often pursued by weak states to attract international attention and aid for their internal issues. According to Lewis, the Saleh regime manipulated reports on terrorist movements and internal domestic conflicts in order to shift donor aid delivery prioritization towards more overtly militaristic agendas. 51 The government framed the Southern movement as violent secessionists and consistently linked them to AQAP 52 or the Houthis, or accused them of being supported by Iran 53, thereby stigmatizing South Yemen as a dangerous stronghold of separatists and terrorists. 54 Accusations of terrorism are the gravest against independence endeavors. The emergence of AQAP cells in South Yemen perpetuated the terrorist image and have resulted in counter-terrorism operations on South Yemeni governorates. 137. Particularly Shabway and Abiyan, since 2009. However, it is a widespread belief among the Yemeni population that Saleh or the Sana'a regime created or exacerbated the presence of AQAP to manipulate the United States 55 and then used U.S. security assistance that was intended to fight AQAP to secure Saleh's rule. This belief was strengthened by the repeated escapes of AQAP figures from Yemeni prisons. 56 AQAP has thus become more than a terrorist organization, it is also a domestic political pejorative. Enmeshed in mythologies about how national power functions. This comment by Ahlam, a teacher in her late 20s from Abiyan, indicates the widespread belief that the regime was involved in the creation of AQAP. It is a game. It is a movement of the state. There is no fundamental Al-Qaeda, there is no Al-Qaeda in our country. The Sons of Yemen are not Al-Qaeda. 57. Saif, the forced retiree from Abiyan, expressed similar suspicions. If the state of the South emerges, it could help to maintain world peace and to secure the sea routes that exist here in the South. This state of the South could help to fight terrorism, and Al-Qaeda, and all terrorist operations that spread right now. There is no terrorism in Yemen. It is evident that the powerful forces in the north support terrorism. There does not exist the real Al-Qaeda in Yemen. Ali Abdullah Saleh and Ali Muhsin al-Amr spread the real Al-Qaeda. They are the real Al-Qaeda. Thus, Ali Abdullah Saleh, Ali Muhsin al-Amr, religious forces, the Islah Party produce it. These forces work on the creation of Al-Qaeda, or they support Al-Qaeda in the South to show the world that the South is a pivot of terrorism, and that the South, in relation to the restoration of the former state, would not be able to protect this region from terrorism. This is the message which they send to the world, that Southerners are unable to establish a state in the South. We may reach out to the world in order to achieve security and stability in the region. 138. Without a Southern state, it is impossible to secure and stabilize the region. Saif explicitly stated that North Yemeni elites created Al-Qaeda to scuttle calls for independence and demonstrate to the international community that an independent state in South Yemen would endanger security and stability in the region of the Bab al-Mandab, 58 because South Yemenis would be unable to provide security. Saif depicts the Sana'a regime as the actual troublemaker creating disorder in Yemen and in the wider region. It is the major source of insecurity. The image of a violent separatist and AQAP stronghold is turned upside down. His comments pointedly illustrate how activists tie international security to their cause. Saif guarantees that South Yemenis will cooperate with the international community to secure the region of the Gulf of Aden. However, cooperation is only possible when this region becomes an independent state again, one controlled by South Yemenis instead of corrupt elites from the north. Many South Yemenis feel very confident that the re-established state will be able to promote security and stability in this important geostrategic region of the Gulf of Aden for a simple reason, as Abla, a lawyer and NGO activist in her early 30s from Aden, states. And why? Because Southerners already lived a state, they lived a state with stability. Coming to terms with past failures and mistakes, South Yemenis often look to failures in their past to explain their current situation and circumstances, why and how unification came into existence, and why they lost their state. This process of coming to terms with a difficult past also affects struggles with identity questions and questions about their national and communal objectives, such as what they achieved in the past, why they failed, and what they aim for today and in the future. The third strand of the counter-narrative revolves around negotiation of the heterogeneous memory constructs and accounts of the past that coexist within the independence struggle. This heterogeneity arises not only because different age groups share different perceptions of the PDRY past but also from differences between the attitudes and political orientations people had in the past and those they hold today. The following excerpt from an interview with Aisha, the Adani activist and journalist in her early 139 20s, introduces this third strand of the counter-narrative, which processes a difficult past to lay the foundation for a better independent state. In 1986, a political war, and not a civil war, happened. They were comrades. They disputed about participation, about who takes more. When they killed each other, they said to the poor citizens that it is a civil war. People were liquidated, without even any guilt. See, 1986 was the prelude to Yemeni unification. It was on the table, it is necessary that we unite with the brothers of the north and that we build the state of Yemen. However, the leadership that existed in the past rejected it. On which basis should we unite with them? Everything is different. Okay, we accept unification, but under certain conditions, such as, Aden remains the capital, the resources are not touched, and two armies, the army of the south with the south, and the army of the north with the north. The northern citizen can go to the south, and vice versa. Every time the idea of Yemeni unity emerged, it was refused. When the incidents of 1986 happened, they said afterward to the citizens in the street that this war was a civil war in which no innocent was killed. The war lasted around 2 weeks. Those responsible for this crime took refuge and settled in the north. They fled to the north. Among them the current president Abd Rabbi Mansour. They served Yemeni unification. Because after 1986, when we fought each other, we entered blindly into unification. Over there, they were against it, because they lived among them. They saw that we would not be able to live with them. When they came and said, we are against unification, and, you made problems in 1986, right? You are an odious person. When you come and say that I am against it, what will those who hate you do? They say, we are for it. You are against unification. We are for unification. This were personal differences. The problems of 1986 were political, but the problems about unification in 1990 were personal differences. The one who signed for Yemeni unification as the president of the YSP was Ali Salim al-Bid. He did not sign as the president of the country, but as the general secretary of the YSP. It was not well thought out, and there was no consciousness at this time. We changed the 13th from 140. A tragedy to reconciliation and forgiveness. 59. We all have one objective, and that is the re-establishment of the state in the south. After we re-establish the state, there is no reason to fight in civil wars, because we all have the same goal, namely, that the state re-emerges, for us, and maybe everybody can take everything. Our property. If you want to be an engineer, you are an engineer. If you want to be a soldier, you are a soldier. If you want to be a pilot, you are a pilot. If you want to become the president of the state, you can become the president of the state. However, everything in accordance with the legislation, and in accordance with the things that we enact between us. We learned from the past. Our state failed and was taken from us only because of personal differences. In response to my question about whether confrontations similar to those in the past, such as the war in January 1986, might re-emerge in a future independent state, Aisha explained that the earlier war was a political confrontation between the YSP and its leadership, it was not a civil war arising from the population itself. She emphasized that the issue of unity was always a topic of contestation and struggle among the leading elites of the PDRY. It is widely believed among South Yemenis that the events of 1986 led directly to unification in 1990, because the war weakened PDRY leadership and the country's position in the region. People like Aisha conclude that South Yemenis lost their state because of internal conflicts and leadership struggles within the YSP. Aisha also alludes to the bottom-up reconciliation process, known as reconciliation and forgiveness and popularized in an annual day of commemoration on January 13, first initiated in 2006 by people who would later form the basis of the Southern movement. By reprocessing past resentments and hostilities, memory is able to contribute towards reconciliation and new forms of coexistence, opening up the possibility of a common future. Past events, such as the war in 1986, cannot be modified. However, the perceptions, narratives, and memory constructs of them can change and become key to creating the future. Young activists like Aisha, who never lived in the PDRY, still do process the past of the PDRY. In our conversations, they often attributed blame for the loss of the PDRY and the failure to realize a new independent state. 141. To the failures and errors of the past. Thus, young people especially search the past for answers to their difficult circumstances. To do so, they depend on the narrations and accounts of older generations, because they are often the only source of information about this past. Nevertheless, young people do not uncritically adopt the older generation's accounts but instead negotiate and reprocess them. By coming to terms with the past, the young and the old coalesce around one united objective, the re-establishment of the state in the South. This re-established state in which past conflicts do not re-emerge because people have learned from the past, and all have the same objective of an independent state in which unity with North Yemen is off the table promises a glorious future full of opportunity. In this state, everybody can become whatever they wish, even president. Thus, in Aisha's perceptions, the future state provides all the opportunities that the Republic of Yemen has lacked in recent years. Aisha's interview excerpt is a characteristic example of how South Yemenis remembering and reprocessing the past are not so much oriented to the past as to coming to terms with the past in a present that is constantly disrupted by it. Rediscovering the South Arabian identity. Prior to the 1950s, South Yemen was known as Aden or the Protectorates, later as South Arabia or the Arab South. From the late 1950s, the term South Yemen or Yemenis South came into political usage alongside South Arabia. The shift to Yemen in political rhetoric and writings of nationalists and the call for Yemeni unity were attempted against the fragmentation of Yemen into a northern and southern part, or even into more territories. In those days, supporters of Yemeni nationalism were in opposition to other national movements, be they Adani, Hadrami, or more broadly South Arabian. In these early times of national identity formation, numerous notions of a future independent state or different states were raised not only by various groups in political clubs and associations but also in the press in Aden. The process of national identity formation is ongoing in present-day South Yemen, underpinned by past identity discourses, permanent negotiations around national belonging, and clear-cut distinctions from Yemen. Azan, a member of the YSP Central Committee, raised beliefs about national identity that can be traced to the origins of Yemeni nationalism at the beginning of the 20th century. 142. However, we, especially, had believed that the English made us believe in two states, that we are two states, and that we before the English were a unified state. However, there is disagreement on this subject. Some believe that we were not a unified country before the English, and some others believe that Yemen was a unified country before the English. The idea of Yemen might be at its basis a regional one. Everything that is on the right side of the Kaaba in the Arabian Peninsula, in Saudi Arabia, was considered Yemen. Everything to the north of it was called Al-Sham, Syria, Lebanon, and all the northern regions. We were considered to be right in the meaning of Yemen. Some consider it as the Greater Yemen, and some believe that there is a south of Yemen and a north of Yemen, or there are two countries. Khalid, an activist and journalist from Al-Dali in his 40s, introduced the topic of Arab and Yemeni nationalism in today's politics and elucidates how, in the 20th century, Pan-Arabism influenced daily life in the PDRY and its policies toward Yemeni unity. The Southern youth today demand a new South, not in the same format like the former Southern state, or the former regime. Pre-1990, the dream objective of Southerners was the hope for Arab unity, and the Southern Street was influenced by the former Southern leadership and by Arab nationalism spearheaded by Gamal Abd al-Nasser and many other Arab leaders. Their intention was to realize Arab unity, such as in the European Union, in order to create a strong unity. This influenced the Southern Street in the times of our parents. Even in the school in the morning, mottos for the students were about the struggle for and the defense of the Yemeni revolution. And finally to benefit from the 5-year plan and to realize Yemeni unity. This was the Arab dream of the Southern Street. Khalid's account explains how unity came to be embraced by earlier generations and refers to the daily practice in schools, when students every 143 morning stood before the PDRY flag in the schoolyard and chanted 3 times, "We struggle to defend the Yemeni revolution, the enforcement of the 5-year plan, and the realization of Yemeni unity. Long live the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. Long live the Yemeni Socialist Party." 60. However, as Khalid states, young people do not want the PDRY back in its old format, in which their parents' generation grew up aspiring to Yemeni unity. Such accounts excuse and apologetically justify past mistakes of earlier generations. They hand the overall responsibility for unification to leading elites and state institutions of the PDRY, which put the goal of a united Yemen on the political agenda of the state and thereby influenced the Southern Street. The people of the South are victims of international politics and victims of Arab nationalism, victim of international politics, international interests, and the Pan-Arabist approach from which the revolutionaries in the South derived, whereby they connected us to Yemen. Once upon a time, our identity was that of South Arabia. This opinion expressed by an older man at a cat gathering raises a set of highly controversial discourses in South Yemen today that address debates on national identity and belonging and the influence of Arab and Yemeni nationalism on identity formation. He asserts that the revolutionaries, members of the NLF and FLOSI in the 1960s, were influenced by Pan-Arabism. Many South Yemenis share his belief that the Pan-Arabist influence explains why the NLF inserted Yemen into the name of the state after independence. By doing so, the revolutionaries wanted to disconnect the new state from almost 130 years of South Arabia's colonial past and demonstrate its newly won independence by distinguishing it from British colonialism. People like the man see this insertion of the name of Yemen as the major historical mistake of the late 1960s. He also points to the South Arabian identity, which was the identity of the people in South Yemen once upon a time. The political party of the League of the Sons of South Arabia is the major ideological bearer promoting the notion of a distinctive South Arabian identity. Its key player and most prominent politician is Abd al-Rahman al-Jifri, who founded the party in 1990. He is a relative of Muhammad Ali al-Jifri, who led the party in the British era. The party was 144. Established in 1948 and primarily comprised elites from the Sultan families of Lahij, Hadramaut, Shabwa, and Abiyan. Its main political objective was the creation of an independent state comprised only of Aden and the British protectorates, thus excluding the territory of the Yar. It was, however, opposed by FLOSI and the NLF and went into exile when the NLF came into power. Returning to the country after unification in 1990, al-Jifri and his party soon fell from grace with the Saleh regime when, as vice president of the Presidency Council of the short-lived Democratic Republic of Yemen that al-Bid proclaimed on May 21, 1994, al-Jifri supported the disengagement of South Yemen in the war. Today, Rabita is an integral component of the independence struggle in South Yemen and has effectively advocated for the formation of a South Arabian identity, as the following comments set in motion. The Party of the League of the Sons of South Arabia was for the South is not associated with Yemen for them. They consider Yemen a state and the South another state. In the past and today as well. There came a period maybe between 1990, at the time of unification on May 22. They changed their name from the League of the Sons of South Arabia to the League of the Sons of Yemen, because Yemen, its north and south, united in 1990. They became one country. In order to organize, they accepted Yemen. They accepted the authorities and other organizations. In order to be present, it was necessary to change the name into the League of the Sons of Yemen, thereby replacing the Sons of South Arabia. Rabita wants to promote a particular project, South Arabia, that we are not Yemenis. Now advances the idea in the YSP and Yemen that we are not Yemen. It combats Yemenization. Saif and I also discussed identity in our conversation in Aden in January 2015. Saif, differences happened around the topic of identity. The brothers of Rabita consider the entire South to be South. 145. Arabia. The brothers of the socialist believe in the South Yemeni identity. Rabita talks about the construction of a new state in the South. The socialists talk about the re-establishment of the PDRY. After, another new southern state is constructed. These differences keep them far from each other. Amira, is the problem only between Rabita and the YSP? Saif, not only Rabita alone. All political forces that had opposed the socialists, such as the sultans. Maybe the Mashaik, old tribes, even a group of socialists who were harmed by the socialist, from the Zumra and Tughma, 61 the group of the Zumra. Almost all forces came to the conviction that a mistake happened in the year of 1967, when the South was called the People's Republic of South Yemen. They believe that this mistake is a historic one from which Southerners suffer until today, when the South was named People's Republic of South Yemen. It gave an opportunity to the brothers in the North to consider the South a part of Yemen. Thus, the angry reaction is that we are not Yemenis. Amira, Southerners Saif, we are Southerners, not Yemenis, and honestly, that is the problem here. Even many of the former socialists say now that we are not. That is the problem. There is anger, there is anger. The matter is that we are not Yemenis, even if we were a part of the YAR, because if we say that we are Yemen, it gives the political and legal right to the North to take the South as part of the Northern Territory. That is why it is said that we were not Yemenis until 1967. Until 1967, there existed the Federation of South Arabia. They want to prove that the South is South Arabia. They cut off any connection to the North. However, there is a political and legal mistake. I see that the Southerners claim the re-establishment of the PDRY, which was a member state in the UN and the Arab League. Amira, that's why the flag. Saif, and the flag. Maybe the world understands that a problem happened, but between who and who? Between the Federation of South Arabia and the YAR? Or, between the PDRY? 146. And the YAR? The problem happened between the current state and the territory called PDRY. Later, when Southerners re-establish the PDRY, they call it Republic of Amira, South Arabia. Saif, they will call it South Arabia or call it anything, quack, quack. As Tariq, the young man from Shabway, and Saif, the retiree from Abiyan, indicate, the challenge of forming a collective identity has provoked contention between various groups, primarily between Rabita and the YSP. The YSP, with the NLF as its predecessor, is seen as responsible for inserting Yemen in the name of the state in 1967. This territory thereby became known as the People's Republic of South Yemen, later the PDRY, or simply South Yemen. Although many YSP members emphasize their South Arabian identity today, they argue that South Arabia never existed as an internationally recognized independent state. They worry that South Yemenis could lose their right to re-establish the PDRY if they invoke the South Arabian instead of the South Yemeni identity because the state post-1967 upheld the Yemeni identity. Debates about this matter caused divisions inside the Southern movement. For example, there is no consensus on which political steps should be followed in relation to the distinctive South Arabian or South Yemeni identities to implement and realize an independent state. The following possibilities have been discussed: independence, disengagement, self-determination, re-establishment of the state, and liberation. Some argue that the future should be decided by a referendum. They demand self-determination. Still others seek an abrupt, immediate independence or disengagement, armed with the claim that since the PDRY was already an independent state, it does not need a referendum to prove people's desire to re-establish it. Others refer to a liberation of South Arabia from Yemen. 62. I observed that a much higher level of consensus existed among the population than among leading figures of the movement. Grassroots activists used these terms concurrently and interchangeably. They often did not know the nuances of their meanings. The most important matter for most people was to re-establish as soon as possible an independent, safe state on the territory of the former PDRY, be it via disengagement, self-determination, or any other political solution. 147. On April 8, 2016, Albid and Al-Jifri published a joint statement titled The Southern Question. With this statement, both historical leaders 63, one who was the General Secretary of the YSP and the other the leading figure of Rubada, appeared to overcome the dispute about a South Arabian versus a South Yemeni identity, and the political steps to be followed. In their statement, they explain the rationale for agreeing to unification with the YAR, the achievement of stability and security, as well as socio-economic development. They consistently portray the Sana'a regime as a military tribal regime 64 whose sole aim was to occupy the South. The leaders blame the Sana'a regime for waging a war against the South for the aim of occupying its territory, instead of seeking peaceful solutions to the crisis in the early 1990s. They explain that the war in 1994 resulted in a full-fledged occupation. They then enlarge on the emergence of the Southern movement and Southerners' suffering since the Yemen war in 2015 and inability to stabilize and secure the region within a unified Yemen. Finally, yet importantly, they justify the people's right to self-determination based on international law. They refer to the UN Charter, in which equal rights and the self-determination of all peoples are codified. At the end of their statement, they present additional political and administrative steps toward the re-establishment of two different states based on the pre-1990 borders. Albid and Al-Jifri's statement illustrates that nationalism comes before nations. It is striking that they consistently denote the territory of the PDRY as South Arabia and its citizens as South Arabians. They emphasize that this territory was never called or belonged to Yemen. Instead, the unity agreements were based on a misguided belief that Yemen was originally united and thus should be reunited. Only in 1967 was the name Yemen introduced in the state appellation. Furthermore, they trace the South Arabian nation back to the ancient pre-Islamic civilizations of the kingdoms of Hadramaut, Qataban, and Uzan, thereby putting emphasis on the nation's primordialism since ancient times. Preservation of the South Arabian identity is a major objective of political forces and activists in the South. The following excerpt underscores the crucial role of identity questions among activists at the grassroots level. You have to understand that we have two schools here in the South: school in the meaning of culture, politics, thinking, economy. 148. Gathering, class status, and so on. This meaning defines school. The two schools, the school since the British occupation until 1967 is one school. This school had its politics, its culture, its thinking, and tenets. There exists another school, which is foreign to us. It is not original. It is a subsidiary of 1967 until 1990, the time of unification. This school was influenced by foreign motives because of the nationalist revolutionary movements of socialism. It invaded the South and influenced the social reality. This school was effective until the year 1990. Today, the youth, when you ask what the youth wants, and why they reject and claim the things they miss. Because they want the re-establishment of the original school. The original school is the historical one. Why? Because the youth drew a conclusion, and we too, the old, are with them that this school was foreign and is not in conformity with the history of the South. Today the Southern struggle is testimony that the Southern cause refers to the former school. This man in a cat gathering in Aden was a proponent of a South Arabian identity and rejected the time under socialist rule as foreign. Not original, as a time influenced by foreign motives because of the nationalist revolutionary movements of socialism that invaded the South and influenced the social reality. Thus, he believed that the time before 1967, when this territory was known as South Arabia and people's identity was South Arabian, is the true and original ideal. Another debate on identity and belonging emerged between Haider, the student activist of the University of Aden in his mid-20s, and me in our conversation in Aden in April 2014. Haider, you are a German and live in Germany. However, you are Southerner. You know the German people. Is it possibly that they enter in a unification with France or with Great Britain? Amira, no. Haider, why? Amira, because people believe it is a different culture, a different language. People are different, they do not understand each other. 149. Haider, the language is different. However, there are other states that have the same language, the states in which German is spoken. Amira, Austria. Haider, is it possibly to unite with them? Amira, they do not want. Haider, if Amira, they were, but Haider, we have the same issue. Amira, but their dialect differs a lot. Haider, we have the same issue. The same issue that we speak Arabic. As well, in Saudi Arabia, Arabic is spoken. Do you believe that Saudi Arabia would unite with the North? Do you believe that Oman would unite with Kuwait? The same issue. In our conversation, Haider asked me the astute question of whether any possibility existed that Germany and Austria could unite. Having in mind the dark and difficult German history of the first half of the 20th century, I struggled to find a quick, easy, and acceptable answer to his question. By using the analogy of Germany and Austria, this activist tried to approximate the situation of South Yemen today. He questioned on which basis South Yemen should be part of the North, when many countries separately exist where Arabic is spoken. He illustrated the boundaries of Arab unity and represented it as a utopia. I often heard activists calling into question why South Yemenis should identify as Yemenis, when people in parts of Oman or the southern parts of Saudi Arabia, all of which belong to the historical Greater Yemen, do not. For them, the Arab nationalist utopia ended, under duress, in a unified state with the North. The formation of a national identity is often seen as a top-down instrumentalization of national identity initiated by a political elite that manipulates certain issues to increase its power. However, individuals must be able to identify themselves with the proposed representation for it to take hold. The 2016 statement by Al-Bid and Al-Jifri and the identification among the grassroots with the nationalist discourse of a South Arabian identity distinct from a Yemeni one provide evidence for a collaborative effort between elites and activists to form the basis for re-achieving political and territorial sovereignty in South. 150. Yemen. Nationalist discourses on the South Arabian and Yemeni nations in the past and present illustrate that notions of belonging, naming, and othering are constructed socially and politically, and they can change at any time. Therefore, the Yemeni and the South Arabian nations are not natural entities but are imagined communities constructed through primordialist ideas and narration. The Yemeni Socialist Party in retrospect. Entering the South into unity. Halliday identifies four major leadership crises in the PDRY since 1967, the ousters of Cotton Muhammad al-Shabi, the People's Republic of South Yemen's president, in 1969, of Salim Rubai Ali in 1978, which ended with his and some of his supporters' deaths, and that of Abd al-Fattah Ismail in 1980, 65 and the war in 1986, the bloodiest of all the leadership crises. As part of coming to terms with the past, South Yemenis often blame the YSP and its former leadership for entering the South into unity. The party's internal struggles hit their peak with the incidents in January 1986, which are believed to have sealed the end of the PDRY. Some of the major disagreements within the leadership throughout the time of the PDRY concern the question of unification, to what degree it should be implemented, and how to promote it. In general, those who came from the YAR or PDRY areas bordering the north favored a more militant policy on supporting resistance in the YAR, whereas those originally from the areas east of Aden preferred a more assured stance toward unity and the YAR leadership. These disagreements caused leadership divisions from 1977 onward. Brehani shows that, especially after 1978, leaders of the PDRY began to build their political and military support from their home regions. However, he argues that divisions among the leaders from Lahij and Abiyan were smaller than those between prominent leaders originating from the YAR, such as Abd al-Fattah Ismail, and those from the PDRY, like Salim Rubai Ali. Those from the YAR lacked a tribal base in South Yemen, thus, they saw the YSP as the means both of overcoming tribalism and regionalism and of providing them with a national support structure based on ideology and organization. In the early 1980s, Ali Nasir Muhammad held all three top leadership positions in the PDRY, President, General Secretary of the YSP, and Prime Minister. In addition to his autocratic leadership style. 151. Two major and interrelated issues: domestic economic policies and foreign policy toward the region of the Arabian Peninsula, caused the conflict of 1986. The Third Congress of the YSP in October 1985 failed to resolve the internal struggles. Tensions grew because of economic liberalization and a concomitant increase in corruption among state officials. The process of economic liberalization was shaped by Ali Nasir Muhammad's attempt to improve tense relations with the rich Gulf countries. At the beginning of 1985, his opponent Abd al-Fattah Ismail returned to Aden from his Moscow exile, after Ali Nasir Muhammad personally gave him permission to return. Abd al-Fattah Ismail, supported by Ali Antar from Al-Dali and others originating from the north or from PDRY's border regions with the YAR, 66, accused Ali Nasir Muhammad, who came from Abiyan, of bypassing the party, accumulating power, favoring certain regions and groups, reviving parasitic bourgeoisie elements, and being ideologically impotent. Ali Nasir Muhammad felt threatened by his opponents and feared a coup or even an assassination attempt. Launching a preemptive coup d'état, supporters of Ali Nasir Muhammad opened fire on the Politburo of the YSP on January 13, 1986, where all his opponents, such as Abd al-Fattah Ismail and Ali Antar, gathered. Within hours, a violent INTRA party leadership struggle, an INTRA party bloodbath, escalated into a quasi-civil war. Within 10 days, fighting between party members, the army, and segments of society had spread throughout Aden and other parts of the PDRY. The factions were principally divided along tribal and regional lines. People from Abiyan and Shabwa sided with Ali Nasir Muhammad, whereas the supporters of Abd al-Fattah Ismail were primarily those originating from the YAR or the regions bordering the YAR. There are estimates that more than 10,000 people were killed during these 10 days of fighting. 67 contemporary witnesses reported the digging of makeshift communal graves into which bodies were bulldozed. The faction of Ali Nasir Muhammad lost the war and fled to the neighboring YAR. Between 30,000 to 70,000 people left with him. Burroughs reported that 50 of the 75 members of the YSP Central Committee either died or were wounded, missing, jailed, or in exile. Top leaders like Abd al-Fattah Ismail and Ali Antar were killed. There were significant losses to property and economic activity, principally in Aden, and the 152. International reputation of the already marginalized state was severely damaged. This conflict in 1986 marked the beginning of the PDRY's collapse and provided the energetic push for unity, as surviving members of the Politburo called for political pluralism. The new regime, made up of those who had survived and still lived in the PDRY, was hastily formed. It took over the politically, socially, and economically damaged country. Ali Salim al-Bid became General Secretary of the party. Haider Abu Bakr al-Atta 68 was the newly announced chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Council. Yassin Said Numan 69 became Prime Minister. In 1988, the new PDRY regime, still factionalized, was also relatively ineffective. Ali Nasir Muhammad and his supporters were virulently condemned. At the same time, Abd al-Fattah Ismail was extolled by the new regime. The unity discourse gained in importance, as the regime tried to wrap itself in the legitimizing rhetoric of Yemeni unification. The YAR, however, was reluctant to pursue unification. The PDRY was enormously weakened, a situation that strengthened the position of the YAR, which no longer saw the PDRY as a threat. Although young people after unification never learned in school about the PDRY, its leadership struck GLES, and the war in 1986, they are thoroughly aware of and critically deal with past conflicts and the roles former leaders played in those situations. Haider's account indicates that violent confrontations in the PDRY are not simply glossed over by nostalgic narrations of the PDRY era. However, what we know is that failed mentalities ruled the South after 1967 and after 1970. These same mentalities are the reason for unification, and for the war in 1994, and for the problems in 1986. These same mentalities and the same people exist in the Southern movement until today. They are the reason for the problems today. We do not want to return to the former South, and we do not want the revival of the old regime or the former leaders. We want new mentalities. We do not want the South to return like before 1990. It is true there was dignity, there were state jobs, education, freedoms, but the political system failed. We want our homeland, 70, and we do not want the comeback of the people. 153. Who ruled the South in the past? Although the PDRY had dignity, there were state jobs, education, freedoms, its political system failed, according to Haider. He uses the term mentalities to refer to the former PDRY elites and politicians' thoughts and behavior. They failed as leaders because their deeds and actions led to intra-leadership struggles that resulted in the PDRY's collapse, Yemeni unification in 1990, and the war in 1994. Young people like Haider do not want the revival of the PDRY's one-party rule and in-party factionalism. They want new leaders in a new state, different from the PDRY before 1990, so as to avoid repeating mistakes of the past. Conflicts in the PDRY caused enormous damage to the reputation of the YSP and its leadership among young activists, as shown in the following comments. Is the reason for the situation of today. It delivered the state and entered into wars. It made all these problems because of a small mentality which had governed. The YSP does not have any basis today, no strong basis in the South. Maybe it will finish, because of the black past. Socialism died. It is impossible that the YSP re-emerges. For these two young adults, Samira, the Adani NGO activist and lawyer in her early 30s, and Jalal, the journalist in his early 30s born in Abiyan, it is unimaginable that the YSP would regain its past strength as a ruling party in South Yemen. They even predict the party's ultimate dissolution because of its past actions. In retrospect, today's grassroots activists, particularly among the young, see the YSP and its former leaders as the sole culprits for having weakened the PDRY through intra-party fighting and for the unilateral actions of its leadership, mainly Ali Salim al-Bid during the unification negotiations in 1989, thereby having gifted emblematically the PDRY to the Saleh regime. Certainly, unity was realized in 1990 for many political and socio-economic reasons, including the breakup of the Soviet Union and the discovery of 154 oil in border areas of the PDRY and YAR. It was decidedly not the sole responsibility and decision of the YSP. Unity was not only an objective long aspired to by the YAR and the PDRY regimes, as well as by the nationalists of the early and mid-20th century, but also a popular sentiment that is today interpreted as a misguided objective pursued by the YSP. Moreover, the failure of unification can hardly be blamed on the party alone, because the Saleh regime soon after unification eliminated the YSP from the power-sharing coalition. During the first multi-party elections in 1993, the YSP came in first by a landslide in South Yemen, demonstrating its continued popularity at that time. However, more than 2 decades later, the anger of these young people toward the YSP and its former leaders is fueled by despair over having lost an independent state that many believe would function better today than the Republic of Yemen does in social, economic, and security provision. Against this background, and as in other former communist or socialist countries, South Yemenis look at their socialist past with ambivalence. They deal either nostalgically with the past accomplishments of the PDRY, or they engage in anti-nostalgia, renounce or even completely condemn the YSP, one-party rule, and the political system of the PDRY. There exists another school, which is foreign to us. It is not original. It is a subsidiary of 1967 until 1990, the time of unification. This school was influenced by foreign motives because of the nationalist revolutionary movements of socialism. It invaded the South and influenced the social reality. This school was effective until the year of 1990. Some, such as this older man in the cat gathering, perceive that not only Yemeni nationalism but also socialism is foreign and not original. His assertion that South Yemen was influenced by foreign motives gives the impression that other people or states invaded South Yemen, forcing the NLF or its successor, the YSP, to move forward along the path to socialism. Although the effectiveness and comprehensiveness of the PDRY's social welfare system are strongly linked to its socialist orientation, in which free education, health care, women's emancipation, jobs, and housing for all 155 were the major objectives, many today do not make this connection. They condemn the socialist orientation, which they equate with one-party rule, leadership disputes, and factionalism within the YSP. Thus, while praising the social welfare achievements of the PDRY, they see the YSP's socialist orientation as alien to South Yemen. As Vilakanja argues, nostalgia is never one-sided, but a constantly changing combination of bitter/sweet, being funny/serious, silent/outspoken, and involving fascination/fear, attraction/rejection, memorization/ironization, and so on. Thus, anti-nostalgia can incorporate such continuously dynamic combinations as well. The socialist system in general is a strong system. No voice is raised against the voice of the party. Those who opposed it died. When you opposed the decisions as a citizen, you were dead. That is why the people were also distressed by the authorities of the YSP. They had counted on an equilibrium, you were afraid by the control of the YSP. Although the former state was a police and repressive state, it, however, separated religion from politics. The religion did not enter politics. Today they issue fatwas for politics and declare us infidels. Amr and Aisha shared their conceptions of the socialist past. For them, the system of control and repression enforced by the YSP is the negative effect of socialism, yet they have sympathy for the strong system of socialism that had, for example, separated religion from politics, thereby curbing Islamist influence. Many socialists today are reluctant to reveal their party affiliation and political stance in public. The murder of YSP members in the early 1990s and the fatwas issued during the 1994 war are still fresh in South Yemenis' collective memory, as seen in AMR's comment. In recent years, many people in South Yemen have felt insecure and have perceived the state as ineffective at providing security for the population. Thus, both young people quoted here look back to the PDRY that maintains strong order and stability. The quotes bear representations of the past that are created and circulated within current political 156 circumstances and therefore contain strong interpretations from the present that are directed to the past. Aisha believes that the repressive system of the YSP's one-party rule was the reason behind people's desire for unity. People counted on an equilibrium of state power after uniting with the YAR. They hoped for a pluralistic system of political forces in the country after unification. Hence, in this interpretation, people were advocating unification to rid themselves of the YSP's single-party rule and its repressive principles in favor of democracy. When I asked activists of the Southern movement what role socialism could play in a potential independent state, the majority of them rejected it as an option. Consider my discussion with Haider and Faris in Aden in April 2014. Haider: those who say a new state mean the homeland and its independence, the same homeland. The old say we want our former state, because they lived in it. They want the former state. Faris: the socialist regime. Haider: no, not the socialist system. Even the old generation, even the old do not want that socialism or that the socialist regime returns to the South. There is a difference in the understanding only. According to these students, socialism does not have a future in an independent state. I was frequently told that, because the Soviet Union and the socialist bloc do not exist anymore, South Yemen would lack a reliable partner. A commitment to socialist principles today would neither guarantee international political and economic support as in the past nor international recognition for an independent state. The PDRY had supported left-wing revolutionary movements in the region, such as the Popular Front for the Liberation of Oman and the Arabian Gulf and the National Democratic Front in the YAR. It was seen as a safe shelter for radical left-wing groups from all over the world who fled prosecution in their home countries and sought refuge in Aden. This PDRY image does not fit into people's conceptions of becoming a partner in stabilizing and securing the region of the Bab al-Mandab today. 157. The Yemeni Socialist Party and the Population, Reconciliation and Forgiveness. After the war in 1986, the leadership of the PDRY failed to institute a comprehensive reconciliation process. The new regime intended to simply leave January 1986 in the past. Yet they announced an amnesty for the supporters of Ali Nasir Muhammad and allowed them to return to the PDRY. Many, however, were reluctant to move back because they believed they would be treated as second-class citizens and would be subject to restrictions on party membership and state employment. Despite the amnesty for his followers, in December 1986, Ali Nasir Muhammad and 141 close associates were put on trial for treason and political crimes. Daily public and televised sessions kept the issues and personalities of the past alive, reopened old wounds, triggered new fears, and sharpened divisions and conflicts. In December 1987, the verdicts were issued. Ali Nasir Muhammad and 34 of his supporters were sentenced to death. 5 of those men were executed by the end of the month. Others received jail sentences of up to 15 years, but many of those verdicts were soon reduced. The PDRY wanted to extradite Ali Nasir Muhammad from the YAR, where he had sought refuge, but he remained there until he moved into exile after unification. Although many lives were lost and others were upended, it took 20 years before a reconciliation process that became known as Reconciliation and Forgiveness was initiated in 2006. It came to be seen not only as the basis for uniting South Yemenis after years of confrontation and internal conflict during the PDRY period but also as the essential prerequisite to organizing collective resistance against the Saleh regime. Southerners agreed on the basis of reconciliation and forgiveness concerning January 13, 1986, the incidents of the Politburo and Civil War. In 2006, they came to the conviction that it is necessary to reconcile and forgive each other, and to establish a Southern convergence in order to be able to coordinate organized actions against Ali Abdullah Saleh and against the regime. Reconciliation and forgiveness already took place. Ali Nasir Muhammad significantly contributed to this Principle, the old Southern leadership. The Principle about the Southern reconciliation and forgiveness was announced in 2006 in the Association of Radfan. This reconciliation and forgiveness is the first step toward Southern unity. This Southern cohesion is the launch of refusing Ali Abdullah Saleh, the North, and unification. This reconciliation and forgiveness came from the people, the society. I told you about the leadership, which is absent. No word from any of them until now. Everyone fears the other, exactly. Now we stand together against a common enemy. According to Tariq, the activist in his 20s from Shibwe, the impetus for reconciliation was a bottom-up process, spurred by coming to terms with the violent past. The meeting of YSP members, forced retirees, and civil society actors at the headquarters of the Charitable Society of the Sons of Radfan in Aden in 2006 was the beginning of regular gatherings in different Southern governorates. Later, people began to organize protests in the streets. The mass demonstration on July 7, 2007 to commemorate the invasion of South Yemen by North Yemeni troops and to reject what activists call the Yemeni occupation beginning with the Lost War on July 7, 1994 is seen as the start of the Southern movement. The first major public rally under the headline of Reconciliation and Forgiveness in commemoration of the 1986 war was held on January 13, 2008, in Aden. The rally was organized by a committee of, among others, forced retirees and YSP members from Aden, Lahij, Al-Dali, and Abiyan. Ali Nasir Muhammad supporters joined the demonstration. In 2006, reconciliation and forgiveness came from the people, the society, not from the former leaders of the PDRY. The former YSP politicians embroiled in the 1986 war had not reconciled, nor did they share a common political vision for achieving independence. The resentment between the PDRY elites, especially between Ali Nasir Muhammad and Ali Salim Albid, both of whom had been in exile since the early 1990s, was felt all the way down to the grassroots level. To solve the question of how to re-establish an independent state, Ali Nasir Muhammad proposed a soft transition from a unified Yemen consisting of a northern and a southern federal region, with a referendum after 5 years, in which people could decide whether they wanted there to be two separate states or one federal Yemen. Ali Salim Albid, however, advocated for immediate independence, or disengagement, from the north. Pre-2015, the grassroots was 159. Split between these two major approaches to independence. Albid, however, had more supporters for his political vision by far. 71 Many grassroots activists would not have recognized someone as a Southern movement activist if that person was promoting a federation of two or more regions in a unified Yemen. Most activists distinguish between those who see a federal option as a possibility in a future unified Yemen state as the Federalists, and those supporters of immediate independence, disengagement, or self-determination as activists of the Southern movement. 72 Since 2008, activists annually commemorate the War of 1986 on January 13, in a public event or rally called Reconciliation and Forgiveness. Thereby, they consider January 13 not as the remembrance of the tragedies that happened in the South, but as the day of reconciliation and forgiveness between Southerners. On the basis that they forget their problems, and forget their conflicts, and face the common enemy. Affected the state and weakened the state in the South. However, the people, me, and this and that person from Southern regions, we remember the incidents of 1986 and do not forget it. We remember it in order to avoid its recurrence. We remember the problem and resolve it. in order to avoid its recurrence when we re-establish our southern state in the future. In order to avoid the repeating of the problems that happened. In our conversations, people expressed different ways of dealing with the war of 1986. Some expressed the wish that it be forever forgotten. Others pointed to the reconciliation that had since occurred. Some dismissed the 1986 war as a mere political struggle within the YSP, whereas others asserted that they had transformed it into a colorful public day of commemoration. Azan, the YSP member, explained that January 13th became the day of reconciliation and forgiveness, not to remember the tragedy of 1986 but to overcome former conflicts in order to face the common enemy. Ferris, the student activist originating from Augustin, however, says that people remember 1986 because it affected the state and weakened the state in the South, thus, people remember it in order to avoid its recurrence in the future, when they re-establish a state. For example, 1986 has repercussions on Group 160. Compositions within the Southern movement. Many activist groups try to overcome past regional fault lines by arranging their group leadership pluralistically based on equal representation from each region in order to integrate all and to avoid recurrences of exclusion that might lead to conflicts, such as occurred in 1986. 73. Engaging in the process of reconciliation and forgiveness necessarily means dealing with the PDRY past from the 1960s onward. Activists told of many families in South Yemen who experienced personal tragedies in 1986, when their family members were killed. There seems to be a need to remember individual victims of the past. Yet, even though January 13, 1986, is commemorated annually in a mass demonstration, no deeper examination and debate on the occurrences, assassinations, and detentions in 1986 and earlier conflicts have taken place to date. Saif explains why in the following. The reconciliation and forgiveness should be between who? A process by the people? Okay. The Great Southern people were not party to the political conflicts that happened. Reconciliation and forgiveness is supposed to be between the parties that originally fought each other. The Southern people go to the mass demonstration for reconciling and forgiving, but the political parties that are supposed to reconcile, those parties that were responsible for all fighting here. To my mind, this reconciliation is weak. It is supposed to establish a conference for national reconciliation in which all the political parties of the South take part and discuss all unresolved matters, and agree to a minimum and, then, constitute a leadership for this revolution. This needs time, consciousness, and thinking. If there was political sovereignty for the revolution, it could help to embody reconciliation and forgiveness on the ground. In my interview with Tariq in Aden in January 2015, we also discussed the reconciliation process. Tariq, reconciliation and forgiveness needs mechanisms of disclosure, a comprehensive national reconciliation, forgiveness, thus, a transitional justice after independence, mechanisms of transitional justice that prevents conflicts. 161. Amira, not now. Tariq, no, until now it does not exist. There is no justice preventing conflicts, revenges, and wars. Thus, it should be worked on this principle differently. Amira, why isn't there transitional justice until now? Tariq, no, national reconciliation or transitional justice is usually established in a state. People or social bodies do not do it. It emerges in states because it is an economic and social processing, reparations. Hence, it is hard for the Southern movement to establish a reconciliation and transitional justice. However, a vision is possible from now until the time after independence. The principle of reconciliation and forgiveness is what enters in the comprehensive national Southern reconciliation and the transitional justice after independence. As these excerpts from Saif and Tariq show, the reconciliation process initiated in 2006 by segments of the population is only a first step toward a sincere and comprehensive transitional justice process. Activists often told me that it was impossible to implement a transitional justice process for past violence in the PDRY under the Saleh regime, because official state bodies silenced and concealed the history of that era. Although Saleh was ousted from his presidency in 2011, the difficult political situation in Yemen has still not allowed an official transitional justice process. Activists believe that a full process of reconciliation can only take place in an independent state with laws that lay the foundation for dealing with the past. A former PDRY general confessed in a conversation, "It is not the people's fault. We made a mistake, it is the mistake of the leadership." Thus, the war of 1986 left behind a vast chasm in a society longing for reconciliation between its former leaders, who, unified, will pave the way to independence. The Yemeni Socialist Party and the Southern Movement. The war in 1994 remarkably weakened the YSP, and the post-war regime of Saleh further curtailed the party's effectiveness. After the war, many YSP members, including top leaders, sought refuge abroad. A few members of its parliamentary delegation joined the GPC. However, the party still counted thousands of supporters among the workforce and several 100,000 members. 162. After Faisal bin Shamlan 74 ran in the presidential elections of September 2006 as the joint candidate of the Joint Meeting Parties, in which the YSP cooperated with the Islah Party, the former YSP leadership, such as Ali Salim Al-Bid, Haider Abu Bakr Al-Addaz, Ali Saleh Abad, 75 and Hassan Ahmed Baum, 76 had to realize that the JMP had become a serious institution of oppositional cooperation between their party and ILA with Macron. Hibak draws a connection between the consolidation of the JMP in the early 2000s and the emergence of the Southern Movement in 2007, because in South Yemen, the Islah Party was widely seen as one of the major opponents of the YSP in the War of 1994, and many of the old YSP leaders, who fiercely disapproved of the YSP's cooperation with the Islah Party, played a significant role in the formation and development of the movement. Dr. Muhammad Haidaram Masduz, the prominent Southern Movement leader and thinker from Abiyan, as well as a former member of the YSP, regularly writes articles and gives public lectures on political topics concerning the Southern cause. In a public lecture in Aden in March 2014, he explained the relationship between the YSP, the Southern Movement, and the population. Our weak point is the lack of a political leadership. Political leaders and entities exist, but a united political leadership does not exist. What is the reason for that? Why? This is a natural matter. Those in the South who were in the YSP put the South into Sana'a. The YSP renounced the Southern cause after the war. If the YSP had adhered to the Southern cause after the war, all the Southern movement would be under the party's leadership today, and it would be impossible to find any other leadership than the YSP. The people in the South waited for years until they were convinced that the party had abandoned their cause, and then they took action themselves. The street moves by itself today, and the youth moves. The street emerged and then began to form leaders for itself. Nobody is better than the other is. Now we attempt to unite the South. The people began to comprehend and to know that there is no success except by uniting the South. This is the reason for the missing earlier success. 163. Together with Hassan Ahmed Baum, Dr. Masduz was actively engaged in the revolts that arose in Al-Muqalla in 1996. He attributes today's political fragmentation and lack of a united leadership in the Southern movement to the YSP's inactivity and indifference to the grievances of the people. Because the Saleh regime was seen as having caused the grievances in South Yemen, the YSP as national party believed that, after Saleh's fall in 2011, the Southern cause could be resolved within the framework of the NDC. The YSP rejected a separation between North and South Yemen and advocated a federal solution between both entities in a unified state. In addition to the party's cooperation with the Islah Party, its stance on federalism alienated the central party organs from many of its Southern members who, as Southern movement activists, demanded independence for the South. Tariq, a sympathizer of the YSP with family linkages to YSP politicians, and Azan from the YSP Central Committee, critically expounded in 2 interviews on the ties between the YSP and the movement. Now the people in the South chant for disengagement or secession between the North and the South. The socialist position is a bit belated with a federation between the North and the South. Hence, there is resentment in the South against the YSP. The YSP is the reason for putting us into unity, and until now it does not offer us anything. The northern side rules the party. Tayyiz, Sana'a, and others. Thus, there is resentment. The Socialist Party is misleading the title of the civil state, misleading the hopes of the people. Despite its weakness, or delay, or anything, but we feel a real civil project. You have the Houthis, the GPC corruption, the Islah Party, Muslim Brothers. Salafi the same thing. Thus, they look at the YSP and feel that this party might maybe realize something for the people at the end. This is quite a convincing reason. I am not against the Southern movement, I am with the movement, but I am still a member of the Central Committee of the YSP. The YSP, principally and particularly the leadership, stayed in Sana'a after unification. However, there are still leaders in the South, members of the Central Committee. I am not the only member of the 164 Central Committee of the YSP who is in the South. The Southern movement is maybe unsatisfied with the YSP but respects it. The YSP is with the struggle of the movement, however, at the same time, it wants to preserve unification, but not in the same style like the North. They want to preserve unification with the re-establishment of Southerners' rights that were stolen, such as the people's return to their work, such as the lands that were stolen from them. Everything that was stolen by the authorities does not support the idea of secession. The YSP now insists on the solution of 2 regions, the North and the South. According to Tariq, the YSP missed the opportunity to appropriately address grievances and claims in South Yemen, thereby losing its principal base of support in South Yemen and its connection to the people's demands for independence. Instead, the YSP advocated for a federation between North and South Yemen, an outdated political agenda per Tariq. Despite the party's drawbacks, Tariq believed in the YSP's ability to maybe realize something for the people, given the other political forces in Yemen, all of which he considers corrupt or conservative. However, the YSP is prevented from adequately playing a role as a progressive political force that addresses Southern grievances because the northern side rules the party. Azan attributed to the party a positive motive for its promotion of federalism. It wants to preserve unification with the re-establishment of Southerners' rights that were stolen. People often stress the point that the northern faction of the YSP is afraid of losing South Yemen through a separation between the North and South that might weaken the liberal forces in the North. It is for this reason that the party advocates a federal option. Due to the alienation between the party and many of its southern members, it was believed that the YSP membership was incompatible with activism in the movement and that the party could interfere in the movement's affairs. Thus, in 2009, Al-Bid ordered party members who were concurrently Southern movement activists to resign. Other Southern movement groups also saw the termination of the YSP membership as a prerequisite to join. A surge of resignations from the YSP took place at the early 2000s and the beginning of the 2010s. Thus, many YSP members resigned from the party to dedicate themselves to the independence struggle. 165. Because, originally, many members of the YSP are in the Southern movement, including members of the Central Committee, the Central Committee of the YSP, they are still active in the movement. Even I consider that the Southern movement walks the right path. However, later differences happened about the recognition. For example, who wants to be in the movement, has to leave parties. Some leaders of the movement consider it a condition for the engagement in the movement to leave parties. I do not see that this topic is important. If you believe in the movement, and you agree to its struggle, and that it receives its rights, its legitimacy, whether these are private or political rights, or even the re-establishment of its state. This is the right of the movement, of the people, as long as the government plunders the resources of the country. Many young people are with the movement. Originally, they are from the YSP. In one of my interviews with General Lukman, conducted in Aden in February 2015, I asked him about his relationship with the YSP. Amira, are you a YSP member? General Lukman, no, it is over with the YSP since unification, finished, out. I am not one of them. Amira, did you leave? General Lukman, all the army personnel, and people. I estimate the YSP has only 5 to 7%, and the rest are northerners. We do not want it, and we do not recognize it. Fatima, a former YSP member and activist, gave her take on the party. Yes, we broke the relations with our companions who are still in Sana'a, because we told them that the homeland calls for help. We told them, break your relations and your interests, come to the southern territory. The South calls. There are many parties which declared freedom and independence and broke their relations with Sana'a. Rabita did this. It was a good thing. We were waiting for the party to submit its resignation from Sana'a and declare that it joins the Southern Movement. 166. Or the Southern Revolution. All three of these interview partners told me about their resignations from the YSP or about other people who left the party. According to Fatima, people initially stayed in the YSP, waiting for it to side with the independence struggle, as Rabita did. When the YSP did not advocate for independence, many South Yemenis left it, feeling that the party did not properly address their claims and fearing that it would actually interfere with independence efforts. As a consequence of the mass departures, the North Yemeni branch became dominant in the party. General Lukman estimates that in 2015 only 5 to 7% of party members came from South Yemen. Hence, people came to increasingly perceive the YSP as a North Yemeni party. Others, such as Azan, remain members of the YSP but also sympathize with the Southern Movement and its claims. Because many YSP members have not felt represented by the YSP in recent years, they turned away, came together, and co-initiated the Southern Movement in 2007. Former YSP members make up an influential and powerful segment inside the Southern Movement's campaign for independence, taking a completely opposite stance from the official party position. Party members are even inside the Southern Movement. However, those who have the stance of the party in Sana'a do not participate in meetings. They claim for an advanced position in the orientation of the South. They exist believing in independence, but differ with their party, with the vertical organization. Their positions are individual. We are here, because we are convinced of independence. Most of the socialists in the South are convinced of independence. These former YSP members no longer claim to be socialist. They exist, but not in a political framework or as a political element in the movement, which is called socialist. Maybe you see political elements, such as the High Revolutionary Council comprising a group of socialists. The youth contains a group of socialists. Women comprise a group of 167 socialists. They exist, but their work is secret, or something like this. But when we ask them, are you a socialist? They tell you, no, I am not a socialist. According to my observations, many of these former YSP party members, mostly of an older age, are well organized. Their connections can be traced back to their YSP membership and contacts from the PDRY period. These old contacts are helpful to them in organizing protests and sit-ins. In 2015, after the huge wave of support for the movement's sit-ins and camping on the Arud Square had abated, a small group of people continued to occupy the square. Most of them were former YSP members, who were advanced in age. Many other younger people had already withdrawn from the square by the end of 2014, when their expectations for immediate independence, announced on October 14, 2014, and forecast for November 30, 2014, were not met. 77. Generational conflict, the split between old leaders and young activists Ali Salim al-Bid, Ali Nasir, Haider Abu Bakr al-Atas, Abd al-Rahman al-Jifri, all of them, I do not see them as the appropriate solution at this stage. They are part of the problem. Thus, it is hard that we solve our problem with the tools of the same problem. It is true that they have influence and relations inside the Southern movement. However, the relation between them is devastating for the movement. Because it is impossible that they sit at the same table and talk. Some of them want full independence, some want a federation in addition to the past mistakes and conflicts from 1967 to 1986, and 1990. Their influence exists until today. It is a crisis of confidence, exactly. They are not able to achieve something for the movement in general. Tariq, interview in Aden, January 2015. Tariq was very critical of former leaders of the YSP and Rabita, because they are at odds with each other and bring these quarrels and disputes from the past into the current Southern movement, thereby increasing divisiveness between its various factions. These leaders' continued involvement in various segments of the Southern movement poses a threat to the independence struggle and its realization, as they fight over whether to seek full 168 independence or a federation with North Yemen. Khalid, the journalist from Al-Dali, and Abla, the lawyer and NGO activist from Aden, convey their dissatisfaction with and resentment of the old leadership in the following comments. Concerning the leadership of an older age like Al-Bid, Al-Atas, Ali Nasir, and Al-Jifri, we wish that they go to the Hajj or to the Umrah, and that is it. They are responsible for getting the Southern people into this swamp. It is not possibly that they appear, because the old leadership is still existent and rejects the role of the youth. Such as Ali Salim al-Bid, Al-Atas, Al-Jifri. They are the same traditional leadership that exists and will not accept to ever leave their chairs. They are the basis of the bad situation. We are those who have died since 2011. The youth dies and goes to the square. The mummy leadership does not change. When do these mummies move away? Surely, the future would be better. The former leaders are seen by Khalid as responsible for getting the Southern people into swamp of unification because of their past conflicts and wrong-headed decisions. He urges the old leaders to go on Hajj or Umrah, the Muslim pilgrimages, which is emblematic of an invitation for them to retire and ask forgiveness for the wrongs done in their lives. Abla believes in the need to form a new, younger leadership corps, because the young went to the streets during the Arab Spring in 2011 to change the political and social status quo. In contrast to the old leaders, these young people have died and still die on the street in their struggle for an independent state. Najib, the journalist in his early 30s from Lahij, spoke of the generation of unity. See, I tell you, from the day when the Principle of reconciliation and forgiveness started, the youth said, we are the generation far from any past differences. We do not have any relation to anyone. We are the generation of unity, as Ali Abdullah Saleh used to say. They are the generation after unification, they saw the reality of 169. Yemeni unification and everything. Hence, now, they are not separated between Ali Salim al-Bid and Ali Nasir, or anyone. They are with the South. However, in relation to the symbols, Ali Salim al-Bid and leader Hassan Bam are considered to espouse the claims of the people, which are liberation, independence, or the re-establishment of the state, or self-determination, nothing else. According to Najib, the generation of unity is the generation far from any past differences, because it never experienced first-hand the conflicts in the PDRY, therefore, young people are not accountable for the failures of the older generations. However, the bloody incidents of South Yemeni history left their marks on youth. This generation saw the real ity of Yemeni unification, meaning they lost the most from unification, suffering from unemployment and a lack of opportunity. The young are critical of those responsible for unifying the PDRY with the YAR and expect them to espouse the claims of the people, but they are also aware of the violent past, which they see embodied by former leaders, and the eventuality that the past could catch up with people again. Today we are facing a dangerous problem that may lead to the Southern Revolution and the loss of all efforts. It will cause great frustration among young people and keep them from revolutionary work. This problem is the attempt by some leaders of the older generation to attract some youth from a region-based BHAVI or to serve the region and its priorities first, and not the Southern homeland or the Southern Revolution. Region-based BHAVI or does not have anything to do with students' matters at the University of Aden. The youth are conscious of the threat of divisions and fragmentation along regional lines, referred to as Manatikiya, in 1986, when the factions were 170. Principally divided by regions, violence followed. Such divisions negatively affect the independence struggle by keeping young people from doing essential work for the struggle, according to Khalid Al-Junaidi, a youth activist known by his Facebook name, Khalid Aden. He was shot and killed by government troops in December 2014 during an act of civil disobedience. Khalid warned about actions adopted by some leaders of the older generation to favor tribal or regional kin, instead of focusing on a comprehensive reconciliation and the re-establishment of the state, in which kinship relations based on tribal and regional lines would be overcome. In this context, some young people refused in my interviews to speak about their origins and explained to me that regional identity is no longer important for the young and for the future state. In addition, many young activists reject affiliation with any faction or group under the umbrella of the movement because of the difficult past. The mentalities of the former regime exist, but this former regime and the former mentalities cannot count on influence in the South. The Southern youth goes for the revolution, for the homeland, for principles, for dignity, in order to live in dignity, for freedom. We do not go for Ali Salim al-Bid, or Ali Nasir Muhammad, or Haider al-Adas. They are ephemeral personalities. The homeland remains. I do not go for them. I go for myself, for the people, for dignity, for the homeland. Student activist Ferris explained to me that the youth demonstrate in the streets to bring about the re-establishment of the state and not the revival of the old PDRY leadership. Because of the prevalence of former elites and former YSP members in the movement, some youth activists are afraid of negative interference that is based on past fault lines and, therefore, stress that they are not directly involved in the movement's factions. They insist on their autonomy from any of these groups that act under the umbrella of the Southern movement, as well as from any leader. These interview excerpts express the profound dissatisfaction of young people with the divisions among former politicians that have paralyzed the political process that could steer South Yemen toward independence. Young people are deeply skeptical of former leaders who made grave 171 mistakes in 1986 and in 1990. Makram, a student in his mid-20s, lamented the general frustration felt by young people. We, the youth, are disillusioned. I think disillusioned with all trends, disillusioned with all states, disillusioned with the world, disillusioned with the occupation, even disillusioned with the former leaders. The disillusioned youth, nobody reaches out for the youth. We pay the tribute with our future. We pay the tribute for the old practices or old waves. A fragmented leadership. The various divisions between the YSP and its old leadership and the general population or the Southern movement, or the divisions inside the Southern movement, as well as the split between young and old, evoked a multitude of often self-proclaimed movement leaders, causing factionalism and difficulties in uniting the movement under a single leadership. In addition, this internal fragmentation before the 2015 war led to debates of who might be able to represent the movement regionally and internationally. Activists self-critically reflect on these problems. A devastation of the Southern political mind occurred. In addition, when the mind is devastated, it means that the body works and becomes unable to rule over itself. Thus, the question is about movement. It took us 13 years to go out to the street to say that it is enough. According to Professor Zaid, a scholar at the University of Aden who was born in Al-Dali, the oppression of the YSP and its leaders after 1994 devastated the southern political mind. As a result, people were not able to govern themselves. Hence, the body, meaning the population, began moving without a set of rules or leadership directing it. He indicates that the mobilization of the population began without any united leadership. 172. Leaders were missing. In addition, this lack of leadership caused a lengthy delay in the organization of resistance, as Aisha pointed out. Tariq analyzes the problems affecting the southern movement as follows. In general, there is an idea, action, and the leadership. The idea, which is the philosophical basis that emerged and arose from the southern movement and the revolution in any place, exists: independence, unification with the north finished. Action exists, revolutionary action. The entire world knows that millions in the south refuse, but the third basis? The political leadership draws everything together. The idea and the action are politically incomplete. That is the problem of the southern movement until now. Tariq believed that successful movements feature three principal attributes. First, they need an idea. Second, that idea is put into practice through action. Third, they must have leadership able to unite the first and second features. The southern movement has the two first attributes. Its principal ideas are the failure of unification, the subsequent demand for independence, and the re-establishment of the state. Action most notably is expressed through demonstrations. However, the third attribute of leadership is lacking in the southern movement, according to Tariq and the two following interviewees. You do not have leaders in order to speak to the world. The world wants to speak to a united leadership. The world does not want to listen to 20 leaders. The world wants one leader. It is necessary that these southern movement leaders unite in order to form a single representation and to be able to communicate with the people, whether on the regional or the international level. Of course, if the UN wants to get in touch with you, or you want to show that you are able to rule, or that power is in your hand. That is the case. The world does not know who to address. Who represents the South politically and legally? This is the real 173 problem of the leaders inside the movement, because they are too many and independent from one another. To fill the leadership vacuum, a number of self-declared leaders emerged, with different ideas how to proceed to independence. South Yemenis have become desperate and dissatisfied with the many leaders who have not been able to promote claims for independence because of their inability to form a united leadership. Activists often told me that the lack of a united leadership has impeded mutual agreement about how to pursue a future state and thus the realization of independence. Nor were these many leaders able to communicate regionally and internationally, provoking a lack of political and legal representation of South Yemen in the international arena and preventing international recognition of the claims for independence. The war in 2015 changed the political situation in Yemen, as well as in the southern movement. After liberating South Yemeni territory from the Houthi and Soleh forces at the beginning of the war, South Yemenis, many of them movement activists and adherents, including southern resistance fighters, were rewarded for their merits for the liberation, receiving high political and military positions in South Yemen in 2015 and 2016. Among these was Idris al-Zubaydi, who was locally recognized as a hero of Aden's liberation in 2015. In December 2015, President Hadi appointed him as Aden's governor. Al-Zubaydi served in this position until the end of April 2017, when he was dismissed because differences between Hadi adhering to unity and al-Zubaydi advocating independence became insurmountable. Afterward, al-Zubaydi formed the STC in May 2017, in which Southern Movement activists make up the largest group. Many saw its creation as a step toward assembling Southern movement leaders into one united leadership that might pave the way for independence. Currently, the STC is the most formal, institutionalized body with government-like structures, both nationally and abroad, advocating for independence. Tribalism versus civil statehood. With the British occupation of Aden in the 19th century, colonial rule seriously undermined the authority of tribal rulers, as well as the social and economic structures they administered. Intra- and inter-tribal relations began to collapse after the British signed protectorate treaties with men. 174. Whom they perceived to be the top leader of the seemingly dominant tribe in each territory. Between 1937 and 1957, advisory treaties replaced protectorate treaties in some statelets. These treaties incorporated British advice on internal local affairs in exchange for some crumbs in the form of financial aid for symbolic development projects in the fields of health, education, and agriculture. Tribal rule was further limited after independence. Anti-tribal measures aimed at centralizing state power and reducing the power of the armed rural population. In March 1968, the NLF issued the Tribal Reconciliation Decree, declaring reconciliation among all tribes for a period of 5 years and the cessation of tribal feuds. Anyone contravening or challenging this decree was subject to legal prosecution by the state. From that point forward, feuds or tribal confrontations had to be settled in state courts. Furthermore, the state banned the bearing of arms in November 1969. The next year it cancelled the licenses of clubs, societies, and organizations of a tribal character that previously had strengthened tribal links. The socialist regime deprived tribal and religious elites of power. Many of these leaders then left the newly established state. Tribesmen were incorporated into the military or the state bureaucracy. The post-unification YSP press saw tribes as the antithesis of the state and as normally the state's precursor. The presence of tribes in the modern world a contradiction. Tribalism and religious obscurantism portrayed as modernity's obstacles, both being symptoms of takalluf, or backwardness. In contrast, the YSP was the champion of democracy, modernization, and order. By retribalizing law and custom, as well as social services provision, and by fostering the return of and appointing sons of former ruling families as sheikhs, the Saleh regime tried to counteract the legacy and social basis of the PDRY after unification. Current debates on tribalism in South Yemen are closely linked to the belief in South Yemenis' competency to build a future independent civil state. 78 The building of a civil state was one of the central aims of the 2011 protests in Yemen. That term has very different meanings depending on the cultural and social setting. However, it encompasses notions of citizenship, social order, gender as well as state-society relations. 175. The concept of the civil state contains strong culturalist arguments and stereotypes that help portray certain groups or individuals as civilized. The debate in North Yemen is predominantly based on an urban-rural divide, in which urban people's demand for a civil state is linked to the disarmament of the rural tribal population, while tribesmen argue that they are the remaining guarantors of security and political participation in a context marked by instability. During the 2011 protests, the term also referred to the state-tribe relationship and the role that the tribes and tribal sheikhs had played in Yemeni politics under Al-Iabd al-Aha with Macron Lee. Calling for ending the influence of tribal actors and the tribal system on governance in Yemen. In contrast, the debate in South Yemen about the civil state revolves around a northern-southern divide, in which North Yemenis appear as the backward tribesmen and the South Yemenis as liberal-minded cosmopolitans. The former are unable to build a civil state, only the latter are able to do so. We are intellectual, civilized, and educated people. They are a people of barbarians, ignorant, and backward people. In fact, Southerners have the spirit for civilization. The self-image of the intellectual, civilized, and cosmopolitan South Yemeni was endlessly repeated in my interviews and daily conversations, and often in a discriminatory manner, serving as the counterpart to the North Yemen, depicted as a backward, narrow-minded, and barbaric tribesman, sticking to tribal traditions and resisting any development. 79 South Yemenis emphasize their spirit for civilization inherited from almost 130 years of British colonial rule in Aden. Great Britain occupied occupation is obnoxious, and we are against any form of occupation or colonialism. However, there was civilization, civil culture between humans, exchange, respect, and equality. 176. Like Aisha, many South Yemenis have an ambivalent relationship with their colonial heritage. On the one hand, they reject colonialism and any form of occupation, especially because they believe that North Yemenis have occupied South Yemen since the 1994 war. On the other hand, they wistfully and nostalgically look back to the time under British rule as a period of prosperity, order, and hope, which the central government of Yemen denounced as an aberration in Yemen's national history. Amira, the middle-aged unionist, addressed this issue similarly. If we were in the days of the British colonizer, Great Britain had humanity, more than the northern state, in which people are Arabs and Muslims. Great Britain took care of the health of the citizen in the south, and, especially in Aden. That Aden continues to be seen as a city of modernity in the Arabian Peninsula is reflected in Amira's and Aisha's interviews. In this context, British colonial rule in Aden is interpreted in positive ways as bringing development and progress. South Yemenis look back with nostalgia on the accomplishments of that time and the cosmopolitan character of colonial Aden. 80 That the protectorates were almost completely cut off from development does not appear in the narration. The humanity, for Amira, and the civilization and civil culture between humans, according to Aisha, that existed during colonial rule in their perceptions formed the basis for the creation of a civil system. During the British occupation, which we opposed, and the state in the South before 1990, there was a civil system. The state was civil. The people stick to a civil system. The people, according to their nature, stick to a civil system. However, in the North, the culture does not accept the civil state, but in the South the culture accepts it. As student activist Haider suggested, a civil system existed during British rule and in the PDRY, this is why South Yemenis stick to a civil system. Haider used the term civil state, which fits the culture of South Yemen but not that of the North Yemeni culture. Similarly, Aisha brought up aspirations for civil statehood in South Yemen linked to notions of tribalism. 177. You get your right from the oldest. We did not have sheikhs in the past, although we have tribes. We do not consider the tribes dreadful, in the sense that people are afraid of them, quite the contrary to Sana'a. Sana'a created a state from the tribes. They deal with them like small states. They even have enough weapons to overthrow the state. It is the contrary to how we live in the South. We lived a state, a superpower, the PDRY. It was considered one of the strongest states in the Middle East. There existed respect, and it was present. However, it existed in peaceful reciprocity. We respected the tribes and respected their presence. We appreciated the tribe and the laws of the tribes. However, the tribe never rose against the laws of the state. On the contrary, the tribe submitted itself to state laws. Now the laws do not work. In addition to her general critique of tribalism in Sana'a and North Yemen, Aisha drew a clear line between tribes in the north and those in the south. She also said that state laws no longer work today post-unification, the tribes are no longer submitting themselves to state laws. The peaceful reciprocity between the PDRY state and tribes described by Aisha gives a false picture of the actual situation, because tribalism and tribal jurisdiction were tightly restricted under socialist rule. The large and powerful North Yemeni tribal confederations of Hashid and Bakil, from which many of the elites of the Saleh regime originate, represent a prototype of northern backwardness in the South Yemeni imagination. Developments after the war in 1994 consolidated these images, when the Saleh regime promoted a policy of retribalization. North Yemeni tribes are condemned as antagonistic to the state, because they are believed to prevent the stability of the country, which is seen as a precondition for development. No, there is a civil state. Originally, the mentality of the southern people is a very civilized mentality, when you speak to them. It is right that there are tribes to which they belong, but they have love for development and love for education, love for a better future. They do not have a petrified mentality. Only seldomly, there is. However, the majority thinks in better ways, thinks of something right. Even if the rule in the south is called emirate, or it is split, federal, or 178. Something like this, but modernity remains. Development remains. It is continuous, because the southern people were walking in this manner before. Jalil, the journalist from Augustin, paints a dichotomous picture between civil statehood that stands for a very civilized mentality and modernity versus a petrified mentality linked to tribes. In his account, belonging to a tribe and aspiring to development and education seem to be contradictory. However, he is certain that even those South Yemenis who belong to tribes do yearn for development, education, and a better future because of their experiences from the past. In addition to cultural connotations, what characterizes the civil state for South Yemenis? The civil state was a prospect of Southerners. It is a quest for the civil state, in which rights, freedom, equality, and justice exist. However, the North is incapable, very incapable, whether in the past or in 20 years, to change its tribal mentality. They will not be able to do it. In 2011 and during the NDC, it has been proven that the tribes interfere in everything. We accept the state. For example, when a problem happens to the people of the South in the street, they entrust themselves to the security or the police. However, when this matter happens in the North, they entrust themselves to the sheikh of the tribe. We obey the law and the state. How do you want to remain with a person when he does not believe in it and does not respect the law? Student activist Salman from Al-Dali defines what a civil state a quest of South Yemenis means for him. He asserts that it implies rights, freedom, equality, and justice, hence, his notion of a civil state could be equivalent to a general claim for democracy. A month later, he explained to me that the people have to obey state institutions and the laws of the state as a prerequisite for establishing civil statehood. He, thus, shares the notion that people in South Yemen would prefer state institutions to tribal ones. However, he, like many other activists, believes that people in South Yemen 179 today are not able to stick to a system, in the sense of law and order, because the Yemeni state today is not able to provide a functioning system, such as existed in the PDRY or under British rule. If a system existed against these things, the street would accept these things, would accept the civil state, democracy, and a system faster than the North. Salman holds the Sana'a regime and its elites responsible for the non-existent civil state and the lack of democracy. However, if civil statehood would be provided, South Yemenis would accept the system, according to Salman. Aisha was even more confident. In less than 2 years, the southern state can emerge, because we, as a civilized people, are able to build a state. We will not have combat, we will not fight in the street. The state suffices for all citizens, but in the presence of conspiracies, it is difficult. Aisha believed that, as civilized people, South Yemenis possess the ability to establish an independent state in less than 2 years. However, the establishment of the state is impeded by North Yemenis or external powers. She also hinted at the negative impact of the events of 1986. She was sure that there will be no fighting or combat in the independent state, because the future state will suffice for all. Her account alludes to the collective social life, in which South Yemenis have learned from past errors and mistakes, have suffered together in the present, and thus will live peacefully in a future state that works for all. However, Haider critically dealt with the past as he imagined the realization of a future independent state. To realize a real revolution, the mentalities have to be changed first. That means the mentalities and the thinking of the society are the real revolution. It is not a revolution to raise the southern flag or the pictures of Albid or Ali Nasir only. This is not a revolution. The revolution will happen when the entire people understand the 180 real ity and try to change it, and change their manners and their thinking. The PDRY elite sought to curtail tribalism and regional identities, but then themselves resorted to regional and tribal support in times of crisis and conflict. Hence, for Haider, it is not simply enough to fall back on the idealized experiences of the PDRY and in colonial times. Aware that tribal and regional identities still exist in South Yemen and were strengthened after the war in 1994, he advocates for an entire transformation of manners, thinking, and mentalities. These new mentalities would reject tribal and regional affiliations and impede the outbreaks of wars, such as occurred in 1986, that were based on region-based behavior, which does not fit in a civil state. In contrast to Haider, Jalal offered different approaches in mind for overcoming the past and creating a new state in which conflicts are prevented. They should not fill the leading positions. Why? Because his identity and his loyalty later will be with another place than the South, although he was in the South and is for the South. In the end, he will not. This is what I think about it. Jalal believes that South Yemenis of North Yemeni descent who had lived in the PDRY and British Aden should never be allowed to fill leadership positions in an independent state. Bearing in mind conflicts of the past, he worries that these persons would not be loyal to the new state and would not pursue its interests. His conception of identity and loyalty in an independent state is based on origin. Questions about the identity, origin, and nature of South Yemenis have become very important in South Yemen. The significance of this identity search likely lies in the enormous transformational processes occurring over the past 5 decades in South Yemen, from colonialism, to the Marxist-oriented PDRY, to unified Yemen, and then to state fragmentation, especially since the 2010s. The debates on tribalism and civil statehood are linked to these negotiations over identity issues and are a way to come to terms with past failures and mistakes, and to reshape the future. The 181 violent confrontation of 1994 and the subsequent defeat evoked feelings of subjugation in South Yemenis. A majority has been politically, economically, socially, and culturally disadvantaged by centralized state rule, thus, unification has only hurt many people. In the face of an oppressive Sana'a regime, South Yemenis have conversely felt as spiritual victors, as in Asman's term. The belief in their ability to create a civil state due to their spirit of civilization, which includes a liberal mindset and cosmopolitanism inherited from almost 130 years of British colonial rule in Aden and from the PDRY, contrasts with the invented differences from North Yemenis, reinforces their moral superiority, and justifies and legitimizes their calls for an independent state. Visions of the future state. The nostalgia for the era of pre-unification, the marginalization post-unification, and the repercussions of past conflicts stimulate people's imaginations of a better future state. The following excerpts from interviews illustrate the notions and expectations people carry with them that have motivated them to protest and advocate for independence. In terms of a post-colonial critique, I give them the final say in this chapter. Even if the state is not like before, it will be better than now. It will be much better. There will be security, because we are pacifist, intellectual, and educated people. A small population. We will be able to save our country. The military and everything will work with honor and commitment, trained. They will work with conscientiousness, not like them. There will be safety and security. Those who are conscientious will feel responsible. I hope that there will be an obligation to learn and to work with conscientiousness. No, Ali Salim Albid is not required to come back as president. Now we want the opinion of the people, and not the opinion of Ali Salim al-Bid, al-Attaz, or Ali Nasir, of those who left. The opinion now is that there is supposed to be a referendum of the people. The YSP is a southern party. We agreed with it, or that it is a southern party. The Muslim Brothers exist as well, they will join in the form of a party. Thus, pluralism and a multi-party system will 182 exist. The biggest guarantee for the South is that the South is plural and diverse. There will not only be one color in the South. We draft a constitution and laws. We have clear minds. We want our state. We want a new state, a democratic state, for which we choose the more appropriate and better things. International recognition is needed in order to establish the state. First, a constitution has to be drafted, a constitution as we delineate it. Will it be federal? Will it be a united state? Of course, the people decide. A referendum is necessary. In the past, we entered unification without the people's decision via a referendum. Now, we do not want to repeat the mistakes. We want to delineate the system. Everything that concerns us is put in the Constitution. The most important thing is the transitional justice process and the national reconciliation related to Southerners. This is necessary to say that we have begun a new phase. In order to prevent those from rising again and the wars coming again. And, of course, we want all our rights. First, the state has to be re-established. The state emerges, hopefully, in a different shape. A new state in the meaning of a real state. We do not only want a state such as the Arab state, or even the Gulf states that are only built on resources and sleep. No. We want an advanced state in this region and in the world. Our position and our people have an old history. We are from the greatest civilizations, and our position is one of the most important positions in the world. We have resources, people, energy, brains, and youth. Thus, we can build one of the best states here. We, the youth, have ideas. However, we have to learn from them. We need their expertise and tips. The state is not only for the youth or only for the old. The state is for all. Maybe there will be a united state, that means a reactionary state. They do not say that they want a reactionary state in the South. The important thing is that it will not be a socialist state, because the socialist state needs 183. International support. This international support does not exist anymore. They want a state as it existed in the South under its own rule. At the same time, there should be a regime on which the people and the leaders in the South agree. Maybe it will enter as a member in the GCC, because the South is linked to the Gulf. Maybe there will be a state that does not have any relation to the North. It is separated from the North and linked to the GCC, which is not socialist. Relating to the state orientation, it is necessary that we separate and divide between the regime in the South and the re-establishment of the state. The re-establishment of the state is possibly without a socialist regime. Re-establishment of the state, because they suppose or believe that when the state will be re-established its leadership is not corrupt. Certainly, the education will be right and not robbery, thefts, scourge, and problems. And the same for the health. They want order in order to be able to live, to learn, to be healed from diseases in the country or abroad. They want order, such as our former socialist order, but without socialist content. Actually, the socialist content is not possibly without an international system supporting it. The international system will not return to exist. That's why they want a government that is not corrupt, able to realize for them the same demands. An uncorrupt government certainly pays attention to the education of their children. However, those who look for money, interests, and such things, they do not care about people's education, and they do not teach them the important issues. The budget ends up in their pockets. They take the money and steal it. They want to dump everything at the expense of the worthy people. They want their southern state. The state of a system, the state of law, not a savage state that accepts customs and the tribes. But they want a state with institutions that are protected by regulations, laws, respect, human and citizens' rights, and equality in the geographic territory called the South. 184. No, the problem is not related to Lahij and not to Abian, Al-Dali, Aden. Why? Because we are all under a state, we all began to work for the state. However, the problem comes from someone from outside. He does not work for the state, and he works for the well-being of another state. In my personal view, these people should not be at the head of leading positions such as command. Thereby we ensure his loyalty. We understand loyalty to the kinsfolk of the South and the people of the South. However, this person's loyalty is overshadowed by his native homeland. This is my opinion. The old and the young mean the same thing. The older generation looks back with nostalgia at the old state, but not the old regime. Not al-Bayt or Ali Nasir Muhammad or Haider Abu Bakr al-Atas, and not the Yemeni Socialist Party those men once led. The elders in our society aspire to re-establish the old state in the sense of rule of law, honest administration, and industrial development. The old state had value for them, because civil rights, education, healthcare, and housing were guaranteed. There was a system and strict laws. The older generation, like the younger generation, wants a new state that pursues the same objectives with regard to human dignity, rights, safety, and economic and political stability. The younger generation uses the internet. They want a state that is open to the world and not closed off like the PDRY. But in the end the old and the young call for the same thing, and that is a sovereign southern state. Abir, the same state. Fatima, our state comes back, but with clean mentalities. We will benefit from the lessons of the past and the past fighting. The new generation was oppressed by this unification. Abir, we want an Arabic state ruled in the sense that we are Arabs, Islamic, that we are Muslims in the middle. We want a civil state, we do not want the YSP and a single opinion. We do not want an oppressive state. We want justice, a bit of openness to capital and multiple cultures. 185. Makram, of course, there will be a democratic state. The president will be elected by the people through a democratic nomination. Nadim, certainly, there will be work on the constitutional structures, the system, and the administrative structures after the state emerges. There will be an interim government for the administration of the state affairs. Some agreements with other states will be done. There will be democratic elections for the president and the deputies. The constitution will be drafted. After an interim period, parties and political elements who will participate in the democratic governance will emerge. There will be agreements between all parties to participate in ruling. We want a future. We want security, safety, stability, and peacefulness. We want freedom for the women. 187. An ACAT gathering in Aden, Jamil, a student activist and journalist in his mid-20s, alluded to the question of where, on what occasions, or in which situations people disseminate the counter-narrative. We, the youth of the South, did not have knowledge of the cause until 2006/07. We did not know anything. We knew precisely that Yemen is Yemen, created by God. Yemen is one, and nothing more. However, when the Southern movement appeared, it brought things to the surface, and we began to see our customs and traditions, even our dialect and behaviors, are very different from the North. However, the Southern movement taught us many things. Second, we live in the South in a climate of politics. Our gatherings are with our fathers. We see the things of the past that belong to our fathers, such as their honors, their studies, and things, such as the certificates of appreciation. We do not receive anything. That is why we know, and we have begun with the Southern movement. We had a state which is better than the one we learned about. We also learned from the reports of people, the politicians, or those with whom we sit together. We try to learn a lot of the history of our state. Third, we try to obtain history books or things that are related to the history of the South. But, unfortunately, we do not know everything about history until now. In college, we had a subject called Ancient History. The lecturer who taught us in ancient history explained to us that Yemen is one Yemen. I objected and told him that he teaches us that Yemen is a single state, but it is two states. He stopped suddenly and said, "No, we are in an academic class, and you do not have the right to behave politically." 4. Spaces. 188 spaces. And practice a separation between your fellow students. For Jamil, the Southern cause and the struggle for independence are topics of daily life. He notes that young people had no knowledge of the Southern cause until the Southern movement emerged, thereby emphasizing the significant role it has played in transmitting the differences between South and North Yemen. In addition, he speaks about family gatherings of the young and the old. Jamil clearly links his activism in the Southern movement to his family's interest in the Southern cause. He points to relics of the past that exist in family homes, which raise young people's awareness of a past different from their current situation. Gatherings also take place outside the home with politicians, civil society actors, and university personnel, and so on, where one learns about the past. He further explains how he came into conflict with his university lecturer in a class when he objected to the unity narrative of the teacher, which presented Yemen as a single state since ancient times. Jamil's account introduces us to the spaces that have been appropriated by people on different occasions and in various situations to disseminate the independence struggle and the counter-narrative. In his account, the family becomes a home place, in which family members make home a community of resistance by exchanging perceptions of the past and longing for an independent state. The educational sphere, schools and institutions of higher learning become counter-arenas shaped through negotiating the past and visions of the future. In recent years, the Southern movement itself has created spaces where people gather, discuss, protest, and transmit the counter-narrative. Such spaces include revolution squares, cat gatherings, workshops, lectures, and demonstrations. Thus, the Southern movement has become a collective space in which activists find themselves and which they aim to shape and organize according to their needs and visions. Family members, neighbors, teachers, students, activists, and demonstrators have created spaces across all social sectors in which they circulate the counter-narrative, articulating oppositional interpretations of their identities, concerns, and objectives. These social spaces, like home places, are largely protected from control and surveillance. They act as sources of self-dignity and agency, sites of solidarity in which and from which resistance can be organized and conceptualized. The family home. 189. The family home. The safe home place, in which the past can be discussed free of control, surveillance, and censorship, is the site where one can freely confront the unity narrative and where family members can affirm one another. Thus, Hooks writes, we can make home place that space where we return for renewal and self-recovery, where we can heal our wounds and become whole. I remember my relatives transmitting to me their beliefs that the past was much better than today for all these reasons. Then, people were united in the independence struggle against the British. They celebrated New Year's Eve. Educated individuals knew the writings of Marx, Lenin, and Victor Hugo. Education in the past was by far much better. Aden was a clean city with electricity and running water. Not everything was forbidden or considered shameful. Unveiled women could go out in the streets without being harassed. Respect existed between people, and especially for women. All children learned in school, and so on. I still recall trying to imagine what life was like in this idealized PDRY and how life would have been different today if Yemeni unification had never been implemented. These accounts were integral parts of daily family communication, in which conversational remembering is embedded and representations of the past are brought to mind and collaboratively reconstructed. The family is thus the foremost mnemonic community, as it teaches children how to recall their past in a structured and socially acceptable manner. I often heard similar accounts from young people and their families. A person, no matter how young he is, can become impressed by relatives, by uncles, by writers, journalists, academics, intellectuals, and leaders of parties. Concerning my surroundings, my family and relatives have relationships to the revolution, to politics. My paternal uncle has been general secretary of the party during a certain period. My paternal uncles were leaders of the YSP in the 1980s and in the 1970s. Thus, the ideas of rejection, of the revolution, and of many conceptions developed in me. The emergence of the Southern movement influenced the minds of all people and contributed to the development of a certain direction and ideas. We feel that our economic problems are on a family level. There is no health care, no quality in the education, no services provided by the state. The right to state employment is impossible in Yemen. You pay money for a mediator. All these things, this suffering, concern the people. In addition, our families lived these experiences. They have told us a lot about the past. From the beginning of unification and the war in 1994, everybody automatically turned his home into a school, that there are generations, that there is tyranny, that the North occupied us, that the South has to become an independent state. The greatest guarantee for the movement is now that the Southern movement will be continued by the young generations inside the houses, in every place of the South. Tariq, who comes from a family of YSP politicians, emphasized that he was impressed by his relatives' experiences, which led him first to become interested in the politics of the Southern cause and then to become politically active. However, it is not only the political engagement of family members but also their socio-economic difficulties that have affected families. After unification and the war in 1994, Tariq says that everybody automatically turned his home into a school, in which the young learned about the PDRY, the War of 1994, their families' experiences of marginalization and suppression, and why they had to regain the former state. These young people are now the greatest guarantee for the continuation of the independence struggle, as they pursue the struggle inside the houses, in every place of the South. As did Tariq, Nadim, a student activist in his mid-20s at the University of Aden who comes from Obion, learned about the past from his relatives. We are born during the phase of Yemeni unification. Until now, our school curriculum has not mentioned the PDRY, but its relics still exist with us. We learn from our fathers and grandfathers, and now we educate the world about the marginalization that happened here. Members of older generations are aware of the important role they play in the family home of transmitting the past. Arab society is different. In Yemen, the family ties differ from those in Europe. In Yemen, in the South or Arab countries, relations. The family home 191. Between father, son, and grandfather exist inside the family. The son absorbs the ideas that his father and grandfather have. They live together for a long time, because they do not separate so much. He does not distance himself from them. That is why they transmit everything they carry to him. The youth is influenced by the past, and they know that it was better than the present. This stems from the family relations. Because I explain to my son, and my father explains to my son how he lived in the past, and how I lived. In answering my question about why young people want to re-establish a state that they have never experienced, the man in the Kachu explained that the cohesive structure of the Arab family enables it to exert a strong influence on its members. In his static notion of intergenerational transmission from the older to the younger generation, the older generations pass on to the young the representations of their past life, and the young absorb the ideas of their fathers and grandfathers. However, the traditional picture of the Arab family painted by the man in the Kachu is not a completely accurate representation of real ity. As seen before, young people do not naively absorb the narrations of their elders but rather deal with them critically as they develop their own vision of a peaceful future. In many cases of youth mobilization, the safe space of the family, in which memories are disseminated, is an important starting point for young people's resistance and engagement in the Southern movement. Aisha's comments illustrate how the family home was transformed into a space of intergenerational resistance, in which the generation of unity was significantly formed. It primed young people to become involved in and be shaped by the Southern movement. I love to mingle with the elders. I love to ask about books and to read what is in these books, such as our history, the history of Yemen and our republic, how we lived. Then you see the differences in general. I know how my relatives lived. I speak about the state, how it was and how its system was, how people lived. I ask people, my family, the street about the state. At the same time, as I told you, you see the school curriculum without any information about the time before unification. I told you that my mother worked in the army. Many of my mother's colleagues died in the events of 1994. Those who returned from the war have knowledge about the war. They, especially the regiments that fought, talk. The elders always talk. I personally have to know why I have a problem now, what the reason is for this problem. I saw that the reason for this problem is based on entering into unification. Nobody studied unity before. Those I first ask are my mother and my father. My father hates politics. He says that the world is dirty and has problems, and at the end, there is tyranny. You cannot change anything. My mother is the opposite. She is the type of person who believes that there could be a change. Aisha's conversations with her relatives, particularly her mother, and the books she read on the history of Yemen and the PDRY equip her to talk about the entire history of South Yemen, from British colonial rule until the present day. In 2007, when the Southern movement protests began, she was 14 years old in the life stage of adolescence, which is considered the most crucial period for identity formation and particularly for political identity achievement. For her, it is important to know about the past, because she believes that she finds answers there that explain the problems of today. Aisha tells me that she first began to ask her mother questions when she saw Southern movement protesters carrying the PDRY flag with the blue triangle and red star. This is when her mother told her about her experiences during the war in 1994 and after unification, when she lost her job as an accountant in the army in Aden and was forced to stay at home. Aisha told me that her mother had been neutral about unity before she was forcibly retired. However, the shock of losing her job, which her mother had considered a prestigious position, and the fight for rights undertaken by her colleagues and her changed her attitude toward unity. Her mother's struggle for employment increased Aisha's interest in the past. Furthermore, it was her mother who took her, at the end of 2011, to her first demonstration, which was also the first protest attended by her mother. Her mother's memories also introduced her to the South Yemeni history. After that, Aisha started to read books and to inform herself about the past. Eventually, she herself began to write. Thus, the polarizing political situation in South Yemen converted Aisha's family home into a space of activism, which in Aisha's case started with her mother's fight against forced retirement. The family home 193. Thus, the space of the family can be an arena in which memories of the past and visions for independence can be shared safely. However, some families struggle with their children's activism, as illustrated in this discussion among college students in Aden in April 2014. Hyder, every family fears for their sons, but they do not prevent you from your activity. They advise you to be careful, they fear for you. They call you, but they do not prevent you from your activity. My mother, as well. She sees her children in this situation. She does not accept this situation. My father does not accept it either. My brother, my sister, the entire house, does not accept this situation. They reject this situation. Thus, they allow you, but they fear for you, certainly. Salman, our activities are not just hanging around, or something like this. However, it is a real ity of the tyranny which we suffer from. Our future is gone. Our country is gone. We have to do something. We are forced to do this, of course, to reject tyranny. Ferris, the sacrifice for it, it is a duty. We have to make sacrifices, when we are active. This real ity requires sacrifices. This matter is compulsory. These are my internal feelings. This matter is compulsory, whether the family consents or not. Hyder, some families prevent you, but their sons reject that. Salman, many families. Hyder, some sons do not inform their families. They go secretly without telling them. Salman, there are even young people who are silent, but not in the sense that they accept the real ity. However, the degree of anxiety differs from person to person. It is the issue of rejecting the real ity or changing the real ity. Sacrifice for the purpose of the real ity. Most families do not accept this situation, but some families are uneasy with or even reject their children's participation in protests, because they fear they could be killed by security forces. Yet my interview partners believed it was compulsory, a duty to make sacrifices for the future and the country, and thus to continue the struggle for independence. The home place of the family serves as the major space in which family members circulate representations of the past and visions for the future, and in which degrees of activism and resistance are negotiated. The interview excerpts indicate that activism for the Southern cause has primarily arisen from families and from homes that served as schools for a political education. Thus, family members made home a community of resistance. The neighborhood. I remember that, in my Adani neighborhood, the portrait photo of Salim Rubai Ali, who was chairman of the PDRY's Presidency Council in the 1970s, hung in living rooms of older people who had lived during the time of his presidency. Older generations from across South Yemen adore him and praise him as the best president the PDRY ever had. But also among younger generations, he has been made a hero in recent years. Two people extol him for his clean reputation, for being free of any corrupt practices, and for being a down-to-earth head of state, who many believe governed fairly and equitably. He is perceived as being an ordinary man who spent time with ordinary people, being one of them and among them. In people's conceptions, he represents everything that politicians, particularly the presidents, were lacking after unification. Yet young people would not know about him had they not seen his portrait in households of their family or neighbors, or been told about him by them, because Salim Rubai Ali, like the entire history of the PDRY, has been erased from official history and thus from school curricula. In my fieldwork, I observed that some neighborhoods had a politically charged atmosphere and that neighborhood networks of social relations were significant in understanding mobilization. A neighborhood's Revolution Square was a place to gather and meet regularly with neighbors in the afternoon to discuss politics or listen to public lectures by academics or movement leaders. Some of my interview partners emphasized their strong ties to neighbors and that neighbors had taken them to their first demonstrations. Some others regularly attended demonstrations because their neighbors participated as well. For them, a demonstration is a place to meet up with the neighborhood, in which one can freely share opinions and perceptions. In my own neighborhood, I often observed how neighbors created a community of resistance by disseminating the struggle for independence to the young. Here is one example. I was sitting in a living room with two women in 2014, one woman had come with her two small daughters, aged 8 and 1. Her neighbor, whose home we were sitting in, had heard a group of young girls chanting a rhyme on the street near her living room window the previous day. In this rhyme, they blamed Ali Abdullah Saleh for the bad situation in the country. She suspected that her neighbor's 8-year-old girl had taken part in chanting the rhyme and asked the girl if she had done so. However, the girl denied it. The neighbor then asked the girl if she knew what the flag represented that was hanging on the living room wall. The girl knew that it was the PDRY flag. Then the neighbor asked her if she knew what Al-Janab meant. The girl did not answer. Then both women asked her if she wanted unity or independence. It seemed that the girl did not understand the question, hence, they asked her if she wanted to stay with the North. After thinking for a while, the girl replied, "We don't want Dahabisha, and we don't want their smell." 3. When her surprised mother asked her daughter where this idea came from, she replied, "From the street." Before the war in 2015, young children and predominantly male youth spent entire afternoons and evenings on the streets in their neighborhoods, where they met with friends and where politics and the socio-political and economic situation of the country were openly discussed. The 8-year-old girl picked up information and talk from the streets of her neighborhood. After a while, her 11-year-old brother came into the living room. The female neighbor then asked him if he knew about the flag in the living room. He said that this is the Southern flag. She asked him if he preferred Aden or Sana'a, and he answered that he was born in Aden and wanted separation. This story shows that neighborhoods have an impact on children's minds and have the potential to deepen reflections on the Southern cause at a later stage of their life. With her simple questions about the rhyme chanted in the street, the female neighbor began questioning her young neighbors about their knowledge of the independence struggle. This episode indicates that, at the time of my fieldwork, children were well aware of the Southern cause and the fight for independence because of the presence of the counter-narrative and its dissemination not only in households and neighborhoods but also in public places. The school. After unification, a common Yemeni past was seen as a key element for nation building in the Republic of Yemen and the foundation of a national Yemeni identity. The state defined and imposed this common past through schools, adapting textbook and curricular content to the new era. Used across the entire country, these standardized textbooks ensured the dissemination of the unity narrative. In a village in Augustin, I discovered a huge PDRY flag painted on an elementary school building. People told me that originally the flag was of the Republic of Yemen, to which an activist villager added a blue triangle and the red star to change it into the PDRY flag. This painted PDRY flag is an indication that schools in South Yemen have served as spaces of contesting and negotiating history and identity in recent years. Teachers' navigation through school realities. The following poem, "The South Has to Be Liberated," was written and presented by a student at a girls' high school in a village in Augustin in one of the bi-weekly cultural competitions in her school. The Southern people got up today and disappeared. No unity, it wants secession for the Free South. The people of the South today must be liberated. Unity, they said, unity, we did not see it, only the evil. The valuables were stolen and everyday dip for ant news. The love for the South in the heart is torrential. We valued the revolution, we said the South has to be stabilized. A revolution was launched in all squares of the land. We will not abandon our revolution, even if the sea is divided. We launched a revolution day and night. The sun and the moon testify to us. The South has history. If you have forgotten it, try to remember it. Who are its men and women, thinking, we expelled a colonizer before you? For Great Britain, which dreams now to return and to populate. What about you, O Northerner, O father of the dagger, 5 and without meaning? You occupied our territory and considered it as your residency. We said to our revolution, what is wrong, seducer? Revolution from Hadramaut, Shabway, Augustin, and Crater. Mansoura remains, the blood in it follows scattered. Either secession, or we continue our revolution. No dialogue, we do not want to talk. We are the decision makers 6 and those who decide. Oh, we die, or we break free. Her history and geography teacher gave me this poem, which was written on a piece of paper ripped out of a notebook, the teacher had kept in her pocketbook because she liked and appreciated it. The poem illustrates that the student has internalized the counter-narrative and is perpetuating its dissemination among her fellows and teachers in school activities. Yet how could this poem be presented in school, where all references to the PDRY or an independent state are omitted from textbooks? Since the rise of the Southern movement, many people have become aware of the need to teach young people their past, as seen from the homes that have been turned into schools. The teacher who shared the poem with me, but who does not profess to be an activist, complained that the current Yemeni history curriculum conceals the past, skipping the time between independence from British rule in 1967 and unification in 1990. She pointed out that she had been teaching her classes in a different manner since the emergence of the Southern movement, particularly since 2010. She now teaches the children that unification failed and that their real flag is the PDRY flag with the blue triangle and the red star. She also told me that she writes the name of the PDRY on the chalkboard to explain to her students that such a state previously existed. She sometimes teaches them Southern movement slogans and songs. She also admitted to having taught in some classes that North Yemenis were responsible for the sandstorms in the village, in an attempt to incite her students against the North. She laughed and says that students sometimes go home after their classes chanting a slogan of the Southern movement, "Revolution, Revolution, oh, South Arabia." People often told me that they try to resist the policy of intellectual stultification. They explained that this policy was an intentional effort by the Sana'a regime to dull the minds of the youth in South Yemen. People angrily told me that it is responsible for the decline of the educational system in South Yemen after unification and explains why students leave school with a school diploma without knowing how to properly read and write. Therefore, many people, such as the teacher in Augustin, have simply started to act on their own, often secretly teaching forbidden subjects in creative ways. When, in 2007, people felt that times were changing, they began to speak out more courageously and accordingly sought to extend their scope of action. By teaching the counter-narrative in her classroom, the history teacher actively resisted unification. She began to provide information that she believed to be missing from textbooks and thus filled perceived gaps in the curricula with the past as she remembered it and a future as she envisions it. This instance also illustrates that, in addition to traditional teaching approaches, such as textbook-oriented direct instruction or lecture-style instruction, the official state curricula in Yemen are being reconstructed at the level of reception as teachers and students engage in the unending process of sense-making, resistance, and day-to-day teaching and learning. By teaching the younger generation ideas not reflected or represented in the state curricula, the teacher seeks to foster the development of a new generation that is aware of their past and acts on it. Schools in rural areas, in which people are often linked via kinship or strong neighborhood ties, serve as a safe home place to act openly for. 199. Independence. The situation in urban educational institutions, as in Aden, is quite different, because classes are overcrowded and filled with children from different backgrounds. In such a context, the classroom often evolves into a space of contention and negotiation about truth and falsehood, transmitted representations of the past, and political ambitions. Let me give another example. A teacher in a boys' school in Aden, who led classes in history, geography, social studies, and civics, told me that he had approximately 75 children in each of his classes. Some had to sit on the floor because the school could not provide enough tables and chairs. He said that he tried to keep politics out of the classroom, because the content should be taught scientifically. However, he admitted that this was a very difficult task, especially in the subjects he taught. He told me that one boy had a father close to the Southern movement and brought a PDRY flag with him to school, another boy's father was an army chief from North Yemen, and still another boy's father was from the GPC. Because of the opposing political positions students brought with them from home, they regularly disputed with each other, nor could they find in the school curricula the narratives they had learned at home. The teacher thought that the curriculum did not at all reflect the real ity of South Yemen, saying it was not appropriate to transmit falsehoods in schools. However, he stuck to the textbook content to avoid getting into trouble. In our conversation, the teacher sometimes talked like a Southern movement activist, although he denied being one. He wanted to give me the impression that he was apolitical and neutral. The morning roll call. School children chant the interim anthem for Southern schools in the morning roll call. My country, my country, my country is South Arabia, and the capital of the republic is Aden. 7. I am South Arabian among all peoples, my state and the homeland are on the map. I am an Arab Muslim by values, civilization and history since antiquity. My country, the capital of the republic is Aden. I am an Arab Muslim by values, civilization and history since antiquity. My place is among all nations, and I have the right of state sovereignty and the flag. I am a pupil and university student. I am a free revolutionary in my home. My country, the capital of the republic is Aden. I am a pupil and university student, I am a free revolutionary in my home. I am the torch of victory which will not be extinguished from the brazen square of liberty. I will proceed on the path of the martyr's blood. My soul is in my hand, and my dress is a shroud. My country, the capital of the republic is Aden. This interim anthem, released by the General Southern Teachers and Educators Union, was presented to me by the chairman of the union when we talked in the union's tent on Alarud Square in early 2015. The anthem is infused with the counter-narrative, South Arabian nationalism and identity, and a commitment to re-establishing an independent state, even through martyrdom. Teachers and educators, like other occupational groups in South Yemen dissatisfied with the work of the state labor unions, separated from the state union and formed their own unions as part of the Southern movement at the end of 2012. The General Southern Teachers and Educators Union is one of these unions. Its older members had been active in the PDRY's union, which had emerged in the 1970s and united with the YAR Teachers Union in 1990. The union has representatives and members in different and governorates across South Yemen. Its chairman, a retired mathematics teacher, former YSP member, and school director from Al-Dali, explained the work of the union. The union works without sparing any effort, the efforts of men who intend to serve the homeland by working with the generations. Of course, we work hard without any support. It is the first time that we moved the Southern cause into the classroom, to the teachers, and to the students. We raised the Southern flag inside the schools, which is glory and dignity. Our glory and our dignity, our flag. There was the flag of the YAR. 8. We also have adopted and reintroduced a national Southern anthem. It is based on a new national 201 anthem. This is the new national anthem for schools. The curriculum served the authority of the occupation. Ali Salim Al-Bid was with Ali Abdullah Saleh when they raised the flag, but they want to conceal Ali Salim Al-Bid. They only show a picture of Ali Abdullah Saleh. The revolution of October 14 shocked the world, and they give 2 lines of words for it. However, we as a union turn now to the policy of the curriculum and try to change it, especially in civics, history, and geography. We try to change, even in Arabic studies. The union's chairman proudly listed the achievements of the union, moving the Southern cause into the classroom, to the teachers, and to the students, creating a new anthem for the morning roll call, 9 and hoisting the PDRY flag in schools without sparing any effort and serving the homeland. He denounced the current educational system and the instructional methods used in schools. He was angry that the current curriculum only serves the interests of the Sana'a regime, eliminates figures like Ali Salim Al-Bid from textbooks, and understates the role of the independence struggle against the British in the 1960s, beginning with the upheavals on October 14, 1963. In a nostalgic tone, he explained that PDRY students were encouraged to think and reflect, in contrast to the current didactic methods. He enthused over PDRY mathematics textbooks that had been structured on GDR curricula. He assured me that the union will focus on improving the curriculum, particularly in history, civics, geography, and Arabic studies. The war in 2015 had, however, interrupted their plans to change the curriculum. 10. According to a label on a poster affixed to the union's tent on Alarud Square in February 2015, By introducing the Southern cause into the school, the Union aims at implanting the spirit of Southern identity and the love for the South in the minds of tomorrow's generations, thereby attempting to transform the school into a space of contestation over unification. I had the opportunity to accompany the chairman of the union and other unionists to observe a morning roll call at a girls' high school in Aden's Al Mansoura district in February 2015. In the early morning, I met them on Alarud Square, next to the union's tent. We stopped a public transport minibus, got in, and went to Al Mansoura, a team of 2 men from 202 Spaces. The South Yemeni TV channel Aden Live accompanied us. The PDRY flag waved from the flagpole of the school, as 2 teachers, a man and a woman, welcomed us. It seemed as if they were the driving force behind our entry to the school. These teachers were responsible for that day's morning roll call, therefore, it was sure to reflect an emphasis on the Southern cause. Before the roll call, the Aden Live team interviewed the male teacher who had welcomed us in the teacher's lounge. He spoke on camera about how the educational system had changed for the worse after unification and how successful the PDRY school system had been before 1990. Aden Live filmed him as he read the written statement. Given the presence of the Aden Live team, the morning roll call seemed to be a performance for an audience, rather than following the usual morning routine. 2 Aden Live camera operators filmed and photographed the girls, who wore brown dresses, most of their faces covered by niqab, and were positioned in rows in the schoolyard. 2 girls, carrying PDRY flags that the Unionists had brought to school, stood in front of their fellow students. 5 girls presented the program of the morning roll call. They wore PDRY flag designs about their heads and necks. The 3 Unionists and the 2 teachers positioned themselves next to the girls. One of the girls, whom I knew from daily demonstrations in Aden, read a text in front of everyone. Another girl was presented to me afterward. Her brother had been killed a year earlier in Al Mansoura and is considered a martyr of the Southern movement. The girls briefly chanted the famous song My Country, beginning with the lines, my country is South Arabia, and the capital of the Republic is Aden. Unfortunately, neither the microphone nor the loudspeakers were working well, so the other students may not have heard a single word of the speeches or song. The morning assembly ended with some exercises, the girls briefly raising their arms 3 times. Most of the girls merely stood around and talked to each other during the assembly. Some applauded at the end, while others remained silent. Although the female teachers wore niqab, one came to me and complained about the Aden Live camera team. She probably thought that I belonged to the film crew because I was taking photos and filming the roll call as well. The teacher told me that she and her colleagues would get into trouble at home if they appeared on TV or in the news. That is why most of them stayed in the teacher's lounge until the morning roll call ended. The school director stayed away from school that day, perhaps as a sign. 203. A protest against the Unionists' takeover of her school or as an expression of silent consent. On the other side of the building, in another schoolyard, girls from the 9th grade were positioned in rows as well. They were dressed in gray school uniforms, and some covered their faces. They also sang the My Country anthem and waved the PDRY flag. Some girls in the first rows chanted slogans of the Southern movement into the Aden Live camera. These girls seemed to be more enthusiastic than the ones in the other schoolyard. An annoyed teacher repeatedly said that this was an exam day and that students should go to their classes. Chanting slogans and waving the PDRY flag, they headed into the building. During this short visit, I had no opportunity to discuss with the students and teachers what they thought about our presence. In the school in Al Mansoura, however, I observed disapproval of our presence among some teachers and students. It might have stemmed from a fear of the state security services, from anxieties about a potential discontinuation of salaries. 4.2. Morning roll call at a girls' school with an Aden Live broadcast team in attendance. 204 Spaces. Because teachers are on the government payroll, from a rejection of the Southern cause, or simply from an objection to the disturbance of everyday school life. Whenever I spoke to teachers in Aden, most carefully focused on complaints about the educational system, such as the lack of equipment, large class sizes, disobedient students, and so on, they seemed to prefer leaving politics out of the school. Others cautiously embedded a critique of unification, the Sana regime, or the curricula into their accounts. The aim of the union is to transmit the independence struggle to students by changing the curriculum so that it teaches South Yemeni history and makes students aware of the problems and disparities stemming from unification. However, the morning roll call could be seen as a means of indoctrination as well, in which the union resorts to the same means as the state did after unification to promote its brand of Yemeni identity and nationalism. In doing so, the union competes with the state for the interpretation of history and identity and transforms the school into an arena of contestation. Every morning roll call that I saw on Aden Live gave the impression that the spirit of independence prevailed everywhere. The particular morning assembly I observed had been transformed into a Southern Movement event, enabled by Southern Movement activists among the teachers and students. Morning assemblies on another day in the school may have differed from this one, depending on the students' and teachers' political orientations. Yet Aden Live produced a picture that highlighted the strength of the independence struggle in the educational system with the help of the union, partisan teachers and students who attempt to change the current educational system, which sees unity as the pillar of the state's identity. Public gatherings and demonstrations. Many of my interview partners who were adolescents in 2007 to 2009 described how strongly they were affected by the first demonstrations of the Southern movement they had witnessed in public places. The demonstrations attracted their attention, and they started raising questions about why they were being held. By revealing the depth of South Yemeni resentment, these demonstrations and protests were clear indicators that something had gone wrong after unification. In recent years, demonstrations have been the most visible symbol of the independence struggle to the outside world and have attracted regional and international attention. However, from a local perspective, the places used for mass demonstrations and festivities, civil disobedience, and Friday prayers, as well as CAT. 205 gatherings, lectures, and workshops, have been transformed into protected home places by relatives, neighbors, work colleagues, and friends. In these home places, people meet and spend entire afternoons together, discussing politics and the struggles of daily life. These home places have become sites of civil politics, in which state authority and brutality of state military forces by creating peaceful social spaces free of gender and social segregation and offering mutual care practices to the marginalized and subaltern given the collapse of state-supported municipal services. A significant aim of civil politics has been to correct historical distortions through public lectures and educational gatherings in revolution squares, which become schools for learning and rewriting history, the present, and the future. Thereby, these squares are arenas in which the unity narrative is countered. Transforming public places into home places. Many of Aden's districts have a meeting place in a major street or a square, where activists gather weekly or even daily. Many of these places, often called revolution squares, are located near the roof taxi stand of the district. Many taxi drivers are from the ranks of the forcibly retired or are young people who have never found state employment and are natural recruits for the movement. Young people generally take care of these spaces, putting pictures and posters of martyrs on the walls of the stands, street arches, or other constructions, cleaning the grounds, and setting up chairs, tables, and loudspeakers for lectures and announcements. The square is not only where the neighborhood meets but also where people from different segments of society come together, young and old, educated and illiterate, poor and middle class, townspeople and rural populations. From these places, people originates street activism and resistance. For example, during my fieldwork in 2014, daily demonstrations took place in different districts of Aden on a rotating schedule. 11 activists explained that the decentralization of daily demonstrations was essential to educate citizens about their marginalization and repression, to accustom them to the presence of the PDRY flag, and to inform them about the Southern cause. By decentralizing protests in Aden, the movement is able to show its presence throughout the city, where it has appropriated multiple places. After attending several daily demonstrations, I realized that many participants knew each other well, joining with their friends, neighbors, or family members. A core of protesters attends the daily demonstrations. 206 spaces. In every district of Aden. Many of these faithful participants were YSP members, who could call on the party's still extant and well-functioning organizational structures. Each demonstration has a similar format. It begins with attendees seated on mattresses, vinyl floor mats, or chairs, listening to a lecture given on stage by a scholar, politician, prominent civil society actor, leader of the movement, or former YSP member. The lecturer would speak, often in a rhetorically charged manner, about the past or topics concerning the current political or security situation. Sometimes he or she eulogized a murdered person. If a mass demonstration was pending, the audience was apprised of it, as well as of other upcoming activities and events. Thus, the meeting on the square is a hub for information about news, events, and current political affairs. After the lecture, the protest march begins moving through the district's streets. One man or a small group of men lead the way, while also blocking the roads and stopping cars to prevent accidents. Women usually walk next, with the rest of the men following behind them. People walk quickly while chanting slogans, carrying either the PDRY flag, posters of Al-Bid or of martyrs, or maps showing the two separated countries before 1990, the YAR and the PDRY. Even though young people regard critically the role former leaders played in the past, activists depict Ali Salim Al-Bid as the last legitimate president of South Yemen, because he declared the independence of the Democratic Republic of Yemen on May 21, 1994. Former YSP members, in particular, carry his pictures in demonstrations. During special occasions, such as the commemoration of a martyr 40 days after death, a brass band participates and plays martial music. This band dresses in white uniforms reminiscent of the military brass bands of the 1970s, which provided musical accompaniment for military parades during the PDRY era. After 1994, these musicians were forced into retirement, however, they have been active in the Southern movement since 2007. From time to time, a preacher prays with the audience during one of these daily gatherings on the square. The preachers of the Southern Sharia Committee for issuing fatwas and guidance principally go into action during Friday prayers on squares in multiple locations. The Southern movement was branded as illegitimate from an Islamic perspective by scholars close to the Sana'a regime. In response to that decision and to the declaration of South Yemenis as unbelievers during the 1994 war, activists began praying in public, in streets, and in squares, to counter this perception. A university academic and Southern movement activist once explained to me that those who join the Friday prayers in the street reject the Sana'a regime's influence in state-sponsored mosques, in which imams were selected and installed by the state and therefore disseminate state ideology. I observed a Friday prayer only once, in February 2015, on Al-Arud Square in Kermaksar. Only 3 women, including myself, attended it. One of them belonged to the media team, took photographs, and filmed. Quran recitations were played from an audio file. Bit by bit, men came to the square and spread out their prayer rugs, some using the PDRY flag for that purpose. Most of the attendees were either older men, adolescents, or young children. Vendors sat on the street, selling PDRY flags and souvenirs. The flag was omnipresent. Some children wore clothing decorated with the flag design, as they do at demonstrations. The Imam's speech was charged with political discourse. He addressed the tense political situation. 4.3. Public prayer during the mass demonstration for reconciliation and forgiveness. 208 spaces. In the country, people prayed for the end of the occupation and for protection from the intelligence services. Perhaps the most important way to provide a visual indicator of the depth of South Yemenis' resistance and discontent to the outside world has been the mass demonstrations, also called the Million People Rallies, 12 on commemoration days and important political occasions. By demonstrating on certain significant dates in South Yemeni history, the movement repeatedly reminds its followers and society at large of its roots and revitalizes its identity. A day before the mass demonstration, thousands of activists come from all over South Yemen in long caravans, distinguishable by the PDRY flag that they wave out of the windows of their cars and buses. They gather on a main square, such as Al-Arud Square in Aden's Kermaksar district, or along a major street, such as Madram Street in Aden's Al-Mu'alla district. Women orgy as food for guests, while young people are busy constructing the stage, setting up the technical equipment, fencing off space for women near the stage, and putting chairs in this women's area. Young people form medical emergency teams. Many people, especially children, are dressed up as for a festival. The PDRY flag is painted on their faces, and they wear t-shirts or jackets emblazoned with the PDRY flag. People learn and practice slogans. They also walk around as in a protest march and chant these slogans. Songs are played from tapes, some people dance to the music. Activists from other governorates are welcomed on the square. Sometimes, a cultural program is presented on stage during the evening. When state security services damage the square in the night, activists reconstruct it and put new pictures and placards of martyrs on walls. The next day, the main day of the mass demonstration, people gather again in the square or the street and celebrate. They walk around as in a protest march, chanting slogans accompanied by a brass band. People carry the PDRY flag and placards of martyrs or emblazoned with slogans for independence or political content. Mass demonstrations generally last an entire day, with a cultural and political program in the morning and in the afternoon called Fadaliya. The day normally begins with the recitation of Quran from the stage. People of different ages, young and old, then present their original poems, songs, raps, or short speeches, in which they transmit historical and political content to the audience. Before the war, TV channel Aden Live was always present and reported the event. 209. On TV for those who could not attend. Sometimes a politician, like Albid, gave a speech via live feed. Aisha described the atmosphere of a mass demonstration as follows. It is a warm atmosphere. You meet your friends. They all have one problem, which is Yemeni unification. This problem assembles all of them. Aisha characterized the atmosphere during the mass demonstration as warm, because family, friends, and neighbors gather together to do something about their shared problem, which is Yemeni unification. People come from different governorates, chant the same slogans, and have fun by listening to poems and songs with a firm pro-independence stance. As do the daily protests, the mass demonstrations promote feelings of belonging together and strengthen the sense of community. 4.4. Girl at the mass demonstration in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Declaration of Disengagement from North Yemen in 1994. 210 spaces. Another instance of the establishment of a home place in public was the tent city on Al-Arud Square, which stood in the middle of Kermaksar, from October 14, 2014, the commemoration of the beginning of the independence struggle in 1963, until the beginning of the war in March 2015. Activists from every governorate occupied the square, installed tents, and decorated them with martyrs' placards. They lived, ate, and slept in those tents made of wood and tarpaulins on the square. Inside the tent, vinyl floor mats and mattresses covered the ground. Placards or writing on the outside of the tents indicated the place of origin of the tent mates or the name of the Southern Movement Group, labor union, or organization that erected the tent. People from the activists' hometowns, villages, and communities abroad financially supported them. The square became a place of meeting, exchange, and debate. In the tent city, there were almost daily lectures, either on the stage of the square or in various tents, as well as cat gatherings involving debates on politics. 4.5. Stage on Al-Arud Square decorated with posters of politicians and martyrs. 211. Once I attended a lecture in one of these tents. Some chairs were set up inside it, and a PowerPoint presentation supported the talk by Suad Alawi, director of the Aden Center to raise awareness of the risk of drugs, a local NGO. Because many do not know that cat is an addictive drug, the director talked about the importance of adults serving as positive role models for children with respect to drug consumption. As she spoke, however, some listeners were chewing cat. Yet she spoke loudly, with confidence and empathy, into the microphone. The second speaker was an academic who had studied in Bulgaria before unification and taught political history at the Military Academic Academy of the PDRY. He talked about civil society and the role and responsibility of the individual in society. He echoed the earlier speaker, saying that children notice their fathers consuming cat and smoking cigarettes. They are thus not good role models for their children, who may then adopt their parents' negative habits. He was very critical of society and said that people were generally backward. Such gatherings and lectures are intended to educate people and positively influence them and their behavior or in order to create the new Southerner, who is free of habits that people consider to be Northern customs. Lectures like these not only occur in daily demonstrations but also in cat gatherings or in workshops organized by local civil society organizations with a strong connection to the Southern movement. The Mercure Hotel in Aden, destroyed in the war in 2015, was one of these major gathering places in which increasing numbers of activists gathered almost daily for press conferences and workshops about politics and the role of civil society. Wadeen defines Yemeni afternoon catchus, as well as Yemeni mosque sermons and lessons, newspapers, radio broadcasts, and Tele 6 Zion as many publics produce lively communities of argument, distinct modes of democratic being and acting. Following Habermas, she explains that these many publics enable two significant actions that are central to the public sphere: citizens engage in critical debates, and in tandem with other many publics, they help produce an impersonal, audience-oriented broader public of anonymous citizens. Cat gatherings occur daily in public or semi-public places, last around 5 hours, and host structured conversations and critical debates about literary issues, politics, and social concerns. In addition, the public of the QATCHU is also a lived forum for political self-fashioning. 212 spaces. I observed a cat gathering in Aden's district Al-Mansura in March 2014. The group came together nearly every other Wednesday in the Center for General Opinion Studies and Sociological Research, a local NGO. The huge gathering included around 30 men, with some coming and going during it. They sat on mattresses on the floor in a rectangular, long room of an annex to the main building. The door to the street was open. Most of the attendees had been forced to retire from the army after 1994. Others were academics from the university or young men who were either journalists or unemployed. Everyone favored an independent state. Dr. Muhammad Haidaram Astuz, a Southern movement leader, had been invited to give a lecture. He discussed the role of the YSP and the lack of a united leadership due to the party's abandonment of the Southern cause. People took notes. After Mastuz's lecture, the audience discussed my question on why young people claim a state they never experienced. A microphone circulated, and the attendees, one by one, advanced their own opinions about the topic. This gathering received wide-ranging attention across South Yemen, because one of the participating young journalists wrote an article in a local newspaper about our discussion. In such semi-public spaces, people form a safe and secure setting to discuss daily politics and freely exchange news updates. While catchu meetings are generally reserved for men only, women have appropriated their own spaces. In mid-February 2015, I participated in meetings attended by women from a variety of local organizations to discuss the founding of a South Yemeni Women's Union. However, their work came to an end with the war. Around 20 women, both young and old, and including former leading YSP members and the unaffiliated, attended these meetings. I knew many of them by sight from other gatherings and NGO festivities. Their focus was women's rights, at the present time and in an independent state. Questions about security and stability always arose as well. The assemblies were led by women of the older generation, while the younger women were assigned to smaller groups in which we discussed socio-political questions. Thus, Southern movement activists have appropriated, shaped, and organized these different spaces according to their needs and visions. These spaces of self-respect and agency, mostly free from control and surveillance, are sites of solidarity, in which people circulate the counter-narrative and articulate oppositional interpretations of their identities and objectives. 213. Transforming the home place into a space of intergenerational resistance. One activist gave the following insight into how the movement was organized in his village, thereby suggesting how the home places of the Southern movement serve as spaces of intergenerational resistance. Knows from educational seminars. In the village, we have a political framework, a cultural side, and so on, several fields. The Southern movement in the village is subdivided. There is a president. He has a deputy. There is one responsible for media, one responsible for cultural matters. It is not only in 13, it is like this in any village of the South. Daoud, the college teacher from Augustin, explained that Southern movement activists in his village take responsibility for different fields of action. One of these fields is presenting educational seminars, in which young people are taught about the past. He further clarified that many other villages in South Yemen follow the same model. In addition to educational seminars, activists have also created other spaces, in which they spread the counter-narrative and teach the young, such as in the following example. On April 26, 2014, on the eve of the mass demonstration to commemorate the declaration of war against the South in 1994, an evening program of cultural performances was hosted in Aden's district of Al-Khalway, close to Madram Street. On the public bus I took to Al-Khalway, my fellow passengers were adorned with PDRY flag accessories, and the bus driver played pro-independence music. When I arrived in Al-Khalway, I took a seat in the women's area that was fenced off from the area where men stood. The audience was a melange of street activists from all over the city and even from other governorates. Many of the older attendees were forced retirees and YSP members, but there were also young and old women and men from the Al-Khalway neighborhood, including children, as well as impoverished segments of the population. People chanted slogans and made victory signs with their finjars. It was a while until the program started on the stage. Two presenters, one in his 50s and the other in his early 20s, served as MCs. They welcomed people from all the governorates of South Yemen. Poems were recited, and songs were played. One of the stage acts was a quiz game. 214 spaces. With two groups consisting of 6 children in total, a team of 3 girls and one of 3 boys, all between the ages of 5 and 13. A Southern movement song by famous singer Abid Khawaja was playing in the background as the two presenters asked the children 6 questions and an additional final question. The questions mainly dealt with the PDRY and the war in 1994. Younger presenter, the questions that we ask will concern us and the South. The girls. Team B, the girls, okay, first question to Team A, ready. The first question is the one that gives the right answer receives 2 points. Team A first. The question is, when was the South occupied by the Republic of Yemen? When did Yemen begin the occupation? Oldest boy, on July 7, 1994. Older presenter, July 7, 1994, yes. YP, the answer is right. Op, on July 7, 1994, the Northern Security Forces occupied the South. YP, Team A received 2 points. The question to Team B, the question says, name the 6 governorates of the occupied South. Oldest girl, Aden, Al-Mukalla, Shabwe, Abiyan. Op, governorates. Youngest girl, Aden, Lahij, Abiyan, Shabwe, Hadramaut, Almara, Almara 14 Op. Okay, to get the points, the capitals of the governorates are needed. Aden's capital is Aden. Lahij's capital? Og, Al-Hada. Op, Abiyan's capital? Og and others, Zinhabar. Op, Shabwe's capital? Og and others, Attic. Op, Hadramaut and its capital? Og and others, Al-Mukalla. Op, Almara and its capital? Og and others, Al-Gada. 215. YP, Team B received 2 points, and Team A received 2 points. Now we ask Team A Op, one thought only. A positive word. Because our governorates, the governorates had capitals. In the past, we had local rule, even in Almara. We are a people, and our state's governorates all had capitals. Slogan chanted by Op and the audience, our capital is Aden, the people of the South know it, and the barrels return as they were. YP, question to the team, which team? Children, a YP, okay, A. When was war declared to the South? Team A middle boy, April 27, 1994. Audience, yes YP, the answer is right. You deserve 2 points. Op, which date is today? What is remembered today, youth? OB, April 27th. Op, 20 years. The answer is 20 years. That is why 27. YP, the question for Team B, when did the Southern Revolution against the Yemeni occupation arise? Middle girl, July 7, 1994. YP, no MG, July 7, 2007. Op, a second time to get a clear answer. MG, July 7, 2007. 2007. Op, you say July 7, 2007, right? Audience, yes YP, likes B. Op, surely, I like the girls. YP, do they win 2 points? Enough, we give them to the girls, because the answer was July 7th. Op, we give them 2 points. YP, the question now, when did President Ali Salim al-Bid announce the disengagement from the YAR? 15 Op, when did he announce the disengagement? OB, May 21, 1994. Youngest boy, May 21, 1994. YP, the answer is right. Op, hence, President Ali Salim al-Bid announced the disengagement from the YAR on May 21, 1994. Slogan chanted by Op and audience, O Ali Salim, lead us, lead us. We are your army for liberation. Op, liberation of the President Ali Salim al-Bid. YP, the next question. The last question brings you 4 points. Op, 6. YP, 6 points now. The girls have 4 points. The question is asked to the girls. You can score 6 to equalize. When do Southerners organize the Day of Southern Prisoners? Og, Monday or Wednesday every week. YP, the answer is right. Now the results are equal between Team A and B, peace be upon you. The decisive question. Op, the children, boys and girls, answered all questions correctly. We have to ask them a question to identify the winning team and the second place team. If all Southerners will rise up for independence to struggle for the second independence, when was the first independence? When was the day of the first independence? OB, October 14, 1962. Op, girls. It is your chance. When was the first independence? Og, November 30th. Op, November 30th is correct. In which year? In which year? Aug/MG, 1967. Op, the answer is correct. November 30th, 1967. Slogan chanted by Op and audience, November today, we have restored a new year YP, of course, Team B conquered Team A. However, we consider all as winners, and all gave answers. They answered in proof as cadets for the South and action for the South. They have their cause. They have their state. The prize and the first place of the winner provided by the Media Committee Board of the First Council. 217. The 6 children were given Kinder Chocolate at the conclusion of the quiz game. In questions about South Yemeni history and territory and Southern movement rhetoric, knowledge of the past is formalized and canonized in this public commemorative ritual. Through games, such as this quiz, younger generations are being socialized into the independence struggle in a playful manner. The incorrect answers that some children gave demonstrate that it cannot be assumed that children have information about the past, because they normally do not learn about it in school. They depend on information given by their family elders, neighbors, or public gatherings of the Southern movement. However, the quiz game also shows that people feel a strong desire for generational and youth education, because state-controlled media and school textbooks ignore grievances in South Yemen and the existence of a separate South Yemeni history and identity. Thus, such education becomes the responsibility of the Southern movement and its programs. The movement has filled the gap of missing representations of the past and thus initiated a new historical consciousness among many in South Yemen. Young people are now raised in a framework in which the past is newly interpreted in relation to today's independence struggle, thereby, people resist the suppression of their past. The quiz game illustrates how the relatively safe home place of a gathering of the movement is transformed into a space of learning and transmitting the counter-narrative. Education is transmitted in other ways as well. On May 21, 2014, thousands of people gathered at a mass demonstration to commemorate Al-Bid's declaration of disengagement from the North issued during the 1994 war. Carrying the PDRY flag, marchers crowded Madram Street. Male and female, old and young attended the afternoon cultural program, in which music was played, poems recited, and slogans chanted in a call and response between the audience and the presenter on the stage. After the program, the women began marching, and I joined them. It was loud and lively. At the end, 2 children, a 7-year-old girl and a 5-year-old boy, approached me and asked, "Girl, are you a Southerner?" Amira, yes. Boy, if you are Dabashia, it would not be possibly that you are here. Amira, I originate from Abian. Do you know Abian? It is in the south. Because of my lighter skin color, people sometimes yelled at me during demonstrations, thinking that I could be a female spy from North Yemen, because people from the northern highlands are considered to having lighter skin than many in South Yemen. Similarly, the children thought that I might be a Dabashia. The children's question illustrates that establishing boundaries is a central part of collective identity construction, because it enables the construction of a collective self and a collective other. Already the youngest South Yemenis seem to have internalized these boundaries. Thus, these children wanted to know that I was one of them, that I belonged to the South. Furthermore, they wanted to be reassured that I was not an intruder in the safe home place of the mass demonstration. Although many of the generation of unity only became consciously aware of the Southern cause with the emergence of the Southern movement, young children today experience the Southern cause from a very early age and grow up in the independence struggle. They have internalized the slogans of the movement, chant with adults during protests, and walk with the women at the head of protest marches. During lectures in revolution squares, children are positioned in front of the stage and hold the PDRY flag. They appropriate symbols from demonstrations, such as the VFIN-GER sign for victory. Young people have founded their own Southern movement groups and pro-independence student organizations, or GAN as their own student protests, and are actively involved in the organization of mass demonstrations today. They help transform the home place into a space of intergenerational resistance, in which the young and old form a community of resistance against the unity narrative. 219. He previous chapter illustrated that events and places carry a particular symbolic significance. Mass demonstrations occur on dates of considerable meaning in South Yemeni history. Streets and squares are transformed into revolution squares. Such transformations are supported by the use of media and symbols, which are mainstreamed and popularized in very different contexts to promote the building of home places or spaces shaped by negotiating the past and identity. These media, such as songs, slogans, poems, declarations, and speeches, express the movement's major contents and objectives and underlie independence endeavors. Similarly, symbols are incorporated into collective actions of the movement, as well as into certain articles of clothing and colors. As described by Elder and Cobb, a symbol is any object used by human beings to index meanings that are not inherent in, nor discernible from, the object itself. Thus, a phrase, an event, a person, and a place can become a symbol when people endow it with meaning and values. Media and symbols have value for the independence struggle in two ways. First, they are important elements in the struggle's external representation and public image. A collective actor, such as the Southern movement, needs to differentiate itself from others to become recognized as such. Symbols, clothing, colors, songs, slogans, poems, and so on, play an important role in expressing the unique individuality of the collective actor. In turn, certain representations of the self need to find recognition in the image which other actors have of the subject. Thus, not only spatial but also visual elements play a role in collective identity construction. Second, the symbols and media used by the Southern movement have internal effects on the process of disseminating the counter-narrative and the struggle for independence. Through media and modes of transmission, contents of individual memories can be externalized, objectified, and potentially become a matter of collective memory. Thus, media, like books, radio, TV, and Internet, or symbolic media, such as monuments of collective and often ritualized commemoration, enable the construction and circulation of knowledge about and versions of a common past and identity, and help with envisioning a common future. In my fieldwork, I saw people using books, photographs, written and chanted slogans, placards, songs, certificates of appreciation, monuments, ceremonies, national symbols, and PDRY relics, such as banknotes and booklets of the PDRY Constitution, as means to speed up the transmission of the counter-narrative beyond ordinary means of language and communication. The media. Benedict Anderson has presented in detail how novels and newspapers in Europe's 18th century helped shape the national imagination of a community and played crucial roles in generating national feelings. Similar mechanisms can be observed in South Yemen. I ask student activists, all in their 20s and coming from Abiyan and Al-Dali, how they received information about the time before unification and the first few years afterward. The leaders of the generation of our fathers and grandfathers wrote for us the history and wrote for us novels of what happened before the war in 1994 and before the signing of unity, and during the war and how the transformation happened. In May 2014 in Aden, I engaged in a group discussion with Salman and Latif. Salman, we received all the information about the past from information and from everything about the past that circulates, from reports, news about the past, and from our real life here in our district. We look at the period in which we live, and at the state in which we lived. In addition, from the passing on of one person's message to another person. A scholar explained the inheritance of experiences. Many newspapers and books. The media 221. Give an account of the past. Historians tell about the past, and we are part of history. We read from newspapers and articles that are published by writers. Sometimes from books. Latif, of course, your father explains to you. Salman, your father comes and explains to you the real ity. Every person has experiences and can write these in an article. You meet persons, those with experiences. You sit there and listen. In addition to mentioning the important role of family members in transmitting representations of the past, Nadim and Salman emphasized the writings of leaders, scholars, historians, and every person has experiences and can write these in an article as significant sources for their knowledge production of the past. Articles about and accounts of the past are published daily in local online and print media of Aden Al-Gad, Al-Ayam, Qadiyah, Crater News, SMA News, and other publications, and then shared via social media. Books also contain such accounts. Such widespread media dissemination ensures that this information reaches many South Yemenis, who avidly consume newspapers and social media. These writings are artifacts that help people to reconstruct the history of the movement and its origins in time, or to identify its stakes, thereby reinforcing the movement's identity. Writers and student activists also often distribute their writings in the form of printed sheets of paper or leaflets, in which they discuss the Southern cause or ideas on how to gain independence. Academics self-publish their books on the Southern cause abroad, or they are disseminated by local pro-independence institutions. Authors also distribute their books among friends and colleagues, who pass it on to others. The books then circulate quietly and are read by many people while bypassing state control. Although not accessible in bookshops at the time of my research, such books generate lots of interest and are widely quoted in newspaper articles and discussed in gatherings. All these different forms of writings make the Southern cause known to observers and keep collective memories of the past alive, particularly among the young, thereby guaranteeing continuation of the independence struggle. Tele 6 Zion serves similar functions. The TV channel Aden Live was established 2008 to 2009 and was based in Beirut until 2015. For many years, it was the only TV channel that narrated the happenings in South Yemen. 222 media and symbols. As well as the past, from a Southern movement perspective. Supported by Ali Salim al-Bid, this channel was a strong rhetorical mouthpiece for independence. It broadcast workshops and meetings held by the Southern movement, it announced upcoming demonstrations and events and reported on past ones. Aden Live also aired the speeches of Southern movement leaders. The channel was considered to be a conduit for spreading the claims and objectives of the movement outside Yemen. However, the powerful Tele 6 Zion experiences produced by the many young people working at the channel in Lebanon also had a strong educational impact on South Yemeni audiences. In history, we first learned about British colonization, how Yemen was, how Aden was, how Sana'a was. Now, nothing is in the curriculum. They erased everything. Changes happened, even in the curriculum. Now, the curriculum is obliterated. Everything is about Sana'a. Everything is about their achievements. The curriculum is exploited. That is why we do not know so much today. Once the flag of the South had emerged, and we had begun watching Southern TV channels, we began to know what the South was. There were factories, what kind of currency existed, what was spoiled in Aden, how important the harbor was. Before, we did not know anything. Sukaina, a teacher in her early 30s born into a Hadrami family in Aden, is not an activist and did not mention that she is in favor of the Southern movement, yet she pointed out that South Yemeni TV channels have played a significant role in disseminating information about the Southern cause and the past, particularly in the absence of comprehensive information in school curricula and state-run TV. Mass media can encourage and shape discussions about history and remembrance on a collective level. On the individual level, they provide a resource for imagining the past. I often heard people telling stories in a similar style of narration, and I realized that they repeated information as it had been disseminated by local print and online media, Aden Live TV, books, and social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp. All of these different media are linked to each other. For example, Aden Live broadcast a news item that was then repeated by local print and online newspapers. The same news was then widely spread on social media. Through this process, the media greatly supported the Media 223 formation of a collective memory and identity, as well as development of the counter-narrative. Amina, the employee and mother of 5 children from Augustin, shared with me that she regularly watched Aden Live, her favorite TV channel. Because of her health issues, she was not able to attend demonstrations herself, so she depended on the dissemination of news from Aden Live. In our conversation, she told me that the channel aired demonstrations for independence taking place in rural Shabway or organized by the diaspora in the United States. By so doing, it connected people of different regions with each other, shaping a sense of commonality and common identity, collective suffering, and a shared national struggle for independence. Aden Live also entered daily debates on political developments in households. Aghast at a news story reported by Aden Live, she tells me that South Yemeni oil was being stolen by the north and sold cheaper there than in the south. The channel also had a presence in the tent city of Al-Arud Square in 2014 and 2015, reporting directly on the protest events there. An Aden Live team was always present at mass demonstrations, interviewing activists. A few days later, the interviews and protest film material would be broadcast on Aden Live. The TV channel also aired representations of the past that were ignored by state-controlled media. In fact, it often purposefully triggered emotional reactions by viewers to keep the painful past alive. For example, a few days before April 27, 2014, the day commemorating the 20th anniversary of the declaration of war against the South, Aden Live began to show old documentaries about the war in 1994, evoking emotional reactions from viewers, especially among those who experienced the war. Ultra-conservative cleric Al-Zindani provided voiceover for one documentary declaring South Yemenis infidels. Some activists told me that these documentaries had made them more willing to attend the big festivities on Commemoration Day. Aden Live knew how to use certain content that evoked strong emotions and feelings of marginalization and suppression. Around the same time, Aden Live broadcast a theatrical performance about the Southern cause. Between acts of the play, Aden Live showed short documentary clips about the independence struggle against the British in the 1960s. In the corner of the screen, a small symbol was shown with December 20 written on it, the words changed to Intifadat al-Shabi and then to a map of South Yemen in the colors of the PDRY flag. 224 Media and Symbols. December 20 refers to an ultimatum issued to the Yemeni government by the Hadrami Tribal Alliance on December 10, 2013. One of its demands was withdrawal of the state army from the region by December 20. Furthermore, it called for Hadrami tribes to provide all security services for oil companies operating in the region, replacing corrupt military personnel from North Yemen. Aden Live thus connected the Southern cause discussed in the play with images of the former independence struggle and with the current uprising against Sana rule. This montage of text and pictures surely touched on people's memories of the past, provoking negative emotions and anger. The channel's programming thus supported calls for an uprising to re-establish the state. In January 2015, the film Tragedy of a People, by Raid Al-Mansub, was screened from the stage in Al-Arud Square's tent city to an audience principally made up of older men, some children, and young adults. The film discussed Yemeni unification and the war in 1994. A woman watching next to me told me, "That is the history of your country." Contemporary witnesses spoke in the film, and South Yemeni music was added. The film was an Aden Live production, similar to the film Homeland Memory, which shows life before 1990. Such films confirm for people their belonging in a community of shared suffering, and they aim to evoke people's emotions and memories of the past. As the only pro-independence Tele 6 Zion station before the 2015 war, Aden Live was an important means for shaping the national imagination and collective feelings. In the absence of an independent state, it served as a nation-building tool for starting people on the path to independence. National symbols and relics of the past. As do media, national symbols of the PDRY and relics of the past both project a message outside the country and symbolize the major claim of the Southern movement, re-establishment of the state that once existed. Thus, the movement has appropriated the national symbols of this former state. These relics of the past, however, also have psychological effects on the individual. When they see in real life that there is a symbolic history in our houses. In all our offices, we have pictures, memories, antiques. 225. Every house in the South has an inventory of this symbolic history. The small children ask, when they see that their fathers received a master's degree in Germany, in Europe, or in any place in this world. The child sees his father in pictures, where he gathers with others during a recognition ceremony in his military or civil service. The child sees the memories of his father, when he was a young person gathering with other young people on an exploratory journey. Entertainment for the youth. They like these things. They ask their fathers, we do not have these facets. However, they know in fact that these things existed in the past, in the lives of their fathers. In response to a question I posed to attendees in a cat gathering, Professor Karim, a scholar at the University of Aden who came from Lahij, explained how young people who never experienced life in the PDRY or were born after unification learn about the past. A symbolic history exists in households. People keep pictures, souvenirs of the past, diplomas of degrees obtained from universities abroad, and certificates of appreciation from the military or civil service at home. Children ask their parents about these objects, which reflect a flourishing and cosmopolitan past, and why they are unable to have things like them today. Just as these relics carry notions of nostalgia for a better past, so the PDRY flag has become the emblem of the independence struggle. We grew up with the flag of three colors, the Yemeni flag with red, white, and black. We did not know about the old flag with the triangle and the star. I saw the flag of the South in the streets. I accustomed my eyes to seeing it. It was an element. When revolutionaries had to escape from soldiers, they carried the flag, hiding it. When they gathered in Al-Hashimi to demonstrate, it took place in Sheikh. Soldiers came, killed them, and they fought. I saw the flag and began asking how we lived, why these people go out. I saw that people have been charged with a minor offense, and imprisoned for months, only because of carrying the flag of the South. The state was afraid, very afraid of the presence of the flag, or of publications that encouraged the Southern Revolution. 226 Media and Symbols. Aisha's narration illustrates that the flag, as the national symbol of the PDRY, has spurred political mobilization for the re-establishment of the state. This flag caught her attention, it and the connected violence were pivotal for her current engagement in the movement. In addition to the national anthem and emblem, the national flag is a symbol through which a state proclaims its sovereignty and identity. Thus, activists affirm their national identity and former state sovereignty by publicly waving the PDRY flag. However, this affirmation has evoked many violent confrontations with state security services, according to Aisha. During my fieldwork in 2014 and, particularly, in 2015, the power of the central state had diminished precipitously due to political turmoil. This situation permitted the public display of the PDRY flag almost everywhere in Aden and the surrounding governorates. In 2015, the flag was raised at military camps in the city, state bureaucratic institutions, public buildings, and schools. Activists often added the red star and blue triangle to the Yemeni flag on public advertisements or depictions. After incidents of conflict between state security services and southern militias or tribes, the PDRY flag was hung from captured state buildings. Whenever the army removed the PDRY flag from buildings and walls, activists would put one back up or repaint it overnight in a fight for symbolic control of public space. The symbol of the flag is omnipresent at demonstrations and events of the movement. Some people have knitted or crocheted caps and scarves or wear t-shirts, feuda, rings, or other items with the PDRY flag pattern. According to Dahlgren, people transformed their bodies into bodyscapes that transported the Southern cause everywhere, normalizing the revolution and making it part of the everyday scenery. Let me give some examples of these bodyscapes. On April 27, 2014, at the mass demonstration in Al-Mu'alla, a boy of around 3 years of age was lifted up on the stage. On his left cheek was painted the PDRY flag. His middle and forefingers of the right hand formed a V symbolizing victory. In his left hand, he held PDRY dinar banknotes. Many people took photos of him. At the Reconciliation and Forgiveness mass demonstration on January 13, 2015, I observed a woman dressed in black in the women's area next to the podium. She waved some PDRY banknotes in the direction of the men's area of the square. She wore a knitted cap in PDRY flag colors with a red star in the middle. I also saw videos and pictures of university graduation ceremonies in which some students carried the flag. For them, this was an act to show. 227. Their commitment to independence and their resistance against university authorities opposed to the Southern cause. Some of these students unfortunately were denied their diplomas after this action. Other national symbols of the PDRY are similarly loaded with meaning that a state once existed. In various demonstrations, I observed that people carried with them their former PDRY passports, banknotes, or a copy of the PDRY Constitution. They proudly showed off these relics of the past to the various photographers and videographers recording the demonstration. Some activists bring posters and placards depicting the territory of the PDRY with its 6 governorates or decorated with the colors of the PDRY flag. On February 12, 2015, I discovered a photo of Salim Rabai Ali attached to one of the tents on Al-Arud Square. His photos have become symbols of national history, fairness, and equality. In general, photos help memorialize the past and pass on memories to others. When I met with former PDRY General Luqman, he showed me his passport photograph, taken decades ago, in which he was wearing his PDRY military uniform, as well as other pictures from PDRY times, showing women trained in military camps. In our conversation, he glorified and reminisced about the PDRY past, his experiences under British rule and his anti-colonial engagement in the independence struggle of the 1960s, and his journeys to many former communist partner states of the PDRY. I was given the impression that he lived a magnificent life as a PDRY general. He was indulging himself in his memories of the past. One way to remember the past is to honor employees for their work with certificates of appreciation. People value being appreciated by their superiors. Yet since 1994, people told me, only North Yemenis have received official certificates for their work. In response, some Southern movement factions, especially those with an YSP background, regularly distribute certificates of appreciation to their most active members. During the celebrations of the International Women's Day, women received certificates, with their names written according to naming conventions common in the PDRY. I also attended ceremonies for martyrs' mothers, in which they were given certificates addressed to Mother of Martyr. These certificates not only make people feel recognized and appreciated by their community, but the revival of the practice of giving certificates of appreciation also ties in with a PDRY past in which the individual felt appreciated by the state. In the absence of an independent state, activists manifest the South Yemen state in public by displaying relics of the past and national symbols of the PDRY. These relics and national symbols are powerful elements in the construction of the past and are influential and meaningful modes for spreading the claim for re-establishing the state. Stones of memory. People store their memories not only in certain photographs, emblems, and items but also in places, rooms, public squares, landscapes, and cityscapes. Through urban architecture, histories are overlaid with each other in stone and concrete, and buildings and monuments are often constructed as places to enact commemorative politics. Architecture and monuments in Aden are lieux de mémoire, places, historic events, and personalities serving the collective identity of social groups or the national identity of a nation. Memory spaces provide reference points for the commemorative culture of a group or a nation, in which the collective memory of that group or nation is stored. Christian churches, a Jewish cemetery, Hindu and Baha'i temples, a Parsi Dakama, a small reproduction of the British Big Ben, a Queen Victoria statue, and many other architectural and monumental places exemplify the history of colonial Aden. These monuments serve as reminders of a flourishing and cosmopolitan past. Socialist iconography and sculptures existed in public spaces as well, however, most were destroyed after unification, including the sculpture of the Unknown Soldier, which was a gift from the Soviet Union to the Yemeni people in 1982 and was placed in Aden's Al-Tawahi district. In answer to my question about how young people learn about the past, student activist Salman answered as follows. We see landmarks of the state that once existed. The occupation strives to obliterate these landmarks. 230 Media and symbols. In recent years, the Southern movement has capitalized on certain memory spaces and reframed them in line with its commemorative politics and the counter-narrative to resist the obliteration of the past. For example, in May 2000, the Saleh government organized huge public ceremonies to commemorate Yemeni unification in 1990 and the end of the two separate Yemens. A monument was positioned in the middle of Aden's Al-Arud Square, in the image of a fortified Yemeni gate, similar to the gates of Sanaa's old city. The numbers 14 and 26 were enclosed in circles on the upper corners of the monument. The numbers relate to the beginning of armed resistance against the British in South Arabia on October 14, 1963, and to the military coup against the Imamate in the north on September 26, 1962. At the top of the pillar, the number 22 was inscribed, in reference to Yemeni unification on May 22, 1990. Thus, the sculpture was a monument to the power of a nationalist narrative that posed Yemeni unification, or reunification as it was often called, as an inevitable and logical historical development. Activists changed the meaning of the monument by painting over the 22 with November 30, in remembrance of independence from British colonial rule in 1967, they then hoisted the PDRY flag on top of the pillar. With that, the activists had appropriated the public space in which they proclaimed the counter-narrative and resisted the unity narrative. Similarly, a public sculpture in Al-Taala Market, the principal market square in Crater, shows a type of Arab wooden sailing ship that transported traders and their goods across the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. The sail featured a portrait of former President Saleh staring into the distance. Willis says that the message of the sculpture remained ambiguous. It seemed to be too obvious that the ship metaphorically corresponded to the state led and guided by President Saleh. Instead, the ship could have represented the mercantile past of the port city, now under Saleh's rule over South Yemen. Most revealingly, locals believed that the ship represented the ship of the British sea captain Stafford Bettesworth-Haynes, who oversaw the occupation of the city in 1839, followed by almost 130 years of British colonial rule in the south. In my last several visits to Aden, a large PDRY flag flew high atop the ship, and the portrait of Saleh had been removed. As with public sculptures, street names can transmit notions of a glorious and lost past. The main road in Al-Mu'alla is officially called Main Road. In recent years, it became more common to call it Madram Street, its original name. The street is named after Abd al-Nabi Muhammad Madram. He was born in 1933 in Abiyan, into a family of resistance fighters against British colonial rule. He was one of the leading figures in the NLF until he was shot dead by a British colonial agent on June 22, 1967, in Crater. Thus, Madram Street is a memory space commemorating a courageous hero of South Yemen who fought colonial rule. It is now the site of many commemoration festivities and mass demonstrations. It is thus also a souvenir for activists, a place significant because of an individual's life story. Some people lost activist relatives or friends to state violence committed on this street, and others remember gathering with neighbors there during protests. Fighting the distortion and obliteration of South Yemeni history in public, architecture, monuments, streets, and the cityscape serve as, and are appropriated as, symbols of resisting the unity narrative. By taking over public monuments, redesigning them, or renaming streets and places, people have formed their own memory spaces and spaces of remembrance. Music, poems, and slogans. Resistance leaves a trace in the memory of those who have lived and witnessed the drama of collective action. Such traces may be evoked in poems and songs that may inspire future resistance, as they are retold as stories across generations. Music, poems, and slogans are an integral part of the protest culture in South Yemen, transforming demonstrations into a kind of street celebration. The collective and shared experience of singing, chanting, and dancing together can promote feelings of togetherness, encourage a sense of belonging to the independence struggle, and strengthen the collective identity of the protesters. Songs, anthems, slogans, chants, and poems have two functions. First, they play a crucial role in the depiction of the movement during its demonstrations and gatherings. They are the means for disseminating the major claims of the movement to the outside world. Second, their contents touch the collective memory, reminding people of their common objectives and common enemy, thereby spreading the counter-narrative among activists. Chants and slogans. In all the gatherings of the Southern movement I attended, activists chanted various recognizable slogans. I collected these slogans during demonstrations and gatherings occurring mainly between March and May 2014, I also heard them in 2015. Other slogans were written on walls. I discovered some of these as early as 2012. Activists explained to me that these slogans were invented spontaneously during protests. Afterward, they spread in squares and demonstrations, and via TV and the internet. Their preferential use in demonstrations seemed to indicate that they were the most persuasive means of communication. Slogans are ideological bricks in the structure of resistance of a group or a movement, an effective means of persuasively expressing political objectives and a method of strengthening political consciousness on a certain stance. Southern movement slogans boil down the complex issues of the independence struggle into simple terms. They concentrate on central aspects of the counter-narrative, thereby disseminating the struggle and reassuring activists in their claims. As the following slogans with anti-North rhetoric illustrate, political slogans polarize, refer to political opponents, and provoke these adversaries. I ordered the slogans thematically in accordance with the contents of the counter-narrative. Reference to South Arabia to and independence * raise your head. You are a free South Arabian. * O South Arabian raise your voice. Independence or death. * O Mansura, O steadfastness, Aden will return free. Revolution, revolution, O South Arabia. The people want the liberation of South Arabia. My country is South Arabia, and the capital of the republic is Aden. South Arabia free, free from Bab al-Mandab to Al-Mara, South Arabia is a free revolution from Bab al-Mandab to Al-Mara, South Arabia is a free state from Bab al-Mandab to Al-Mara. Anti-North rhetoric * we swear to God, we swear, Sana will not govern us. Get out, O Sanyani. 3 There is no unity, there is none, there is none. Get out, O Dabashi. There is no unity, there is none, there is none. Get out, O Northerner, get out of my country. Get out, O Northerner, leave my country. Get out, get out of Aden, get out of Aden. Anti-North rhetoric and reference to independence and South Arabia * leave in peace or with Kalashnikov. Aden, Aden is South Arabian, oh you ungrateful. Reference to unification, the war in 1994, and occupation * your unity died, oh occupiers. You killed it on April 27. Reference to territory and land issues * state of South Arabia, free it, oh struggler. I want our territory, and nothing worthless. Reference to the National Dialogue Conference * no negotiation, no dialogue. We are the decision makers. Reference to martyrs * we promised all martyrs, wounded and detainees that we will not give up and cease until we expel the occupiers. Oh martyr, relax, relax. We continue the struggle. Oh martyr, relax, relax. We follow the struggle. Reference to leaders * O Ali Salim, lead us, lead us. We are your army for liberation. O Ali Salim, lead us, lead us. We are by your side for liberation. *Ba O leader of our march, and Ali Salim is the legitimate president. Reference to January 1986 * we are South Arabians on the square, we reconciled and forgave each other. Reference to the PDRY era 4 * I am a democratic soldier in defense of my country. To the whole world, I have a cause. Peace be upon the South Arabian people. With spirit and blood, we devote ourselves to you, O South Arabia. Various themes * our revolution is the South Arabian revolution, get out, O colonial power. Our revolution is the South Arabian revolution. Against the power of the tyrants. No unity, no federalism, get out, O colonial power. Our revolution is a peaceful revolution, no matter how many sacrifices we have to make. O Ali Salim, revolution, revolution, this is the square of freedom. Our revolution needs to be protected. No matter how many sacrifices we have to make. Old songs, new songs, and an anthem. New songs are often written, produced, and sung by young people of the generation of unity. They then are distributed via YouTube and other forms of social media. They are played from tapes in revolution squares and during demonstrations and festivities. These songs with revolutionary content are well known among young and old and spread the contents of the counter-narrative. Here are the lyrics to Roll Up Your Sleeves Today O Son of the South, sung by Abid Khawaja, 5. Above the cloud, above the cloud, above the cloud wave, O flag. On top of the black mountains, on top of the black mountains, on the top of the tops. Know that the revolution of the free is ensured by the peoples. The revolution of the free is ensured by the peoples. Refrain, roll up your sleeves today O son of the South. My standpoint is obvious. My standpoint is obvious, and I have a well-established principle. My demand is that of a state. My demand is that of a state of my own among the nations. And the one who grew up on lies won't ever repent. Refrain There was a nice melody of unity in my heart. But my dream has died. Musici, poems, and slogans 235. But my dream has died and been replaced by regret. A unity to plunder the territory, coming from every direction. Refrain We gave them unity. We gave them unity, but they wanted to make us servants. Our people have a history. Our people have a history since ancient times. When facing colonialism, it fears no war. Refrain The authority is corrupt. The corrupt authority robs under oath. How could we unite, say, how could we unite? How could we unite with them, while they use tyranny? They turn the treasury of my country into pockets. Refrain They, moreover, accused me. Accused me of being Al-Qaeda beside other accusations. They bomb my house. They bomb my house, and I bemoan it. They kill my children and burden me with guilt. Refrain The blood of the free martyr. The blood of the free martyr won't be wasted. How many champions have sacrificed? How many champions have sacrificed and watered the land with blood? They are the creators of glory and of the hearts. Refrain: I do not want Al-Amr family, even if. I do not want Al-Amr family, even if they would nominate me to the position of the ruler. Today the throne perishes. Today the throne perishes, we broke the idol. The dawn shines for my people after the dusk. Refrain: He sold the ports, the ports. He sold the ports and sold my oil and received it. The people removed him. The people removed him for schools and tents. My stolen right has to be returned. Roll up your sleeves today, O son of the South, is regularly played at demonstrations and festivities. It emerged in 2011 and carries different aspects of the counter-narrative. Its lyrics convey the message that unity was once a dream objective of the people, but it failed. The song criticizes unification and the consequences of the war in 1994, such as the plundering of oil resources, the decline of the port of Aden, land grabs, and South Yemenis' institutionalized marginalization. The verses refer to widespread corruption by state authorities and the elites of the Sana'a regime, like the Al-Amr family. That is why the people removed President Saleh. Addressing feelings of insecurity and fear of violence from state security services, the song mentions that South Yemenis are accused of being AQAP supporters. It also places emphasis on the role of the martyrs and their sacrifices for independence. The song reminds listeners of the ancient heritage of South Arabia and the anti-colonial struggle against the British. The song mentions the difficult past but gives its listeners confidence for the future by claiming there will be the re-establishment of an independent state. It is a well-established principle. When the singer Abid Khawaja, together with others, sings this song, it is typically about 10 minutes long. I heard it at the mass demonstration on January 13, 2015, on Al-Arud Square. It was one of the highlights of the cultural program of this public event. Activists waved flags of the PDRY in rhythm with the song, clapped their hands, moved their bodies to the beat, and danced. The song I Am a Southerner of Consistent Principle, released in 2014, sung by Mukhtar Al-Hajj, who also performs under the pseudonym Jisra Al-Janab, and written by Abu Yasir Al-Hakbi Al-Yafi and Abd Allah Al-Mukabi, 6 was the most popular song of that year. In the mass demonstration of May 21, 2014, it was the highlight of the show. The audience of young and old people moved, chanted, trilled, sang, and danced to it. The song produced a party mood in this gathering, and it was played repeatedly. Refrain after every verse, sometimes repeated twice: I am a Southerner of consistent principle. A volcano explodes in its reefs. My volcano explodes and does not quiet down until the right returns to its people. Refrain. Damn those who keep challenging. The monster bared its teeth. Heroes are like gold, overpowering the monsters, and they are dominant. Refrain. The people of the South begin to with their souls. The blood is spilled on the land and on its dust. The revolution is written with the people's blood. The occupier and its lackeys will be expelled. Refrain. O enemies, we do not bother about death. A martyr is followed by his friends. The chest is naked facing his fire. The death is most welcome, is most welcome. Refrain. Heroes on the battlefield, we do not fear invaders and their terror. Freedom and independence, that is our principle. And we do not accept anything else. Refrain. The people's hero sacrifices himself, and how much he sacrifices himself. The blood of the free people is spilled. The banner is still held up by the people, enraged by the occupier and his parties. Refrain. I am a free Southerner, and I challenge the fire of the tank with naked chest. Our white souls have echoes. Will fill the entire universe. This song is strongly influenced by the notion of sacrificing for independence. The monster symbolizes the North Yemeni regime against which 238 Media and Symbols. People in the South have to struggle. In addition to the pro-independence rhetoric and resistance to the occupier from the north, the verses reflect feelings of insecurity that are overcome by people's bravery and their will to sacrifice themselves to attain an independent state. The volcano, a reference to Aden's old district of crater, which is situated in a volcanic crater, is the center of the independence struggle. Similar to this new song, the volcano is also referenced in revolutionary songs from the 1960s, such as in the famous song Get Out O Colonial Power by Muhammad Muhsin Darwish. Refrain after every verse, sometimes in divergent order: Get out O colonial power, get out of the land of the free people. Get out only tonight, get out, the movement burns you. Get out O colonial power, get out of the land of the free people. Liberation movement, get out, national movement. Get out O colonial power. Get out O colonial power, get out of the land of the free people. Refrain: my mighty movement made my people revolt. Let the South burn like an ember. My mighty movement is the same movement that shatters the colonial power in independent Egypt. My movement is a volcano for the humankind. The flames of the revolution were set on fire in Radfan. My movement is a volcano for the humankind. The flames of the revolution were set on fire in Radfan. The one who supports us is Al-Nasser. He is the one who supports us. The one who emerged victorious backs us. Refrain: but your oppression, O pirate, woke me up. After this day, your enchantment will not blind me. Your airplanes, O colonial power, do not scare me. Neither your crown, nor money tempt me. Refrain: get out, I tell you, get out. Get out. My people do not obey. Get out, I tell you, get out. Get out. Return to your country, London. Old revolutionary songs like Get Out O Colonial Power have experienced a revival among activists. The Aden Vintage Project has collected and melded together various old revolutionary songs and then shares these songs and video clips via YouTube. In a bus from Aden's mainland to the old city districts in 2015, I heard young people singing Darwish's revolutionary song. People are inspired by the independence struggle of the 1960s and by its songs. Except for the references to Egypt under Gamal Abd al-Nasser, Arab nationalism, and the colonial power of Great Britain, the content of the song emerges timeless. It is not the only old song to be revived. On March 8, 2014, during the festivities for International Women's Day in Al-Mu'alla streets, activists sang an Arabic version of the famous song of the Italian labor movement, Avanti Popolo Bandiera Rossa, written by Carlo Tuzzi in 1908, accompanied by the brass band. People learned this Arabic version years ago in the PDRY era. In April 2014, I attended an opening ceremony for a local NGO in Aden's Al-Baraka district. A boy sang the revolutionary song from the 1960s, O Country of the Revolutionaries, by Muhammad Said Abd Allah. People from the audience knew the song and sang along and clapped. The revival of old revolutionary songs implies that the current independence struggle is considered a continuation of the independence struggle from the past. In the same ceremony, a group of young men went on stage and danced Sayyadun Lewa, a traditional song and dance performed by fishermen from coastal areas after they returned home safely from the sea. I was told that young men today perform this lively, popular dance during weddings. The audience in Al-Baraka was excited when the young men entered the hall and sang. People filmed the performance with their mobile phones, and women trilled, showing their excitement and joy. People told me that more and more events since 2011 are filled with dance and music performances. During my fieldwork in 2014 and 2015, I saw the people's shared interest in resurrecting and reviving old songs and dances, probably as a way to rediscover their own distinct culture and identity in the shadow of the struggle for an independent state. Another field of music significant for the struggle is the composition of anthems. As described earlier, the General Southern Teachers and Educators Union has released a new anthem for schools. In addition, there is now a new national anthem. My homeland, my glory, I will protect you with my soul and my blood. My revolution, my banner, O South, live with the highest honor. God is great against enemies, the anthem is reverberating in the world, all loyalty and allegiance, for my homeland and for the martyr. Its soil is coal, sacrificing our souls. We swear to God that we never betray. We are lions in wars, we protect you, O land of South. We guard our vicinity and blood, our Islam. Our Islam is the religion of peace. O my land, you are in my heart, the shine does not fade. From the sons of pride and awesome love. Long live, O my lovely land, free and always majestic. You will never be stolen. The new national anthem, verses written by Muhammad Salim bin Dawood and music by Hussein Said Bayashud, both from Al-Shir in Hadramaut, regularly sung in a ritualized manner at the beginning of mass demonstrations and gatherings, affirms a distinct South Arabian national identity. In a military gesture, when they listen to or sing this anthem, former soldiers raise their hands to their right temple in salute, and women hold their fingers up in the victory symbol or put their right hand on the heart. Children imitate the gestures of the adults. Some people wave the PDRY flag. The anthem has a strong nationalist stance favoring South Arabia, combined with revolutionary and religious ideas. Martyrs play a significant role in the re-establishment of the homeland and its glory. Defending the homeland, they sacrifice for it. The anthem celebrates loyalty to the homeland and the homeland's freedom. A final poem. The efforts to educate the young generation on the Southern cause have borne fruit. Using many different cases, I have illustrated how the counter-narrative has entered the generation of unity's notions and ideas of the past and the present, as well as visions for the future in an independent state. Young people are very active in demonstrations, write articles for local media, produce music, and compose their own poetry. The following poem was presented on stage in Al Mu'alla in Aden on May 21, 2014, 7. This homeland belongs to me and belongs to these heroes. This homeland in which my grandfather and my great-grandfather lived, my father lived, my mother lived, and all the honored lived. Here, I was born, and here I am fighting. Here I will draw the testimonial until I restore my dignity. My dignity is my personality, is my humanity in existence. I will not accept this repulsive Yemeni occupier to share my homeland with me. My homeland is me, is you, is those honorable, who traveled great distances from Almara, from Shabway, Hadramaut, Lahij, Abiyan, and Aden. 8 Today, all are in the proud South Arabian capital, which is Aden, our capital. Let the Arab media know that here is the free Southern voice, here is the honest word, and here is the honor. Honor, reputation, glory, and dignity. Everyone calls for the re-establishment of our state, and our Islamic religion ensures us the right, oh, owners of the right. Today, I claim my right, and every day I claim my right. My right is the re-establishment of my state, it is the re-establishment of my state. In a peaceful way, we taught the world that the people of the South are a great people. My father's slogan is the peaceful struggle. But, oh world, you do not understand my screaming and my message to all the honorable of the world, even in the Yemen Arab Republic. 242 media and symbols. There are honorable people. We say to all that we are a people. We possess a state. We possess a flag. My flag is the flag of security and stability for the peoples of the region. O world, were the people of the South in their territory before 1990? Terrorism, closure of ways, backwardness, plundering. No, and 1,000 times no. Our slogan is my homeland, which is South Arabia, and, soon, all will know the historic magnificent legend. The world has never seen it before. Sheer violence, my heart is iron. In brief, I am South Arabian to the vein. I said that the South is my cause, and I will restore my state. We either regain our dignity, or we die in the middle of the squares. During the May 2014 mass demonstration, which commemorated Al-Bid's announcement of the disengagement from the North in 1994, a girl around the age of 17 presented a self-written poem from the stage. She wore a black abaya, a white headscarf with a black dot pattern, and a scarf with the PDRY flag pattern around her neck. She spoke clearly and confidently into the microphone to thousands of people. The poet refers to the Southern cause, which she sees as the cause for all generations, because the Southern cause is bound to the territory in which the ancestors lived. She emphasizes that the repulsive Yemeni occupiers should not be accepted in the homeland, which consists of the 6 governorates that formed the PDRY before unification. She alludes to South Arabian nationalism, the right to self-determination and re-establishment of the state by peaceful means, and the guarantee of security and stability for the region after re-establishing the state. She rejects terrorism, tyranny and violence, backwardness, and plunder. She also mentions that the Southern cause is not adequately addressed by foreign media. For her, people have the right to an independent state, because they once had an internationally recognized state with a territory, a people, and a flag. She would sacrifice herself in the middle of the square to restore the state. Regaining the state is tantamount to regaining dignity. 243. I began this research to understand why so many young people born after 1990 had joined the Southern movement, demanding the re-establishment of a state they had never experienced, and what their source of knowledge was for the representations of the PDRY past they espoused. Linked to the questions related to young people in the Southern movement was the issue of why the movement had grown so tremendously since its emergence in 2007 and how it could develop from a primarily social movement demanding social rights into a mass protest movement claiming independence for a state that had long ago disappeared from the world map. In the early literature on the Southern movement, the growing violence and poor performance of the government in 2006-10 were seen as the major reasons why it grew and broadened its initial socio-economic demands from job reinstatement to the objective of state independence of the territory of the former PDRY. However, I argued in this study that the desire for independence has been present long before the Southern movement emerged but then was far from public attention. It was in families, neighborhoods, and circles of friends and colleagues that memories of the past and the demand for re-establishing the state were maintained from the period of unification, but particularly after the 1994 war, until 2007. Around these memories, resistance was organized and claims for the re-establishment of the independent state were circulated privately until they could be expressed publicly with the emergence of the movement. Thus, the claims to an independent state survived in private and could be reactivated easily and quickly in the early 2000s. Southern movement activists who meet in squares, public places, and demonstrations only are the visible face of the independence struggle. Beneath this facade, multifaceted dimensions of resistance and activism pervade different sectors of society. This study illustrated that, in polarized and insecure circumstances, intergenerational transmission as a dialogical and interactional process between young and old can become an everyday, subversive and resistant, overt or covert, intentional or unintentional act among not only family members but also neighbors, friends, women homemakers, activists, journalists, media makers, teachers, university staff, employees from different fields, and so on, who share similar objectives in the struggle for state independence. They all can become active parts of the independence struggle. Before the war in 2015, Southern movement protests occurred daily and became part of normal life for various segments of the population. Especially since 2011, whole families, including their children, attended demonstrations, neighborhoods gathered in the Revolution Square of the district and spent entire afternoons there. The private was lived in public, thereby blurring the lines between activism in public and the private life of the family or neighborhood. This blurring occurred because, with the emergence of the Southern movement, private concerns, such as demands for jobs and education, suddenly became questions of national importance linked to the struggle for independence. The blurring between private and public also changed the means and spaces used in intergenerational transmission. In contrast to many members of the generation of unity, who only became consciously aware of the Southern cause with the emergence of the Southern movement in 2006-10, young children today are growing up in the independence struggle because South Yemenis have built home places in recent years and transformed them into spaces of intergenerational resistance, in which young and old form a community of resistance by disseminating the desire for independence. Especially since 2011, intergenerational transmission has been employed openly in mass demonstrations, workshops, newspapers, and diasporic TV, thereby developing a scope larger than the family or the neighborhood. This new situation has stabilized the counter-narrative and fomented the independence struggle. The everyday transmission of the counter-narrative as the major act of resistance within the independence struggle contributed to the strength and persistence of the Southern movement before the war and, since the war, has guaranteed the continuation of the struggle for independence. It has helped the Southern movement survive and steadily grow despite repression and war. Memories, nostalgia, experiences, and representations of the past and their transmission thus can have strong impacts on political mobilization. The current context in which people are living enormously influences mobilization around the claims for independence. Many people have lost family members, neighbors, and friends through extrajudicial killings and war. The dire socio-economic situation has placed a heavy burden on many families. Although the past was not perfect and not free of confrontations and struggles, strong nostalgic notions of the past show that people perceive life in the PDRY to have been better than in the current state. Compared to the current situation in South Yemen, people had a relatively stable life, education, jobs, healthcare, and housing in the PDRY. But those basic goods are no longer provided, and the war that has been going on since 2015 has worsened the situation. People believe that their future was stolen by unification. They demand the re-establishment of the state, because they believe that gaining independence would improve their living conditions, and therein lies the foundation for the movement's growth among the population. In this context, nostalgia about certain aspects of the PDRY symbolizes hope for the future in an often romanticized and idealized way and reveals more about the current situation of the people than about the past they are remembering. However, this study also revealed contradictions, particularly in relation to the movement's idealistic self-image. For example, people emphasize the cosmopolitan nature of the South Arabian identity by nostalgically retreating to colonial times. At the same time, they emphasize the social accomplishments of the PDRY era, highlighting its achievements in reducing descent-based and gender inequalities. Yet, nostalgia for these two earlier eras has innate contradictions, because, by emphasizing equality and empowerment for women and oppressed people, the PDRY tried to overcome the biases of the colonial period that upheld descent-based discrimination and differences. This discursive contradiction is highlighted by examining people's actions and behaviors. As discussed in Chapter 1, some people have begun to emphasize tribal descent and gender-based inequalities since unification, which contrasts sharply with the self-image of the Southern movement. Additionally, the time under British colonial rule is often invoked as a period of progress and modernity. The fact that this progress and modernity was limited to certain segments of Adani society is often forgotten in the narration. At the same time, British colonialism is also likened to what activists call the Yemeni occupation, against which people are currently struggling. The first two strands of the counter-narrative nostalgia and post-unification marginalization have a strong framing intention, while the third strand consists of the way in which people grapple with the complex South Yemeni past. This strand acknowledges failures and mistakes made in the PDRY that, in people's perceptions, led to the dismantling of the state. This strand critically dealing with the PDRY's political system, the one-party rule of the YSP, and internal divisions in the Southern movement that emanate from the past stands in contrast to nostalgic feelings about the PDRY's social accomplishments and is often not visibly from the outside but negotiated inside the movement. It brings to light differences, factions, and contradictions among South Yemenis that point to the many different voices who remember the past in often divergent ways. Based on debates about the importance of certain events, such as the fighting that began on January 13, 1986, people negotiate and struggle to form a common identity that lays the foundation for a peaceful future in an independent state. As this study indicates, the use of old revolutionary songs, the celebration of past heroes, and the comparison of old and new enemy images used by activists mark the current independence struggle as a continuation of the 1960s struggle against British colonial rule. The nostalgia for the socialist welfare state and the reference to old symbols suggest a revival of socialist ideas. However, people associate with the PDRY as their former state rather than with socialism as a social order, out of their desire for social security. By reclaiming the independent state, the Southern movement has taken over the role of collectively remembering the PDRY past and the negative ramifications of unification, thereby resisting the silencing of the PDRY era of repression and of marginalization after unification. Thus, the counter-narrative could be seen both as a continuation and the rehabilitation of the PDRY's national narrative and the narrative of a future state. The counter-narrative is not only about the past but also about how ordinary people conceive the future. As mentioned at the beginning, the PDRY serves as a template for state successes and failures and is may assured in comparison with the Republic of Yemen. This template serves the protesters as a comprehensive pool of notions of how politics, economy, society, and cultural life should function in a state and what needs to be avoided. These notions shape the national imaginary of the young and old. Herein also lies an answer to why the Southern movement protests increased tremendously with the Arab Spring in 2011 and continue to attract large masses of the population today, while Arab Spring protests in other countries, and even other parts of Yemen, have long since become defunct. Southern movement activists have very distinctive visions of what they struggle for, why their activism has to continue, and why it is essential for them to challenge current state structures to enable the establishment of perceived better ones. In this regard, the Southern movement differs decisively from Arab Spring protest movements elsewhere, which researchers concluded were unable to imagine forms of organization and governance that departed from those against which they were rebelling. The Yemen war that began in 2015 has changed the entire socio-political situation in the country, strengthened claims for independence in South Yemen, and given rise to new political actors from the Southern movement, who have consolidated their power over large parts of South Yemen since then and are representing the Southern cause even at the international level. While the Houthis have consolidated their power over much of North Yemen, the STC has built new governance structures in all South Yemen governorates, with its strongest presence in Aden and the surrounding areas. The current fragmentation of Yemen makes a return to centralized rule similar to that of the Sulh era unlikely, because the various political actors who have gained power since the war will not defer to a central government in the future and give up their gains of the last few years. From my personal work experiences at the STC's European Representative Office, two particular matters that were already relevant in the Southern movement before the war shape the STC's policies today. The first matter concerns international relations. Before the war, diplomats often took the view that the Southern movement was leaderless, and they dismissed it as a grassroots movement with unrealistic demands for independence, an endeavor that generally is not well received by the international community. However, since its emergence, the STC has created a clear governance and leadership structure and significantly expanded diplomatic relations by opening satellite offices around the world. Thereby, the STC has gained more international attention for the Southern cause than the Southern movement had before the war. Another reason for the greater acceptance of the Southern cause in the international arena today is the war's fragmentation of the Republic of Yemen into different power centers, of which the STC is one. This makes neglect by the international community almost impossible. Since its emergence, the STC has been struggling to be included in the unled peace process as a third party, along with the Houthis and the Houthi government, to negotiate a referendum that gives South Yemenis the chance to decide on the re-establishment of the state and a solution to southern grievances. The STC is still excluded from this process as an independent party due to the narrowness of the UN resolutions, which are based on the political pre-war conditions, when the STC did not exist. A further reason for its exclusion may be that neither the international community nor the other two parties in the Yemeni conflict are eager for the independence striven for by the STC. The second matter relates to the inner South Yemeni relations. The need to remember South Yemen's difficult past has also become part of the STC's policies to overcome regional fragmentation inside South Yemen. As did the Southern movement before the war, the STC annually remembers significant events in South Yemeni history, such as the 1986 incidents, with mass demonstrations or public events. To prevent a recurrence of past conflicts and to bring forth a pluralization of politics in South Yemen, the STC has tried since its establishment to integrate many different groups and representatives demanding independence and representing the Southern cause into its ranks. It also made efforts to involve YSP and GPC party members, as well as personalities from the religious and tribal spectra, thereby creating new alliances difficult to imagine before the war. To overcome disagreements and to find a common path towards independence, the STC also tries to lead a dialogue with South Yemeni independence adherents outside the council and opponents, as well as with local regional actors that seek more autonomy for their regions within an independent South Yemen or unified Yemen. Intersections and research desiderata. Although this research is heavily focused on people's role in transmission of the independence struggle, the difficult security situation during my fieldwork set certain limits on what I could ask and record about details of activists' private lives and their families. Without those details on their socio-economic background, the activists might appear homogeneous in the analysis, despite my efforts to ensure a diverse and representative sample. Furthermore, the accounts people have given me reveal similarities in how they frame their struggle. However, by referring to class, gender, and descent-based differences, I have shown that, underneath the independence struggle, the movement is far from homogeneous and, indeed, struggles with identity issues. Further research remains to be done on these differences. A future study from a socio-economic perspective or an intersectional approach could give more insight into the role of class, education, and gender in the composition of the movement, in forms of resistance and activism in South Yemen, and whether and how these categories affect the accounts of activists. This study also intersects with research on post-socialism, which has mainly been studied in relation to developments in post-Soviet states and Central and Eastern Europe, and to a lesser extent in non-European contexts. Although the PDRY was the only area in the Middle East significantly influenced by the collapse of the Eastern Bloc in 1989-90, it has been overlooked in this research field. This study illustrates that social ruptures and continuities coming from unification in 1990 still exist and affect people's memories of the past and current political developments. In addition, intergenerational relations remain under-researched in the context of political mobilization, resistance, and protest. Intergenerational transmission is often one of the few forms of resistance that people are able to use in restricted and repressive political environments in the global South. Thus, intergenerational transmission can have a strong impact on the continuity and growth of independence struggles, for which the case of South Yemen is not unique in the Middle East. The consideration of intergenerational transmission as an act of resistance could be further developed by researching other cases. Whether and how other social groups in cases of extreme repression regardless of the existence of an independence struggle use intergenerational means to resist domination could be studied. Research on developments in Yemen and, in particular, in South Yemen is a huge desideratum for the future. My research principally focused on the years in which the Southern movement was constituted and gained ground and strength. The end of my last period of fieldwork coincided with the beginning of the war in 2015, which has given rise to the formation of new political actors emerging from the Southern movement and representing the Southern cause at the national and international level. It also brought forth new coalitions and collaborations that were probably unthinkable before the war. Research in this field could explore how the war brought forth new groups and new coalitions, fragmented old ones, or strengthened or minimized old divisions or alliances. The influence of regional and international actors in Yemen's war and their support and impact on local warring parties needs to be studied as well. Research should also address the question of how these new developments and circumstances stemming from the war, the worsening of the socio-economic situation, and the appearance of new actors and alliances affect the daily life of the population and the young and old, female and male grassroots activists, their notions of the past, their aspirations, visions, and expectations for the future, as well as their repertoire of contention and forms of resistance. The area referred to in this book, or parts of it, has been known in English by several names in recent decades, such as Colony of Aden, Aden Protectorate, the Federation of South Arabia, and the Protectorate of South Arabia in the colonial period, the People's Republic of South Yemen from 1967 to 1970, and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen from 1970 to 1990. Since 1990, it has been part of the Republic of Yemen. Southern Yemen and South Yemen came into Arabic usage in the latter part of the 1950s and into English usage after independence. In this book, South Yemen is used to cover the geographic area in recent times. Interview partners use the term South, which I translated as such, because most of my interview partners desisted from using Yemen for the area referred in this study. When I refer to the state from 1967 to 1990, I consistently use the name PDRY. For the British colonial era, I apply South Arabia. The first major protest, which activists consider to be the beginning of the Southern movement, was held on July 7, 2007, to commemorate the invasion of South Yemen by North Yemeni troops and to reject what activists call the Yemeni occupation, which began when the war was lost on July 7, 1994. Smaller gatherings of civil society actors, youth, and forced retirees in different governorates first took place in early 2006. The YSP was founded in 1978 as the single vanguard party of the state, modeled on the ruling parties of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. The term nostalgia is attributed to the East German cabaret artist and actor Uwe Stiemel. The German word Ost means east, in reference to East Germany, and algia is referenced to nostalgia. From September 2007 until April 2008, I spent almost 8 months studying and working in Aden. During that time, I also spent 6 weeks in Sana'a in an internship at the German embassy. Visits in 2009, 2010, and 2012 followed. From October to November 2010, I conducted 2 months of research for my master's thesis on the educational sector. From March to May 2014, I